takes way too much energy. It's easier for them to perform repeat trials. The rest would depend on how you perform. You either pass it or not, in which case they'll make sure to uninstall it properly and completely steamroll your memory. You'll forget all the events of the past year, at least. And what's the second option? That's what I'm supposed to offer you. You need to uninstall the program voluntarily. How can I do that? Wait a sec, let me finish. I can tell you how to do it. In return, you'll keep all your memories, but on top of that, you will also preserve all the skills and characteristics you've already acquired, with the exception of the system ones, of course. And as a personal bonus from me, you'll get a good contract from your company and $1 million in cash. With your humble ambitions, this money should last you for the rest of your life, especially if you manage to invest it wisely. And if I refuse? That would be rather stupid. You see, even though the Valfors can't directly control a test subject, they're perfectly capable of controlling the chain of chance. Like a twig that drops from a tree onto a windshield, causing the driver to be momentarily distracted just as you're crossing the road. You know what I mean. Have you seen Final Destination? In other words, if you refuse, you should be prepared for all kinds of trouble. And even if you do manage to survive them without a mental breakdown, then you'll still be abducted for another trial. If you pass it, you'll keep the interface and go on living as before until the local finals. If you don't, you'll either lose all your new skills, or you'll die. I see. Not a very rosy outlook. I lowered my head, searching for something to counter him with. Why are they so bent on screwing me up? Can't they just leave me in peace and let me retake the test without all this chain of chance nonsense? Because even for them, abduction is too energy-consuming. And you have no chance of ever passing the trial, Phil. It's going to be a complete waste of resources. Your development is lamentably inadequate to anything that might help you pass. As you know, the senior races have mastered the art of being omnipresent, appearing in many dimensions simultaneously and sliding between them as they see fit. This allows them to work out all the odds most favorable for the Commonwealth of sentient races, and the eventuality of you keeping the interface is potentially too risky for everyone. So you'd better agree to what they offer now. Well, if it's like that... I hesitated on the verge of accepting his offer. I'd lived quite happily without the interface before, hadn't I? And with $1 million in my pocket and a nice fat contract with J-Mart, I could definitely reach new heights. My strength, my growing six-pack, my fighting skills, and my eyesight, which was still as sharp as when I'd been a child, none of these were going to disappear. I'd keep on training. So what if my progress would take several times longer? What kind of problem was that? Welcome to the real world. The prospect of losing the interface didn't appear so grim to me anymore. I was going to miss Martha, that's for sure. I wished I could find out who she'd been modeled after, though. You never know. I might meet her prototype IRL. She was my dream girl, after all. Hurry up, the oligarch said. Make up your mind now. I'm already late, and I don't think I can stand this heat for much longer. He climbed off the bench. I rose and took a deep breath as I came to a decision. Very well, sir. Let it be so. Chapter 12. The coin stands on its edge. Fortune doesn't favor fools. League of Legends. Good decision, Valiatis said, looking pleased. I'm going to tell you now how to uninstall... Sorry, sir. I'm afraid you misunderstood me. As I said it, I was confronted with a silence and his watchful stare. He must have realized I hadn't finished because he sat down again. Mechanically, I activated lie detection. Now, of all times, I had to be sure no one was trying to lead me up the garden path. "Let it be so," I repeated. "Let everything stay as it is now. When my time comes, I'll do my best to pass the trial." "Phil," he began, then stopped, grinding his teeth. All the while trying to put his thoughts into words. "I wouldn't call it a wise decision. You understand it's not a joke, don't you? Try to imagine yourself becoming the main target of every police and criminal authority, every professional hitman and every religious fanatic on planet Earth. Now multiply it by 1 billion billions. How much is it? I keep forgetting what it's called." "A quintillion, sir," I offered him from my mine of useless information. He nodded, showing no surprise. "Whatever. That's the situation you'll be in if you refuse the offer of $1 million cash and all the skills you've already leveled up. The only difference being, you'll never know what hit you." A burly figure appeared behind the sauna's glass door. "Are you all right, sir?" "I'm fine, Misha, thanks. Can you get us some water, please?" The bodyguard momentarily disappeared, then returned with 2 frosted bottles. Valiatis and I drank greedily. Then he continued from where he'd left off. "Okay, it's your decision, but may I ask you why?" "For lots of reasons," I said. "I'm a gamer, don't forget. I can't resist a challenge. Also, I'm quite used to the interface. Quite honestly, I can't imagine living without it now. But it's pretty irrelevant, really. What's important are the people behind me." "You don't think that $1 million is enough for you to help them? You're talking about your family, aren't you?" "Not really, sir. I've opened an employment agency. Our clients are mostly down-and-outs. How am I supposed to help them without the interface? I might have, I suppose, had I had a name already or a good reputation among the employers, but at this stage, without the interface, I won't stand a chance." Was it my imagination, or had his face warmed? Still, I hadn't received any reputation messages, which meant it was my imagination. "What's the interface got to do with it?" he asked, feigning indifference. "I need the map search. It shows everything, not just people or landmarks, but all sorts of companies and public offices. All I do, I enter a particular person in it and search by their employment probability." "You what?" He jumped to his feet, hitting his head on the low ceiling. "Damn it! A probability search? Is that even possible?" His expression clouded over as he focused on his own interface. "I can't believe it," he finally said. "Well, you live and learn." "Have you tried it?" "I've just searched for my shops, then sorted them by the probability of embezzlement by their management. Those useless bastards don't know their asses from their elbows. I'm surprised we haven't yet had a visit from the tax police. Misha! Misha!" he shouted. I still don't understand who this Misha guy actually was. Was it his aide or his bodyguard? You wouldn't send a bodyguard on this kind of errand, would you? The door opened. "Yes, boss." "Get me Herman straight away," he shouted, rolling his R's. The power of his voice was such that I very nearly took off myself to get Alex Herman straight away. Valiatis must have had some kind of commander's aura or some such ability. "Yes, sir," Misha barked. "Listen, Phil," Valiatis said excitedly. "I had no idea it could work like this. How did you find that out?" "I knew I could use the map to search for better suppliers. This was something I realized almost straight away when I'd opened my first grocery store in the suburbs." He chuckled. "I still remember it. I had to do everything myself. I served the customers, I did all the buying in, I unloaded the trucks myself. Okay, sorry, I got carried away. It's not the right moment. So, how did you work that out?" "Have you ever searched for gear on a gaming auction?" "Gear? On a gaming auction? I don't even know what you mean. Wait a sec." Well. I was dying to find out what his own interface looked like and how it functioned, but if he wasn't a gamer, how had he learned all these things? What was his leveling scenario based on? Or did he even have one? He rose and peeked out of the door. "Misha, I want you to call them and tell them I might be late, and order me my tea. Same as usual." "Yes, sir," the man replied. Valiatis probably had several of them posted there. "Phil, I'm going to delay my flight now, and then we'll finish talking. Only not in here. I suggest we clear off. My interface is already warning me about the unacceptably high heart rate and overheating. Yours too?" "Not yet. Mine's still quiet." "It's great to be young." He wrapped a bathrobe around himself. "Let's go." We made ourselves comfortable in 2 deck chairs by a low table and continued. "This conversation is getting interesting, I have to admit. Judging by your stats, it's mutual. In which case, seeing as we've already discussed the main subject regarding the future of your interface, I suggest we carry on not as supervisor and test subject, nor as buyer and seller, but as friends, sharing the same interests, especially as our mutual interests are admittedly rather rare." If I remember rightly, Khafor was talking about some tens of thousands of test subjects representing planet Earth. "And that's just those who've already passed the test. 28,561 people, or 13 to the power of 4. They use a numerical system based on the number 13. And as for test candidates, there are way more than that. If we talk about this particular time period in our branch of reality, there are far fewer than that. But I can't tell you the exact number." "Can you at least give me an approximate figure?" "Almost 1,000 in the last 5 years. Almost all of them have already been stripped of their interfaces. Some of them broke down almost immediately, thinking they must have lost their minds. A few rocketed up the social ladder, attracting unwanted attention, and had to be either liquidated or dissected. A few, like you, simply failed the trial. I suggest you look closer at certain spheres of social life over the last few years. All those surprise success stories in the film industry, sport, business, politics, and science. Could you reel off a few names of people who have risen to great heights only to promptly disappear off the radar?" He paused to take a sip of his herbal tea. "Pay special attention to all the guerrilla leaders and new revolutionaries. All those ex-teachers, doctors, and car mechanics who all of a sudden felt a strange affinity with a country they previously hadn't even given 2 hoots about. And who then left to join up with one of the factions? Try to remember all the outbursts of mass and serial killings committed by perfectly ordinary people. All of them had been leveling up, earning XP points and improving their skills until a certain moment when they lost everything, their heads included." "But why would they want to kill anyone, when you can simply—" "Stop it! Don't say anything." He must have seen the surprise on my face, because he added, "Never tell anyone your leveling up details, or how your interface works. I don't know why, but for some reason by doing so, you stop gaining XP in the area which you've shared with that particular person. It's as if the program hears it and realizes you're only in it for XP." "Does that mean it doesn't hold with farming?" "What's farming got to do with it? Are you leveling up agriculture?" "No, sir. Farming is a gaming term. It means performing various actions with the purpose of gaining XP or certain resources." "Aha! I see. No, it doesn't hold with farming. What was it you were saying about gaming auctions?" "Well, players use them to buy and sell various gear, which is put up for auction by other players. Often, there are millions of items being traded simultaneously at any given time, which is why any game worth its salt has very detailed search filters. Things like armor, weapons, gems, elixirs, and such are only very basic approximations. Imagine that I need a particular dagger, which is fast and light, suitable for my level, which also improves my chances of dealing critical damage, boosts my agility, and costs under 1 million gold. "Enough," he nodded. "I got it." With your gaming background, I'm not surprised you've worked out the probability filter. How did you come to use it the first time? I have this friend. Only, at that time, he wasn't a friend. His name is Alec. I helped him find some work. Your reputation with Nicholas Valiadis has improved. Current reputation, indifference, 15 of 30. A pretty girl in a revealing bikini walked past us, swaying her hips. Sensing Valiadis's eyes on her, she turned round and paused briefly, flashing him a smile over his shoulder. He immediately lost all interest, returning his attention back to me. Did he realize that my reputation with him had improved? Having said that, with his level 5 in insight, he could probably even tell my blood composition. And still, sir, what other interface types are there? Could you at least tell me something about those that used to belong to the people who've lost them already? They're all different, Phil. All of them work by encouraging the user's tendencies, both the known and secret ones. The actual interface takes the form which ensures the user's understanding. A religious fanatic will see signs from God. A New Age student will think he's communicating with Mother Nature or learns the lost technologies of Atlantis. A talented person will think he's being inspired, while others will simply see auras or hear voices. Few of them even make it far enough to activate insight, without which the interface as you and I know it won't even open. There was this psychic, a funny guy who stopped at the very first thing available to all users immediately after the program's installation, determining other people's names and ages. I don't know how it works for you, but he used to take one look at a person and he already knew their name. No fancy graphics involved. That was enough for him to make a good living. He got accepted for an American talent show and received the $1 million prize. Predictably, he then failed the trial. And you, sir? Do you have any main characteristics? I asked, not certain of getting an answer. Of course, every user has them. I can give you the names of mine. The Physical Development Index, the Intellectual Development Index, the Wisdom Index, which is the combination of life experience and the ability to pick an optimal solution when offered the choice of several. Also, Clout and Luck. Luck? Yes, why? Don't you have it? It's a very subjective factor, I agree, but as I leveled it, I noticed that even unfavorable circumstances began to take a course suitable for me. I even began to win more often at cards. He smiled. The other day in Monaco, I had my number come up 3 times in a row at the roulette wheel. I whistled. The probability of that happening, he continued, is just over 1 in a million, as you can well imagine. Okay. What's the time now? Misha? Yes, boss. Misha reappeared by his side. Herman's waiting. Judging by my interface, Misha was his aide. Despite his appearance of a dumb beefcake, his level 12 in task scheduling spoke for itself. At this proficiency, he could probably schedule the entire course of the Third World War second by second. Let him wait, Valiadis said. Okay, Phil. I gotta fly, business, and all that. Thank you so much, sir. I shook his hand wholeheartedly. Today, for the first time, I'd seen a human being in him. Don't mention it. I doubt we'll ever meet again. I know what Khafor is capable of, so already I don't envy you. I've already told him about your decision, but I fully respect your choice. If ever you change your mind, you know where to find me. Only after he got out of the deck chair had I remembered why I wanted to see him in the first place. Sorry, sir. One last question. Yes? I had a very strange girl come to the agency. My lie detection seemed to glitch when I tried to check her out. She's incredibly beautiful, but for some reason she seemed bent on working for me despite the pittance I'd offered her. Could she be one of Khafor's people? Or is she one of yours? Not one of mine, definitely. I don't have the same objectives or authority as he has. What's her name? Anastasia Semyonova, age 24. Anything else? Social status level 3? He shrugged. Not enough information. I don't know anyone of this name. Did you get her name off the interface? Yes. Sorry. Can't help you. Are we done now? I nodded. Okay. Well, good luck, Phil. You know what I mean? Perfectly, sir. Good. You're gonna need every bit of luck you can get. The moment he left, the pool area emptied, apart from the fat guys in the hot tub, the waitress, and a couple of lifeguards pacing the side of the pool. In all the time of my talking to him, my lie detection hadn't made me chilly in the slightest. Did that mean that Valiadis had been open with me? Possible. Unless he had some kind of anti-skill activated. It was high time I got going, too. My working day was already half gone, and I still had to speak to Veronica, Kesha, and Mr. Katz. I decided to take a quick shower after the sauna. I opened the water and started lathering my hair under the tepid jets. Suddenly, I was scalded by a gush of boiling hot water. I cussed, recoiling. My foot lost grip on the slippery tiles, sending me flying as I tried to tuck up in order to land on my shoulder. I collapsed sideways on the floor, hitting my head hard against the shower wall. The program flooded me with damage messages. My eyes stung with a shampoo. My ears were ringing. Instead of climbing back to my feet, I sat up, reached for the shower jets, which were already back at their normal temperature, and rinsed my eyes. I mentally traced the trajectory of my fall, realizing how incredibly lucky I'd been. 1 more inch more to the side, and I'd have been whisked away in an ambulance. Defying all the laws of physics and gravity, the sharp end of one of the tiles had come away from the wall so that I could have very easily cracked my head open on it. This time I'd been let off the hook. Warily, I finished washing myself and crept out of the shower like it was a minefield. I did slip a couple of times again, but now I'd been prepared for it, so I managed to keep my balance. I got dressed without any more surprises and left the gym, also without any further ado. My Uber was already waiting, a blue Toyota Camry. The registration number and the name of the driver, Sergei, were correct. I opened the rear door and saw the driver's back as he rummaged through the glove compartment. Sergei? He startled and swung round. Yes? He didn't look like a Sergei at all. He'd be much better suited by a name like Abdul or Hassan. Are you Sergei? Are you from Uber? No. He shook his head. Indeed, he was no Sergei. Judging by his profile, his name was Tural Abdullayev. Age 36. Sorry, I said. Could I have misread the registration number? I slammed the door shut and walked all around the car. That's right. Same make, same model. I reopened the Uber app. Everything was correct. I opened the car door again. The front one this time. Are you taking the piss? Look here, this is the car I ordered. It's exactly like yours, the make, the color, and registration number. Bang! Damage taken, 269. Punch. Current vitality, 92.11383%. I felt him snatch the smartphone from my hand, then heard the sound of the door shutting. I shook my head, checking my teeth with my tongue. Everything was still in place. All those intimidating oligarchs, alien demons, Dagestani boxers, emotionally unstable girls, and just plain street hoods. I've had a gutful of them all. My blood boiled with an adrenaline surge as I received another righteous anger buff. The next moment, I was already leaping over hedges and parking barriers, chasing after the car thief. Let's see whose kung fu was the strongest. I ran with remarkable ease, unlike my quarry who, although he was giving it his all, didn't have enough coordination to negotiate all the obstacles in his way with the same ease. 3 months ago, I wouldn't have dreamed of ever catching up with him, or even chasing after him for that matter. What's the point? That's how I used to think then. Or was that Phil even me? Now I knew very well what I was going to do. In less than 50 yards, I'd brought the distance between us to a few paces. "Stay where you are!" He turned round and saw me. Panicking, he tried to change direction, but only made his situation worse. Desperately, he tried to speed up. But by now, the outcome was pretty clear because I was a better runner. I already began to figure out how to knock him off his feet. A plastic bag carried by the wind landed under my feet at the worst possible moment. My foot slid treacherously, throwing me off balance. I sprawled onto the tarmac. As I dropped, I could see I was falling face down onto a bit of a broken bottle, which had somehow happened to be in exactly the wrong place. My high agility saved me as I tucked myself up, shifting my center of gravity and avoiding contact with the glass. I felt neither pain nor fear, only a dogged anger about all the time I'd wasted. Meanwhile, Tural had mingled with the crowd, probably thinking that I was no longer a threat. Yeah, right. I opened the interface, the map. Tural Abdullaev. There he was. Round the corner of the next 6-story building, moving away from the street where I'd been chasing him. I estimated my path and walked toward him from the opposite direction, holding the map with his marker open before my eyes. I walked unhurriedly, whistling the theme from Kill Bill while warming up my fists. I turned the corner and stopped. Judging by the map, Tural was only a dozen paces away from me. 10, 8, 2, 1. I took another step around the corner, made sure it was indeed him, then knocked the wind out of him with a well-placed punch to his solar plexus. I grabbed him by the collar, dragged him into a gateway, and repaid my debt to him with a hook to his jaw. "The phone! Now!" He groaned. "Which phone? Don't know what you mean." His heavily accented voice was filled with pain. I couldn't hit someone who wouldn't defend themselves. Should I check his pockets? Not my thing either. He might be acting so cool because he'd already passed the phone on to his accomplice. "I see," I said. "So, if you don't know what I mean, what am I supposed to do with you? Should we go and see the cops?" "Why? What have I done?" "They'll know what to do." I choked on the phrase as my body swung round on instinct without waiting for a command from my brain to dodge a knife blade. No idea what had triggered it, whether it had been the righteous anger or just all the action movies I'd been watching. I intercepted Tural's arm and twisted it behind his back until his hand opened, dropping a short knife with a handle bound with black insulation tape. It fell to the ground. I kicked it toward the nearby trash cans and gave him a good hiding, experiencing an enormous, albeit belated, relief from once again walking on the edge. When he finally curled up on the tarmac, trying to protect himself from the blows raining down on him, I saw my phone dropping out of his track bottom's pocket. I picked it up, made sure it was indeed mine, and put it back into my own pants pocket. Then I paused, licking the blood off my knuckles I'd grazed on his teeth, as I wondered what to do to him next. I might have to let him go, I suppose. Social status level 7, profession migrant worker, married with 4 children. But what was I supposed to do about his knife? He might have been lucky enough to finish me off with it. And that all because of an old telephone, which on a good day wouldn't cost more than 5,000 rubles. Or should I take him to the precinct? He began to stir, trying to scramble back to his feet. I activated lie detection. "Listen, you Tural." "Eh?" He startled, not at all surprised that I knew his name. "Do you have ID?" "The boss has my passport." He sat up on the tarmac, looking at me from under his eyebrows and holding his swollen black eye. He wasn't lying. "You want to go see the cops?" He shook his head. "Then you'll have to answer a few questions. If you answer them honestly, I might let you go. Understood?" He nodded. "I can't hear you." "Yes." "Why did you have to break into that car?" He shrugged. "I can't hear you." "Dunno. I thought I might find some money." Why don't you work?
I do. My boss don't pay me. Farhad, my compatriot, fell to his death at the building site.
He spoke with a heavy accent, pausing to choose the right words. He was telling the truth, though.
The boss had problems with the building inspectors. He had to pay big fines. He got so angry he didn't pay anyone. My family back home have no money. I can't quit this job because the boss took my passport from me. It's not easy.
Why do you carry a knife on you?
What can I do without it?
He sounded surprised.
I need to open cans and slice bread.
Or stab people. Have you ever tried to kill anyone else with it?
No.
He shook his head so hard it seemed to almost come off.
It was the devil's work. I got really scared.
Did you ever steal anything else? His shoulders dropped.
What exactly did you steal?
Just some cement. Cement?
Yes.
Anything else?
No. Only the cement and your telephone.
Did you take anything else from the car?
There was nothing to take.
He wasn't lying. His candor, just as the sincerity of many others with whom I'd spoken to lately, might have seemed unusual to the casual observer unable to appreciate the importance of having a high-level charisma in any communications. Having said that, he might have simply been well-versed in the language of brute force.
Okay, I said. Now listen here. I can tell you a few things about yourself. Your name is Tural Abdullayev. You're 36 years old. You have a wife called Layla and 4 children, 3 girls and a boy named Ghani. I also know where they live, so I suggest you behave in my city. If I find out you've done something again, I'll find you. Is that clear? He began to nod, swearing on his health, his kids, and the name of Allah. You have money? I asked him. No. Where from? If I had any, you'd think I'd have robbed that car?
Take this. On impulse, I pulled a 1,000-ruble note out of my wallet and handed it to him. No idea why. He stared at it in disbelief, but didn't take it, expecting it to come with strings attached. I let it slip through my fingers, watching it float to his feet. Let him think about it at his own leisure. Before the day was over, this incident would be the talk of the entire diaspora. Good luck, Tural, I said. Don't bring disgrace upon your country. Maintain your dignity. Leaving him open-mouthed, I quit the alley. I didn't care about the 1,000 rubles. He definitely needed them more than I did. Still, my heart felt warm and fuzzy with what had just happened. I walked along the street, smiling at the sun, and the sky so blue it was almost transparent. I'd forgotten all about Hafor and his threats. Several system messages floated into my view in perfect harmony with my new outlook, forcing me to step toward the nearest building out of the way of passers-by in order to read through this new windfall. Your reputation with Tural Abdullayev has improved. Current reputation? Respect. 60 of 120. You've received 2,000 points XP for performing a socially meaningful action. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Luck. Current level, 12. XP received, 500. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. XP points left until the next social status level, 10,990 of 16,000. With a thud, a massive flower pot from some balcony high above smashed on the tarmac a mere pace away from me, throwing earth up everywhere. Great timing to have received a new luck level. You never know. Had it not been for this extra luck point, I might have been standing a few inches further on, directly in its path. It could have made a nice big hole in my head, depending on the story it had dropped from. I looked up, counting. 3, 6, 9 stories, and an anxious old lady squinting at me, short-sightedly from her 9th-floor balcony. She seemed to be shouting something to me, but I couldn't quite make it out over the noise of the traffic.
I nodded to her reassuringly. Had her pot struck home, I wouldn't have gotten off so lightly. The old lady disappeared inside. I stepped away from the building just in case and slumped onto a bench in a bus shelter nearby. Luck. That's exactly what Valiadis had told me in the end, hadn't he? What was it he'd said? You're going to need every bit of luck you can get? At the time, I hadn't thought much about it. Just a standard farewell formula. But what if it was more than that? What if he'd meant real, digitized, virtual reality luck? In which case, how was I supposed to level up luck faster than I was already doing it? It only grew whenever I took the right decisions or did something vitally important. Plus, of course, whenever I invested system points into it. As for the former, I couldn't really count on it. And as for the latter, I was afraid that Hafor might not allow me to live to see my next level. I walked on, trying to keep to the middle of the sidewalk to avoid any unpleasant surprises, both from the road and from the roofs. This wasn't going to save me from any wayward bricks, but still provided a half-decent defense from any probability traps. So for how long was I supposed to live like this? I could lock myself up in my home, of course, but it too was packed with all sorts of unpredictable dangers, from boiling pots to the proverbial hairdryer falling into a tub full of water. This had to be addressed, otherwise I might not live to take the trial. The trial. I should get on and prepare for it, shouldn't I? And what if I had to face that acid jelly again? How was I supposed to defeat it? Never mind. I think about it tomorrow. And in the meantime... Okay, Google. How does one improve one's luck? Google showered me with heaps of search results in the vein of 4 ways to attract luck in your life, the 18 laws of chance, and all such feng shui stuff. The pages were lined with ads for magic shops selling various spells and love potions in true Hogwarts style. As I swiped the phone screen, my finger lingered on one of the ads. The site promptly opened. It was called The Magic Shop of Miracles and Artifacts. What happened next can't be explained by anything other than my improved luck. This seemed to be some kind of franchise chain for gullible chumps, and apparently they had one of their shops right here in my own city. Not just that, the shop was located a couple of 100 yards from where I stood now, on the same street even. I might check them out. Not that I was so desperate, but my mind was already grabbing at any opportunity. I walked over there, making sure to remain doubly vigilant. No idea what I was hoping for, but when some unknown invisible force attempts to do away with you 3 times in the last 30 minutes, you start to believe in miracles. I reached the shop without any further ado, if you didn't mention the tramp who attacked me with a plastic bag which made a strange clanking noise. His coordination was so poor that his powerful but badly aimed swing sent him flying onto the tarmac. I'd very nearly thought he was dead, but he must have survived it, judging by the string of colorful cusses he'd showered me with. Just as I was about to enter the shop, a little bird did a number 2 on my head. No idea whether it had anything to do with yet another of Valfor's probability traps, but I chose to think realistically, telling myself it was a good sign. As soon as I opened the shop door, I was enveloped in the thick, tangy scent of incense. The doorbell clanged, informing the salesgirl, a goth chick with a tattooed arm and piercings covering almost all of her body, of my arrival. She gave me a disinterested glance and continued to read, apparently convinced I wasn't their target customer. I lingered over their wares, using insight to ID every item. Slavic charms, Scandinavian runic love amulets, Chinese talismans, Aztec pendants, neuromediators, and other such gold and silver trinkets. Then Alec called me. "Phil, you coming or what? Veronica's been here 3 times already. She's waiting here for you now. Says she's not going anywhere until she sees you. Mr. Katz is on his 4th cup of tea already. Stacy's fed up with making it. Kesha was here too. Didn't you invite him over for a talk or something?" "I'm not fed up," Stacy's voice protested in the background. I'm coming, I said. Are you managing to keep up with it? Not really, Phil. Everybody demands to see you. We fill in the questionnaires and take their pictures, but they just won't leave. They're waiting for you right here in the corridor. Gorelek has already come and yelled at us. Stacy managed to calm him down. Hurry it up a bit if you can. Okay, I'm on my way. I slid the phone into my pocket, unable to take my eyes from a humble silver ring. About 1/4 of an inch wide, it was plain and ordinary, its darkened silver not of the best quality. Had it not been for my insight, I would have been none the wiser. The lucky ring of Veles, +12 to luck. Silver, 875. Weight, 0.094 ounces. Durability, 499 of 500. Price, 422,727. The price was exorbitant. It made no sense, especially considering the paper price tag hanging off it. 1,900 rubles. Excuse me, miss. Could you show me that ring, please? Chapter 13. Tilt. They lost 500,000 at cards, but they've still got a few tricks up their sleeve. Lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels. Anybody else? I asked Alec when the last of the waiting clients had finally left the office. Alec didn't hear me, too busy talking to Veronica. Mr. Katz leaned back on the couch after his marathon tea party, studying a most interesting tome of The Administrative Offenses Code of the Russian Federation, extended 2017 edition. This was the last one, Phil, Stacy replied instead. Want some tea? I cleared my dry throat. I wouldn't say no. My spirit was almost at 0. I was parched from talking the whole day. Time seemed to have shrunk. So much had happened in these last 24 hours. Only last night I'd hired Stacy, had a fight with Mohammed, been kicked out of the boxing class, and split up with Vicky. This morning I trained with Kostya, met up with Greg and Mr. Ivanov, spoken to Valiadis, made an incredibly important decision, felt the full weight of bad luck, and barely avoided being stabbed with a knife. Plus, I doubled my luck count. The ring I'd bought at the magic shop fit my finger perfectly. I suppressed the desire to take it off and fiddle with it in my hand, too scared of losing it. In order to sell it to me, the tattooed salesgirl had spent a long time searching for it in her books but hadn't found it. So in the end, she sold it to me for the sum marked on the price tag. Out of the 10,000 rubles I'd had on me this morning, I'd spent 3 on a guest card to the gym, about 1,000 on transport around town, and another 1,000 on my generous attempt to support Tural, the desperate migrant worker. I'd be lying to you if I told you that the ring was in any way different. I sensed no waves of heat. No runes had appeared on its rim when heated. Just an ordinary ring which you could only pawn by weight. The fact remained, it did work. My own interface profile was proof enough. Luck, 12, +12 from the lucky ring of Veles. In total, that had brought my luck to 24, almost 2.5 times that of an average person. Was it a lot? Time would tell, provided I had it. The fact remained, nothing bad had happened to me on the way back to the office. The cab had arrived within minutes of my call. The driver was polite and sober. He had neither raced nor rammed any cars. To top it all, not a single brick had fallen from the roof of the business center. As I climbed the stairs up to the building, I'd even allowed myself to take them 3 at a time without stumbling even once. And when I'd come across Gorelek on my way to the office, he'd been too busy talking to Vazgen to actually notice me. One person I did meet was Kesha. Without going into details of our upcoming partnership, I just made sure he was morally prepared to try himself at sales. I really don't know, Phil. He heaved a sigh by way of answering. If it brings in some additional income, why not? I can always leave someone in the print shop, so I might find some time to do it, I suppose. But of course, I'd like to know more about it. What do you want me to sell?
And to whom? Let's discuss all the details tomorrow, okay? I've been away from the office all morning. The guys have just called me to say it's pandemonium. They want me back to sort it out. Not a problem. I'll pop in tomorrow. As I reached our floor, I was confronted by a huge crowd in the corridor, and somehow I didn't think they were lining up for the latest iPhone. As I entered the office, I mouthed to Stacy so as not to put out the clients. Are they all here for us? She nodded. I set to work. Now it was way past 6 in the evening. The last client had just left. Finally, I could speak to everyone I'd originally planned to. Phil, have you finished? It was Veronica. Yes, I nodded, enjoying the delicious cup of tea offered by Stacy. Have you got a minute to step outside? I want to talk to you in private. I nodded my agreement while still thinking about a theory I just had. Impatient to check it out. What if I used the interface to search for any stat-boosting items? Something to boost my luck, maybe. Or a watch with +10 to speed. A fountain pen with a bonus to intellect. Still, I didn't want to rush it. This was serious business which demanded concentration and the meticulous wording of search queries. I'd better do it once back home. Damn it, I had Gleb coming to see me tonight. I checked my phone just in case, but he hadn't yet called. Good. I got up from the desk and stretched, cracking all my stiff joints. Outside? I repeated. It's probably better to get a breath of fresh air, Veronica said. The walls have ears. How mysterious. Let's go then. Phil, do you want me to wait here? I heard Mr. Katz's voice, who'd by then completely merged with the furniture. I slapped my forehead. I'd completely forgotten the old brief, snoring on our couch. I'm so sorry, Mark. I turned back to the redhead. Veronica, can you wait a while? We only need to discuss a new contract. We won't be long. She rolled her eyes, suppressing her impatience. Okay, Phil, I'll wait. Stacy, what have you got there, coffee? Can you pour me some as well? Grunting and trying to smooth-talk his arthritis into showing some mercy, the old lawyer scrambled to his feet. I took him helpfully under his arm, led him to the desk, and helped him sit. Would you like some tea, Mark? No, thanks. I think I've already overdone today's caffeine limit. I can already feel I won't be able to get any sleep tonight. How can I help you, Phil? We need a contract template, which we could use to offer our sales outsourcing services to other companies. Really? Okay, spit it out, the old man said with curiosity. Tell me all about it. We spent almost an hour talking. Finally, I felt sorry for Alec and Stacy, who must have had plans for the evening. I wanted to let them go, but they refused and said they'd wait for me. Veronica had already wandered off somewhere, but was now back, and the old lawyer was still busy showering me with questions and demanding more details, revealing the kinds of pitfalls I couldn't even have envisioned. Well, I got the full picture. He finally rubbed his withered hands, although I don't think I'll be able to make out a draft contract by tomorrow. I need to check a number of documents. I might have it done by Friday, in which case I suggest we meet up and discuss what we've got. I'm pretty sure by then both you and I might have some adjustments to make. That's excellent. Thank you so much for waiting all that time. Don't mention it. He tittered. It wasn't all that difficult. Makes no difference to me where I sleep, and the tea's good. You should come more often, Stacy said, apparently eavesdropping. You don't need an excuse to come. You can have all the tea you want. Thank you, my darling. I'd dearly love to, but I'm afraid Rose will be jealous. He guffawed. Jesus, the girl was only working her first day, and she was already friends with everybody. Gorelick's bookkeeper had given her the potted plants. She was already good friends with Veronica, and now the old boy was calling her his darling.
Alec helped the old lawyer over to the stairs. Stacy began preparing to shut the office down for the night. Veronica heaved a sigh of relief. Finally! You know it's not fair, don't you? I was the first to set up a meeting with you. Yesterday you were with your wife, or girlfriend, whoever. Then this morning you had a meeting with the teapot. Then you just disappeared. Then you saw those clients and Mr. Katz, and only after that, it's finally your turn, Veronica. And to tell you the truth, you need this conversation more than I do. Whoa! Easy, I said, slightly taken aback. No need to get mad at me. Had you told me that this was urgent, important, whatever, I'd have spoken to you a long time ago. Oh, really? Thanks a bunch, Mr. Punctuality. You're just trying to come up with excuses. That's what you're My phone rang, interrupting her emotional, albeit not quite deserved, rebuke. I apologized and took it. Phil? Is that you? Gleb? Oh, hi. Are you on your way? I'm at your place, but it doesn't look as if you're here. I've got a crate of beer with me and some snacks. Stay there. I won't be long. Wait a sec. There's been a funny old boy here. He's a bit weird. He was fishing, asking how long I knew you and what I wanted from you. What did you say? I told him to go stuff himself, Gleb replied, impassive as usual. Nicely, of course. Okay, I think I'm going to wait for you on the bench outside. I might play a bit of COC, if you know what I mean. Okay. See ya. I uttered the last words in the dark, as Alec had already switched off the lights. We walked out of the office, and he locked the door behind us. We left the building, and the other guys bade their goodbyes and went their own ways, leaving me and Veronica alone on the street. Sorry, Veronica. I'm afraid I'm a bit pressed for time, I said. I've got a friend waiting for me. I completely forgot we had an appointment. I've totally gathered that. Still, what I need to tell you might take some time. I could give you a lift and we could talk on the way. It's only a couple of blocks down the road. Not enough time to start discussing whatever it is. And what if I join you? She suddenly asked. I hope your girlfriend or your wife, whatever, won't mind. Her open smile glowed white in the thickening dusk. Her eyes glistened with an emerald light. Her words reminded me of the fact that I was free again. I hadn't told anyone about me and Vicky splitting up, and still I had a feeling that this girl, Veronica, Vera, Nika, knew it somehow. No idea how girls do it, but they do. They seem to sense this sort of thing. It's as if the ex-girlfriend sets her man's counter back to 0 as she leaves, deleting a marker from his forehead that says in a language known only to women, "This male is already taken." I don't think so, I finally said. Some other time, sure. But it looks like my friend has some kind of problems we might need to discuss in private, so we'd better discuss it now. If you say so, she replied. In any case, I'd rather give you a lift. At least that way your friend won't have to wait for you outside. Judging by her interest bar, she was seriously into this conversation, or me, even. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my head, from the raciest fantasies to some crazy parallel world theories. I managed to squeeze myself into her tiny Kia, tucking my legs under me. She leaned against me unabashedly, feeling for the gear stick. When I finally buckled up and made myself halfway comfortable, I activated lie detection and gave her the address. I'll get you there in a tick. She nodded at the 2 cans of soda sitting between the seats. Water? Pepsi? Help yourself. So, what is it you wanted to talk to me about? And what do you think? Any ideas? She turned her head and flashed me a smile, her ginger hair fiery in the lights of an oncoming car. None whatsoever, and the few that I might have had are pretty irrelevant, as they don't require privacy. My throat rasped as I spoke, so I had to help myself to some of the water. Okay, I'm not going to pussyfoot around, she said. You don't happen to be looking for a PR director, do you?
I choked on the water. What did you say? I paused, trying to take her suggestion in. A PR director? For us? Why not? Veronica, you seem to forget we've only been open for 3 weeks. Not even. And we've only just started getting customers. You are expanding, though, aren't you? You did hire Stacy. Bah, Stacy hasn't really asked for much. She seems to be pretty undemanding, but she brings us a wealth of good. I'm not asking for much either. I only want to help. You? Why not? I have a college diploma in PR. I graduated with honors. Veronica, I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but we seem to get business without any PR efforts. Why would we waste money on advertising? Phil, I know you're smart, but you're so stupid sometimes. She almost growled at me. Don't you understand? You need to move to a new level. You know why, don't you? The way you work now, you've hit a ceiling. Can you tell me how many clients you see each day? Even if you work 24/7 finding jobs for everyone, which is technically impossible, and even if your clients start to line up around the block, it's still a maximum of what, 50 to 60 customers a week? How much are they going to bring in? You might eventually train Alec to find jobs for them as effectively as you do, but... You know what I mean? Sure. We can't bite off more than we can chew. So what do you suggest? You could sign up with recruiting agencies. It's common practice. You send them potential candidates, and if the agency's happy with them, it'll pay you 5 or 10, up to 15 even % of their annual salary. Annual, Phil. Okay. But you shouldn't think I didn't consider this kind of practice. I just wasn't going to adopt it at this stage. In any case, what's a PR director got to do with it? I'll tell you now. The thing is, I personally know at least half of all the city's companies. I could help you. You don't even have to do anything. If you agree to what I'm saying, I'll be on their case tomorrow morning, talking to all their HR girls. Would you like to give me a trial period? That way I could show you what I can... Could you stop the car here, please? I interrupted her spiel as we'd already arrived at my house. She killed the engine and waited for me to reply. I knew she was right. She spoke from the heart, too. The only thing that worried me was the fact that I wasn't used to strangers offering their help so openly. Also, expanding didn't sound like a very wise thing to do at the moment. In this, I completely agreed with Vicky. So, what do you think? She finally said. Give me a couple of days to mull over it, okay? It does make sense what you're saying. I'd love to take you up on your offer, but I'd like our cooperation to be mutual, and I still don't know what I can offer you. Okay. Mull it over then. See you tomorrow? Sure. See you. I reached for the door handle, but paused. Why did you want to speak to me in private? We could have discussed it in the office with the other guys, couldn't we? Where did you see a company director holding interviews or meeting partners in front of the staff? I'm not really a director, am I? Who are you, then? You'd better get used to it. Someone knocked hard on my car window. I swung round. Vazgen was peering into the car, his face grim. With a nod of his head, he gestured to me to get out. Veronica heaved a doomed sigh. Unbelievable. He tracked me down. She rolled down the window, letting in the disheveled head of the PVC window vendor. I knew you were with him, duh. Today his voice was especially melancholic. Let me get out and we can talk, I told him, then turned to Veronica. Thanks for the lift. See ya. She tried to protest, but I'd already swung the passenger door open, pushing the hot-blooded Caucasian male aside. Let's go and have a talk, Othello. I can bury you right here and now, he said, without much enthusiasm. Let's go and talk, and then we'll see about it. You might have no reason to bury me at all. Phil, don't. Veronica's anxious voice came from the car. Don't bother.
Oh, yes. I did have to bother, if only to sort this out here and now. Also, for some reason, I really wanted to reassure the guy. Not to avoid any confrontation, but just to help him get this corrosive jealousy out of his system. I peeked through the half-opened window. "Stay in the car," I warned Veronica. I walked off and stopped by an old, gnarly oak tree. Vazgen followed after me. "And?" "Nothing. Why are you being such a drama queen?" "What? Who? Me?" His eyes opened wide as his initial surprise gave way to fury. "Yes, you. You saw something, came up with a story around it, drew your own conclusions, and got all upset about it. What's Veronica got to do with it? Or myself, for that matter?" "Don't you ever speak to me like—" His mouth quivered, preparing to shower curses at me. "Stop it, now." I stood my ground, even though his face was now within inches from mine. "Just stop it." "Do you have something to charge me with?" He was so close I could see every blood vessel in his inflamed eyes. He flared his nostrils as he breathed in fast, shallow gasps, either with anxiety or indignation. I couldn't really tell. Which was exactly why I decided to let him vent here and now. In people like him, any pent-up resentment had a tendency to accumulate and ripen without the need for any extra encouragement, maturing like a good wine. "Did I tell you not to get anywhere near my girl? Did I? I told you that, he kept repeating, as if winding himself up. "You did, yes. So I didn't, even though she's not your girl and definitely not your property. There's nothing between us. I'm telling you this only to put your mind at ease." "Who do you think you are?" He grabbed at my lapels. "Speak up! I'm perfectly calm." "Get your hands off me. Now." He didn't. Instead, he pulled me toward himself, then threw his head back and headbutted my nose. Tried to headbutt it, rather. A thought played in the back of my mind. How exactly had the Volfors tampered with our reality to allow Vazgen to notice me get into Veronica's car and decide to track us down? With my mind still busy pondering, my body swayed sideways, slowly, and almost melancholically, without releasing any hormonal surges, but simply obeying my knee-jerk reflexes. My shirt buttons flew everywhere as I escaped his grip, leaving thin air in place where my forehead had just been. In the meantime, my left hand performed a left hook to his liver, knocking the wind out of him. "You've dealt critical damage to Vazgen Karapetyan, 285. Punch." I automatically followed with a right hook to his head, but stopped it within an inch from his cheekbone. This was plenty to cool him down for the time being. I had no intention of beating him up. I knew how he felt. I held no grudge against him. "Now listen to me, Da," I whispered to his ear, locking his neck in a chokehold. "There's nothing between me and Veronica. None of the things that seem to worry you so much. You'd better believe it. We're workmates, that's all. Do you understand? Or do you want me to explain it again?" No idea what it was. The humiliation in front of Veronica, the physical discomfort, or my power of persuasion skill. But he stopped struggling and slackened in my grip. "You've dealt critical damage to Vazgen Karapetyan. Verbal injury. Minus 25% to spirit. Minus 25% to confidence." "I do," he finally said. "You do what?" "I understand." "Good." I let go of his neck and stepped aside just in case, remembering the earlier incident with one of his compatriots today. As I turned round, I saw Veronica, who'd ignored my request to stay in the car. I gestured to her to get back in. She obeyed without saying a word. That was funny. I wasn't really used to people listening to me. Having said that, I'd asked her to stay put, hadn't I? My lie detection was still active. "Quits?" I offered Vazgen my hand. He stared at it for a while, looked up at me, then answered my handshake. "Quits." He paused, thinking, then exploded in a hot, hasty flood of words. "Sorry, brother. I saw you two together going somewhere. The blood just went to my head. My heart nearly stopped." His words didn't feel particularly warm, regarding lie detection, I mean, but they didn't feel cold either. He wasn't lying. That's exactly how he felt, even though he wasn't very sorry about it. His losing the fight being his only regret. Only later, when I'd already parted ways with the PVC Windows vendor, bidden goodbye to Veronica, and headed for Gleb, sitting on the bench, staring into his smartphone, did I realize that lie detection seemed to have had a quaint effect on people I spoke to, forcing them to open up. I summoned Martha, who confirmed my conjecture. The program adapts to the user and evolves as he progresses. I remembered one of my first discussions with her. It looked like the laconic skill descriptions offered by the system didn't give you the whole picture. I walked over to Gleb and stood next to him for a while, watching him. He was playing online poker with real money, by the looks of it. He seemed to be in a bad way. He was wearing an old, faded pair of jeans with an oily spot on one knee, worn-down dress shoes of what once must have been patent leather, and a loose, green, short-sleeved shirt. His hair was greasy. He scratched the back of his head, made a decisive wave of his hand, clutching a smoldering cigarette, and went all in. He then held his breath and froze, whispering, "Come on now, do it, respond." His mantra seemed to have worked, as the last remaining opponent went all in too. Gleb had a decent hand, a big slick and a flop of 2, 7, and ace, which meant he already had 2 aces, and if he managed to get another one, he'd have trips, even though the chances of it were rather slim. The virtual dealer showed all the cards. Before the last card was opened, I could see Gleb was still winning, because his opponent had a pair of 7s. My friend tensed up, his nails digging deep into his white-knuckled fists as he mumbled a prayer. The dealer showed the last card, a 7. His opponent had runs of 7s, which meant Gleb's 2 pairs had just lost. Having realized he hadn't had any more money, the poker app promptly suggested he topped up his balance. Still oblivious of my presence, my friend finished his cigarette off, down to the filter in a couple of powerful drags, then took a swing and smashed his phone on the tarmac. The broken pieces landed at my feet. Finally realizing he wasn't alone, he looked up at me, squinting short-sightedly as he tried to work out who it was standing in front of him. He never could see very well at dusk, and now, after the bright phone screen, his eyesight took some time to adapt. "Hi," I said. "Are you playing?" "Ah, it's you," he wheezed. "Did you see it?" "How much did you lose?" He startled. "What? Now? Or in total?" "We'll talk about that when we get upstairs. I take it this is the problem you wanted to talk to me about? So how much was it this time?" I borrowed some money from someone. 10 grand. I've just lost it all. And I was winning. I had 30 grand. I even thought I should have put half of it aside to pay the guy off and play with the rest." "But you didn't?" "I did, but then I wagered it again when I'd lost all my winnings. I thought I might bounce back. But you saw it yourself, didn't you? Just not my day. Who'd have thought that this idiot would get a third 7? "Yeah, I noticed. You had better chances. But why did you break your phone?" "To give up playing," he mouthed. "Yes. In any case, I don't have the money to go on." "Okay. Come on, you can tell me about it upstairs. Are these yours?" He nodded. I picked up a few shopping bags packed full of cheap beer and bagfuls of chips. "Come on, then." By the time I was done with my first beer, anxious about the growing intoxication debuff, Gleb had already downed 3 and gone to the bathroom, leaving me pondering over my own dark memories. He and we both had a compulsive streak. We'd started spending time in gaming halls already in our freshman year, clubbing together and sharing both our winnings and our losses. Because when you lose your last money, it's easier to survive it when you have someone to share it with. Someone you could pour your heart out to and discuss things, ending with a naive hope to recuperate your losses. Because it's not gambling that ruins you. It's trying to win it back. As both of us had parents in the same city, we hadn't been left starving and homeless. But at a certain moment, I personally had gotten fed up with this vicious circle. Think for yourself. I was working hard and studying at the same time. I made very decent money, only to lose it all in one evening. Not even. One time he and I had just been paid by one of those fast food joints which was known for hiring students. We'd already had plans for the money. Gleb needed a new phone, while I wanted to finally ask Marina out, a girl I knew from campus. I had no idea where it might go from there, but I definitely could use some money to get this relationship on the road. By then, I'd already stopped pestering my parents for money, trying to pay for all my entertainment myself. Then, we'd come up with what we thought was a bright idea, to go and spend a fraction of it on one-armed bandits. At the time, they were everywhere in town, and we'd been round them all. If we'd won, that would have allowed Gleb to buy a better phone. And as for me, I couldn't even remember what I'd hoped for. A college student always has plenty on his wish list. To cut a long story short, we'd lost our quota in the first 30 minutes and spent the rest of the hour trying to win it back. It really hurt to lose our hard-earned money, so we started raising the stakes and lost twice as much. By then, each of us had only about half our wages left. That's when we were struck by an even brighter idea, to bet everything we still had on black. Because that particular hall had an electronic roulette wheel, too. Predictably, it fell on red. It had taken us an hour to piss a month's work of hard work into the wind. That was when I'd first experienced this eerie feeling when you completely forget about the consequences, including your plans to take a girl out. I could neither eat nor drink. We just sat there, chain-smoking, thinking desperately where to find the money to recoup our losses. We'd finally finished our marathon gambling session in the morning of the following day, when we'd lost everything we could have begged and borrowed, both from our parents and from our college buddies. It hadn't happened in one go. We kept lying to our families, who'd scraped together some money for us, which we'd taken back to the slot machine hall. Still hoping to win it back quickly, we would play for big stakes, always on a lookout for hot slots. We'd change them, betting up or down, and basically using all the gambling superstitions which you adopt quickly once you start betting something more important than just a portion of your wage. Having lost everything again, we'd have another brainstorm in order to decide whom to borrow more money from. At 4 a.m., when all our reserves had been depleted, Gleb had finally scraped together enough courage for us to go and see his girlfriend. She used to work with us, so we knew for sure she had money because we'd been all paid out together. Now, I still smart at the memory, but at the time, we couldn't have cared less. This girl, whose name I can't even remember, gave Gleb everything she had. Still groggy from her sleep, she couldn't quite work out what was going on. All she knew was the boy she loved was in trouble and that she could help. "It's all right, babe. I'll explain to you later. We need to help a friend out. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Thank you," Gleb mumbled as he took her money, every single penny she had. Knowing this was our last chance, we took every possible precaution. Either it was common sense that had finally prevailed, or the realization that we were hungry, and that we'd still have to survive for a month somehow once the night was over. Once we'd paid back everything we'd borrowed, of course. Either the machines were prop-full and had started to pay out, or we'd chosen wiser strategies and stopped betting so recklessly, but Lady Luck must have taken pity on us, or, most likely, decided to teach us an even harder lesson. In any case, by the time the hall closed for the morning maintenance break, we'd had won back almost everything other than our wages. I knew we shouldn't have left, but by then we were on a roll. The winning streak had given us wings. We put some money on black again, and it came up red. We used the martingale strategy, doubling our bets, and it came up red again. By then, we were on a tilt, So we bet everything we still had. It came up 0. We were idiots. What do you want? We'd spent the next year trying to pay off all the debts. We'd even thought we'd quit gambling for good. Still, as time went by, we'd forgotten the bad parts. Both of us had gotten back on our feet financially. We started earning more. So after a night out in a bar, instead of going home, one of our friends suggested we went to a casino. Why not? No one forces us to play, right? We'll only pay the entrance fee. That way, we'll get our drinks free. So we had the free drinks. Then we played a little and even won a few times. Then left, utterly pleased with ourselves. But afterwards, Gleb and I started to frequent it. We dismissed slot machines as being a rip-off and concentrated on the casino poker, which for some reason seemed honest to us at the time. Because if you think about it, a dealer can't just deal the cards he wants. Morons. It had taken us a long time to realize that the casino would always come out best. Still, we continued going there for over a year, until the memorable night when I'd borrowed all of Gleb's money and never returned it. We stopped seeing each other, and without our team play, the game had lost its attraction to me. Also, I was already getting involved with the World of Warcraft, which seemed to quench my compulsive streak. In the meantime, Gleb had married Lena, who was 2 years ahead of us at college, and even fathered 2 sons with her. Still, he'd carried on playing. Knowing his weakness, he'd surrendered the family budget to his wife and replaced the gambling halls and casinos, the access to which had by then been restricted in Russia, with online poker. He took out a special bank card where he secretly deposited the proceeds of any occasional jobs and used it to play. Because by then, he played everywhere, at work, at home, and out in the street using his smartphone. Whenever he won, he'd buy presents for his wife and kids. He never bought anything for himself. Any losses he took in his stride, knowing he couldn't share his secret with anyone, least of all his wife. On the one occasion that he'd admitted his shameful addiction, his wife didn't speak to him for several days, then gave him an ultimatum. It was either the game or the family. Gleb chose his family. Still, he kept playing. He kept losing more and more, until finally he was on another tilt and borrowed so much money from everyone that he was forced to take out a loan. He thought he might bounce back and pay it all off. "Do you want it opened?" Gleb asked when he'd come back, reaching into the bag for another beer. "Yes, please." We walked out onto the balcony, as Gleb was already dying for another smoke. As he was clicking his lighter, I asked him, "So what's going to happen now?" "What kind of loan did you take out?" "Do you have so many debts?" "I told you already. It's over 2 million. "How much?" My mind couldn't take it in. How could he have lost so much? "And the loan?" "The loan isn't so big. Relatively, of course. It's 200 grand. I managed to raise the same amount by borrowing it. And as for the rest—" He drew noisily on his cigarette and washed it down with beer without exhaling. "Come on, out with it." "Now I'm really deep in it, Phil. I'm in it good and proper." He relaxed and spoke quickly, swallowing the words. "I found a sports poker club in town. I saw their ad online. Like, they were holding a poker tournament. Everyone was welcome. The entry fee was 7,000, but I thought with my experience I stood a decent chance. The most important thing was to get to the final table." "What experience are you talking about? Are you off your rocker? You've been playing all your life either against a casino dealer or online even. It's completely different. You can't even keep a poker face. And when you face a real-life opponent— I know, Phil. I know. I do now. Actually, I performed quite well. I told Lena I was on a business trip and went to the tournament instead. I played for almost 24 hours with a short break until I made it to the final table. So that time I managed to get my money back, and even won some." "And?" And what? Gleb barked, so annoyed that he even spilled his beer over himself. Do I take it that this isn't the whole story? Almost. I liked it probably too much. The awards ceremony, everybody shaking my hand, my winnings warming my pocket. And the whole thing. You know, Mylena's always at home, overweight. And those girls there, they were all over me. All the really cool guys speaking to me as if I was their equal. It's a sport, you know. You get some respect, not to even mention other things. I probably heard too many stories about guys going through the ranks until they reached international level and won hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions even. I imagined myself quitting my job. I could already see myself flinging my work contract in the face of that scumbag boss of mine, then taking Lena and the kids on vacation. Where to? To the seaside, preferably. My youngest has asthma. He needs the sea air. And I started playing in the club with those guys. At first, I went there once a month, then once a week, until finally, I played there almost every evening. I was doing okay for a while, winning some, losing some, but keeping my head above water. Until finally, I hit a bad streak. I just had no luck at all. I tried everything. Taking it easy, bluffing, calculating the pot odds, and the hands odds. Nothing. I had nothing but junk, can you imagine? And that night, I finally was on a winning streak. I had straights and flushes and even a couple of full houses. Imagine! I spent a good 50 grand on tips alone. Shit. There's no more beer. Wait here, I'll go get some. No, you stay here. You can hardly speak as it is. Finish your story first. What happened next? What happened next? I was sitting pretty. I'd already started thinking about how I'd buy a PlayStation for the kids, pay back my debts, and have enough money to go to Turkey. That's when you should have left. That's exactly what I was going to do. I decided to stay just one last hand. I had a flush. Can you imagine? I still remember it. Ace, King, 10, 6, 3. I went all in. And he went all in, too. Who's he? Just a guy. They call him Dimadrol. He's some sort of police bigwig. He gave me the creeps. When you look at him, he's also friendly. He cracks jokes, but his eyes are... How can I put it? They're dead. He always plays big. Strange associations began to swell in my mind. Wet earth, fire, and I was in the crap. Or so I thought at the time, but it was only beginning. To cut a long story short, he beat me with his straight flush. Can you imagine? It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and he happened to have it just as I was about to leave. And then he was all so sympathetic about it. He kept saying, "It's all right, Gleb. You can still win it back." His voice quivered, betraying resentment. He was angry with himself, with Lady Luck, with the mysterious Dimadrol, and even with his own addiction. So you lost all your winnings. And then what? I asked. How did you manage to lose such an enormous amount of money? That's 2 million we're talking about. How can I say? This Dimadrol offered me to play on credit. Like, who needs to keep tabs between friends? And then I got really unlucky. He continued talking, struggling with his words and barely making any sense. Still, I managed to get the general gist of it before he passed out. This time he'd hit a brick wall and lost $30,000. He had to pay it back with interest before the end of the month. The clock was ticking. Apparently, this Dimadrol had promptly stopped being a sympathetic, funny guy, transforming into a cruel loan shark with dead eyes. If you can't pay back, Gleb, I'm afraid you'll have to sell your apartment. A card debt is a sacred thing. It has to be paid no matter what. Understood? As if to confirm the seriousness of his words, the club's staff had suddenly lost all interest in Gleb. All those saucy waitresses and old poker partners, previously so nice and friendly, now gave the unlucky client the cold shoulder, to the point where Gleb had been barred from entering the club on the sole occasion when he'd finally scraped some money together, hoping to recuperate his loss. Dimadrol, however, kept sending reminders delivered by goons with predatory eyes who darkly hinted at some potential accidents involving Gleb's kids, or something even worse happening to his wife, adding that it would be in his own interests not to delay his payments. His family was still none the wiser, even though his wife must have suspected something because she'd stopped talking to him altogether. It looked like she was about to file for divorce. To add insult to injury, Gleb had been fired for constantly not turning up for work, and whenever he had turned up, he was drunk. Having told me all that, Gleb passed out right in front of me. I carried him to the couch, surprised at how much weight he'd lost since our last meeting. He seemed to weigh barely 100 pounds, like a teenager. I sat next to him and spent a long time looking at his gaunt face. The days of stubble, the disheveled hair. He looked old before his time. Even in his sleep he couldn't relax. He wheezed heavily, breathing in fits, and startled as if fruitlessly trying to escape a never-ending nightmare. It took him about an hour to finally fall into a deep sleep. His features softened. He must have dreamed about playing with his children on a snow-white beach by the sea as his wife smiled at them from a deck chair. The idea, which had started to form as he was recounting his somber story to me, had by now crystallized into a clear-cut plan. Sleep. Sleep, my friend. Everything will come out fine. I'll make sure you take your family to the sea after all. I powered up the laptop, opened the browser, and found an online poker school site. To the accompaniment of Gleb's snoring, I spent the next several hours studying their content until I'd brought my poker-playing skill up to 4. Interestingly, during the last hour, my advance had almost stopped, and any more theory study wasn't producing any results. I looked at my lucky ring of Veles, kissed it, and opened an online poker site. Come on now, let's play. Chapter 14. The Cheater. He who's not afraid of looking like a fool can fool anyone. Alexander Zorich, Rapid Fire. Meow, Boris said gently as she jumped onto my lap and nudged my chest with her nose. Wait a sec, you'll get your breakfast in a moment. I checked my watch. Say in 30 or 40 minutes. Normally I needed at least 3 hours of sleep. I didn't have any training with Kostya that morning, and I could give my running a miss. So I had until 8 a.m. to get some sleep, which meant I had to go to bed around 4:30. It was now almost 3 a.m., and I had another 30% left to make my target level 5 in poker. I'd only put $20 on the game account. I wasn't striving for big wins at the moment. I only needed to level up. The main difference with online poker is that you can't see your opponent's faces. As a result, you can't read their reactions, both to their own cards and everybody else's. Novice poker players who can't control their emotions very well can be easily discerned within the first hour of a real-world game. They behave somewhat differently depending on the hand they have. They bluff both ways, pretending a weak hand to be strong, and vice versa. But provided your insight is sufficient, you can read them like an open book. When you play online, however, you don't see your opponent's faces. That's when you have to pay attention to their way of playing. I spent the whole first hour doing just that, trying to play as unpredictably as I could. I'd raise the stakes with an empty hand, then lay again, fearful, the moment someone counterattacked, and basically did everything to create the impression I was a fish, poker slang for a newbie. I wasn't sure that any of the players had paid any attention to it, not at this petty bets stage anyway. But those who had must have drawn their own conclusions. Wrong conclusions.
I have to admit, because as soon as I'd studied everybody else, I'd stopped betting on everything in sight and started playing in accordance with pure mathematics and the theory of probability, calculating my hand's chances against the bank. By then, my partners must have been convinced they were dealing with a risk-taking idiot, because they began to respond to my bets and raise exactly when I wanted them to. In the following hours, out of about 30 rounds, I only had 4 decent hands. No idea what exactly had been at work here, whether it was pure chance, my good calculations, or my high luck numbers in combination with the Ring of Velez. But out of those 4 good hands, 3 had brought in excellent winnings, while the 4th one ended with my opponent throwing his hand in, not wanting to risk it. So now I was going all in with 2 pairs of a flop of kings and 10, with 5 as a third card. Both my remaining opponents had already demonstrated their inability to stop, even when they'd been dealt terrible hands, so there was a decent chance of them staying in the game. And that's exactly what happened. Both of them called, but one of them had 3 5s, which beat my hand. I mentally kissed my money goodbye. The entire range of emotions flashed through my heart in a mere couple of seconds, from anger and resentment, because the turn didn't change anything, to hope and unbridled joy as another 10 came on the river. I had a senior full house. I'd won. I stared at my chips and the number $238 next to them, sensing the long-forgotten gambler's high. In just 2 hours, I'd multiplied my money 12-fold. My heart was bracing, bringing my heart rate well over 160. I hadn't had such a pulse rate for a long time, even during my training sessions. You'd think the money was negligible, but had I placed larger bets? Bang! A new system message came down like a guillotine. You're experiencing a gambler's high. Warning, you're playing a game of chance. A massive surge of hormones has been detected. Adrenaline, dopamine, serotonin, endorphin. Your breathing and heart rate have increased. Your reactions to pain and external stimuli are weakened. You're at risk of experiencing manic obsession. Your metabolic rate has increased 33%. Warning, you're at risk of losing control and acting irrationally to the point of becoming dysfunctional. Warning, high probability of spontaneously developing the gambler debuff. -1 to perception every 72 hours. -2 to intellect every 72 hours. -10% to satisfaction every 2 hours. -10% to vigor every 2 hours. -75% to self-control. -75% to decision-making. The abhorrent memories of my and Gleb's ignominious gambling past flashed through my mind. My scared hand pressed the close window icon almost on its own accord. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Self-Control. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. Current level, 15. XP points gained, 12,950 of 16,000. I rubbed my eyes and face, stretched my numb limbs, then got up quickly from the table and walked over to the balcony. Despite the AC blazing, Gleb's breathing did nothing to freshen up the air in the room, filling it with a powerful stench of stale alcohol. Gradually, I came back to my senses. I needed to sort a few things out, so I summoned Martha. "Hi, Phil," she said. "Are you all right? You look a bit tired." "Hi yourself. Could you check the logs for me, please?" "I've already done it. Would you like me to look for something in particular?" "I'm curious about the gambler debuff. In the description of the gambler's high, it says that it can develop spontaneously." "It can indeed. It depends on a lot of factors, whether the user's life is exciting and eventful in other respects, his or her degree of happiness overall, as well as the respective levels of their spirit, willpower, self-control, and self-discipline. These are only the main things." "And how long can it last?" "In the case of an average human, not being assisted by the interface, both the degree of addiction and the probability of recovery are comparable to those of alcohol and drug addiction. In the case of an interface user, it may take anywhere from 7 to 49 days, depending on the development of the aforementioned skills.
The debuff unfolds in several stages. I got it. Don't worry. We spent the next few minutes in silence as I weighed up all the risks. Poker playing still figured heavily in my plans to save Gleb, with the sole difference that now I'd have to finish playing before receiving the debuff. Otherwise, such low self-control and decision-making numbers would make me unfit for work for a good week, at least. Not to mention vigor and satisfaction, which might be a struggle to keep up. Okay, Marth. I think I'd better go to bed. One moment, Phil. Yes, what is it? Could you activate me more often, please? It would be a good idea if you asked my advice before making any big decisions, because, 2 heads are better than 1? Is that it? Very well, girl. In this case, I have something else to ask you. You don't happen to have a real-life prototype, do you? She gave me a teasing smile. The current level of your insight skill is insufficient to access the information you've requested. Bye, Phil. See you. She disappeared. I yawned heartily, realizing that I felt okay again. The gambler's high was gone. In theory, I could go and play some more to bring the poker-playing skill up to 5. Instead, I logged back into the site from my phone, transferred my winnings to my bank card, and went to sleep. My overwrought brain was still buzzing, my eidetic memory offering me images of mismatched playing cards, winning combinations, and growing stacks of chips. I forced all that junk out of my head, replacing it with pictures of sheep jumping over a fence. By the 96th sheep, I was asleep. I'd forgotten to reset the interface alarm clock, hadn't I? It dutifully woke me up at 6 a.m. I'd have loved to have slept in, but this bastard program had difficulty choosing the best awakening time based upon the user's sleep cycle, so I was wide awake now. I tossed and turned some more, fruitlessly trying to go back to sleep, but my brain was already full awake and making plans for today. At work, I still had to finish up yesterday's conversation with Kesha. I had big plans for him in our future outsourcing sales department. I just hoped he'd agree. I also had to come up with a job role for Veronica. Headhunting services. Why not? The only problem was I hadn't yet tried to use my search function in reverse order. That is to say, trying not to match a man to a company, but a company to a man. Should I try now, maybe? I opened the interface and activated the map, then conjured up the image of our agency, using all the kid points known to me, our name, address, field of expertise, and its workers, myself, Stacy, and Alec. Keeping this data in mind, I tried to put myself in the shoes of some imaginary commercial director who'd be competent enough to sell our B2B services. I added some personal traits to the person's description: good communication skills, experience in sales, high energy levels, efficiency, and integrity. Then I clicked Search. The map of Russia lit up with hundreds of green markers. I restricted the search to our city. About 20 markers were still left. I added another search parameter regarding their wages and commission. That left me with 6. I added another search parameter: the probability of quitting their current work and moving to our agency. That left me with 2, a certain Irina Saltzman, 27 years old, and Inokenti Kesha Dimidko, 34 years old. Bingo. By now, I knew too much about the role of luck to believe in such coincidences. Even if you took my agency, I'd come across the business center by sheer coincidence. I'd simply called them and spoken to Gorelick, of all people, exactly when I'd needed something to show Vicky. On a hunch, I repeated the entire procedure, this time looking for a PR director, and heaved a sigh of relief. Veronica wasn't the best person by far. There were much stronger candidates. Wait a sec. I'd forgotten to add the wage filter. I ran the 4 runners-up through it, which left me with only one candidate. Our beautiful Carrot Top. Judging by the search results, she was quite prepared to work for 10 grand a month. Curiouser and curiouser. Or could the search results have had something to do with the fact that I knew them both, and that I'd helped them? Was that why the program had picked them? Possible. I still needed to call that Panchenko guy, UltraPAC's new commercial director, and offer him our sales services. It wasn't too urgent, but then again, procrastination wasn't really my thing. I'd already met Valiatis without any help from Ivanov, but it looked like the chain of events that had started with our conversation had to end with my offering our cooperation to Panchenko. If so, so be it. I didn't really care about his response. All I cared about was bringing this whole thing to its logical conclusion. That was work-wise. As for non-job-related stuff, my priorities were visiting Cyril in hospital and, if possible, check out the other antiques shop in town. You never know, I might come across something worthwhile. And the most important and difficult task for today was to save Gleb from the loan sharks. I splashed some water on my face and headed off for a run. I hadn't planned on training this morning, but seeing as I'd been stupid enough not to have reset the alarm, I might just as well make the most of these morning hours. My stamina was still at level 11 and showing no intention of growing, but at least I'd earned my 6% progress by running this morning. When I'd come back home, something in the peacefully sleeping Gleb had attracted my attention. His eyeballs under his closed eyelids moved frantically. Whatever he dreamed of, his stats left a lot to be desired. Even in his sleep, he was still frightened, and I knew perfectly well what it was. He was too scared of losing his family and his home, and with that, probably also his life. By life, I didn't mean his physical existence, but everything that had made up his life in the past few years. I studied his stats. He had plenty of debuffs. Gambler, alcoholic addiction, and nicotine addiction, all of them well advanced. Those were only the major ones, not to even mention all the contributing ones, such as nicotine withdrawal, intoxication, exhaustion, and even thirst, apparently caused by last night's beer binge. And if you added to this all the secondary characteristics, it was time to sound the alarm and put him in a hospital ward. His vitality was just over 60%, his satisfaction virtually negative, his vigor non-existent, his confidence, self-control, spirit, and mood all in the red. My friend needed healing. I picked up my vibrating phone from the table and went out onto the balcony in order not to wake up Gleb. "Hello? Sorry for calling so early," a voice said. "I'm from a courier service. I've got a packet for you. Are you going to be at home by midday?" "I'm afraid not. I'll still be at work. Can I drop it off at your workplace?" "Sure. Here's the address. It's the Chekhov Business Center." Having finished talking, I wondered briefly who it might be from, then promptly forgot all about it. Feeling energized after a hot and cold shower, I made a huge quantity of the strongest tea, courtesy of the landlord's enormous teapot. I then rummaged through my medicine cabinet for some aspirin and analgin, pulling a new bottle of water out of the fridge, and went to wake Gleb up. "Wakey, wakey!" He mumbled something in his sleep. I had to shake him awake. What? Phil?" he croaked, barely moving his parched lips. "Drink this." I offered him the bottle. As he gulped it down, I handed him a couple of aspirins and an analgin. "Take this." He was so apathetic, he didn't even ask what pills I was feeding him. He just nonchalantly popped them in his mouth and took a swig from the bottle. Now that his thirst debuff icon had disappeared, he started frisking his pockets. "Not now," I said. "You can have a smoke later. Take a shower first. You stink so bad even the cat won't come near you." "Come on, Phil. Let me have a smoke and then I'll have a shower." "Now listen up," I said. "This is how it's going to be now. Do you remember what you told me last night? About your debts and the loan shark who threatened to take your apartment away? Remember what you said about some thugs threatening your children?" His face changed. He sprang from the couch. Sit yourself back down, I said. Is it true or not? I knew it was true. I'd had lie detection on last night. Still, I really wanted him to realize the sheer depth of the abyss he'd found himself in. The abyss he'd so naively hoped to avoid by escaping into his fantasy world of hitting the jackpot. He nodded. I can't hear you. Yes, it's true. Is it also true that you want to take your family away to the seaside? Yes. He shrugged. I can't even think about it at the moment. Only if... His face lit up with hope. You did promise to lend me some money, didn't you? Now I know exactly how I'm going to play. I'll be smart. I'll be careful. I'll do it in small steps. I know how to win it all back. You don't know jack shit, mister. Can you think logically for a second? He paused, pondering over it, then shook his head. In theory, it should be quite doable. The problem is, to win that sort of money back, you need to play big. And you, my friend, are sick. Let's imagine, only imagine, I added, seeing him perk up, that I gave you the $2 million. And then what? You think you're going to go and pay your debts off? No, you won't. I know as sure as eggs are eggs that you'll set a small part of it aside to play with. If you start winning, you will decide you're on a lucky streak and continue to play until you wind up in the red. Am I right? Yes, but am I? I suppose you are. And if you start losing, you'll keep on playing to the last, trying to win it all back. You might start playing carefully at first, then you'll start raising the stakes and lose your head because I know you. You can't stop until you've pissed everything into the wind. And you know why? Oh, come on, Phil, stop your bullshit. I'm asking you, do you know why? I raised my voice, investing everything into my power of persuasion skill until my spirit indicator began to shrink with every word I pumped into his head. Why? He whispered. Because you've been conditioned like Pavlov's dog, you idiot. Not by anyone in particular, but by the game itself. You love to play. You love the risk. You enjoy the surge of adrenaline as you wait for the cards to turn and the dopamine and serotonin kicks that fill you with joy whenever you seem to win. You love the sheer anticipation of winning, which is why you even enjoy losing, provided you still have enough money to try and win it back, because that gives you an even bigger high. You're a junkie, Gleb. A flippin' gambling addict. Do you hear me? He turned crimson. I'm not a junkie. Who gave you the right to preach to me? I can stop any time I want. You know nothing about it. I'm just not lucky. Go and stuff yourself. I don't need a shrink. He frantically patted his pockets, located the cigarettes, and staggered to the door. I followed him. He was already putting his street shoes on. Gleb, listen. What now? He snapped, tying his laces. How would you like to pay off all your debts, make it up with your wife, find a good job, and take your kids to some exotic seaside resort this Christmas? Somewhere with palm trees and bleached white sand, a gentle, warm sea, and loads of sun. He looked up at me. His sad brown eyes glinted with hope. Well, I insisted. What a dumb question. So what if I do? You got a spare genie in your back pocket? Who needs a genie? When you have me. And I'm telling you now, that's how it's going to be. So how are you going to do it? You don't need to do anything special. Just listen to me and do what I say. And don't do anything that I tell you not to do. Yeah, right. Okay, I'm off then. I need to go and see Sergei Rezve. He also promised to help me. I rolled my eyes. Why do I even bother? How's he going to help you? He'll give you some money, and then what? You'll go and try to win it back? And how are you going to do that? You broke your phone last night, didn't you? Oh, shit, you're right, he said, visibly upset. And I don't think Lena will let me back in the house. The last time she said that if I didn't come home at night, she'd throw me out. Give me her number. As he crouched in the corner, cupping his face in his hands, I spoke to his wife. and told her that everything was all right with her husband and that he'd spent the night at my place. He couldn't have called her because his telephone was broken, and now I thought he'd just left for work. She replied coldly, but still I could detect the relief in her voice. That was good. She worried about him. She wasn't completely indifferent, which meant that not all was lost for my friend Gleb, an alcoholic gambler and the father of a family. Having finished speaking, I turned to him one last time. So what did you decide, Mr. Junkie? I'm not a... He looked up at me. Okay, seriously. I just don't understand how you can help. But fuck it. Let's do it your way. What do you want me to do? And what do you want me not to do? I want you to throw your clothes in the wash and get your ass in the shower. Don't ask me how it worked, and I still hadn't had the time to ask Martha about it, but apparently, by interfering in his life, I'd somehow set deadlines for all of his debuffs. Now they were limited to 21 days. 3 weeks. It was the same thing that had happened to me when I'd made the decision to quit smoking. Provided he didn't play and drink for 3 weeks, he could kiss his addictions goodbye. It hadn't worked with his smoking, though. He refused point-blank to give up the only thing that still made him happy. Once the freshly minted Gleb had left the shower and put on my old shirt and pants, we sat down for a good cup of black coffee. Instead of the shirt that Vazgen had ripped last night, I had to put on one of the two I'd brought during my stint at Ultrapack. It didn't fit me very well anymore, because at the time my belly had been bigger and my shoulders narrower, but you couldn't really see it under the suit jacket. It took me another half-hour to fill him in on all the details of my plan, having to put up with all his constant chuckling. And once I'd announced to him one of the main points of my idea, he very nearly knocked his coffee over. You're mad if you believe in that crazy plan of yours. Listen, we had an agreement, I snapped. I do all the thinking. Your job is to do what I say. Yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir, he saluted jokingly. Finish your omelet, Private. That's my first order. He heaved a mocking sigh and tucked into my level 5 cooking skill masterpiece as Boris cast unfriendly looks at him from the corner of the kitchen. At 9:15 a.m., I led Gleb into our office. The other guys said their hellos, then waited curiously to see how I was going to introduce the newcomer. Guys, I said, I'd like you to meet Gleb, a very good graphic designer. Gleb? The macho over there is Alec. He's my friend and partner. And this nice girl is Stacy. The two men shook hands. Then I gently pushed his jaw back into place as he stared at Stacy, puppy-eyed. The girl curtsied to him jokingly. Very nice to meet you, Gleb. Having got a grip on himself, he finally said, I like this job already. Show me where I sign. We had a quick briefing to distribute the day's tasks. Then Alec handed his, or Veronica's, rather, laptop to Gleb, who began by giving it a complete clean. I've no idea, Alec, what kind of seedy places you visited, but I'm afraid this laptop has contracted some alien life forms. You've got colonies and colonies of all sorts of bugs here. That's not the way to treat your computer. Would you like me to clean it? He waited for the ex-goon to give him a confused nod. Excellent. I'm going to delete everything and save all the files on an external drive. Can I use yours, Phil? I'll reinstall the OS, then install an antivirus and a good graphics suite. Now, to tell you the truth, it might be a good idea to clean it inside and out. It's in such a state. You have a vacuum cleaner here? Stacy nodded. Excellent. And after lunch, I'm going to start on your company's brand style. Boss, any suggestions regarding your logo? Can I put my 2 cents in as well? Stacy asked. It should be black and red, Alec announced. Gleb giggled. You can say what you want. I'll do it my way anyway. Now that he'd awoken from the fog of his gambling addiction, this was the Gleb that I knew and liked. My good old friend, responsible and thorough, but still happy-go-lucky. Would you like some coffee, Mr. Stacy paused, waiting for him to give her his name.
Just call me Gleb.
Coffee, Gleb? Or do you prefer tea? Okay, what kind of tea would you like? Black? With milk or lemon? Earl Grey? Or do you prefer fruit or herbal?
I'd like a very strong black tea with some lemon. Gleb placed an order. 2 sugars, please.
Consider it done. Stacy smiled. Cookies? When in God's name had she had the time to buy all that? As I pondered over it, Gleb, who'd taken Alec's seat in his absence, because Alec had disappeared to see if he could procure another desk from Gorelick, gave me a look of mock surprise.
Cookies for the workers. What next? How about we put up a basketball hoop and set up some table soccer?
Get working, you joker. Otherwise, we might set up a bowling alley and use your head as a ball.
You have no sense of humor, Phil. At all. Before lunchtime, I'd managed to see a few visitors, speak to Veronica, and discuss her work contract with her. Then sat down with her and Mr. Katz to discuss all the finer details of our contract templates for both recruiting and outsourcing. After that, I went to see Rose regarding our tax returns and the pricing of our new services, then met up with Kesha and laid out my vision of his future work. Once he'd agreed, we shook on it, and immediately began discussing the conditions we could offer our new customers. After which, he left to prepare the draft of our business proposal. Panchenko, Ultrapac's new commercial director, didn't take my call and sent me a message. I'll call you back later. Closer to midday, the courier finally turned up on our doorstep and handed me a paper packet. One glance at the return address was enough to know what was inside. My heart started beating a little faster. I opened the packet and pulled out a book with a picture card inside. Dear Phil, thank you so much from us all for investing so much heart into the life story of our father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Best regards, the Kodziel family. I lovingly turned the book in my hands, a beautiful hardback entitled Vladimir Kodziel, His Own Story. The author's name on the front page was mine. Philip O. Panfilov. My throat seized. Sensing that something was wrong, the other guy stared inquiringly at me. Stacy came over to me. I handed her the book. Here. I wrote it. It passed from hand to hand. My first book. I couldn't close new system messages fast enough, reporting my improved reputation with Alec, Stacy, Gleb, and later also with Kesha, Veronica, Mr. Katz, and Rose once they'd heard the news and popped by to see the book. Now I had respect with almost all of them, with the exception of Stacy, which was still only amicability. You could say what you want, but being a writer was more than a profession. After lunch, I used a break when we had no clients to leave the office and visit Cyril in the hospital. Also, I wanted to check out a nearby antique shop. In total, I'd counted about a dozen such shops in our city that sold antiques as well as magic and esoteric wares, and I fully intended to visit them all. You never know. I might come across something else which would give me a few extra stat points. As I left, I looked over the office and was touched by the idyllic atmosphere which reigned there. Stacy was cooing on the phone with a potential customer. Alec was sitting next to Gleb whispering words of advice, while the latter was busy drawing our logo with his tongue between his teeth, languidly rejecting the ex-thug's suggestions. I gestured to Stacy, signaling that I'd be gone for a couple of hours. She gestured back, asking me to wait for her. After a few minutes, she'd hung up and left the office. "Give me your hand," she said. "Which one?" "The right one." She produced a piece of red thread and tied it around my wrist, nodding it several times. "It's for luck," she whispered, gave me a peck on the cheek, then went back into the office, leaving me confused. What the hell was that? A protective red wristband, +2 to luck.
So much for superstitions. The properties of this supposedly useless piece of red string were truly amazing. But what amazed me even more was Stacy's behavior. We'd only known each other for 3 days, and now this. Another puzzle to add to the mix. I arrived at the hospital a little earlier than the visiting hours. The patients were still having a nap, so I decided to spend the remaining 30 minutes browsing around the local antique shop. Its name was Rarity. Even though I couldn't remember anything about World of Warcraft anymore, Diablo was still quite fresh in my memory. Having said that, the shop offered nothing that a gamer would consider a rarity. I knew because I'd checked and ID'd virtually all of their stock. The only thing that had caught my attention was the enormous antique tome of A Gift to Young Housewives, or The Means of Lowering Household Expenses in 2 Parts, 29th edition, by Elena Molokoviets, published in 1917 in Petrograd by the First Printers Cooperative. This volume offered +4 to housekeeping immediately upon reading. Still, the price tag of 80,000 rubles had cooled me down somewhat. Shame. I really would have loved to learn how to set the table and clean the household silver. Cyril looked much better now. You could see it straight away. He'd lost some weight, but his cheeks had acquired a healthy glow, and his eyes were full of life compared to when we'd first met. We didn't get the chance to talk properly because his parents had arrived almost at the same time, so I just left him all the fruit and fresh juice I'd brought him and prepared to leave. "Phil!" Cyril called after me. "Yes?" "Is it true what Greg said? That you've opened your own business? I was wondering if you needed sales reps." "If they're like you, absolutely. Without a doubt." He smiled and added sadly, "We got a new commercial director when Pavel left. He fired me in my absence, can you imagine? He didn't need a sicko." "Don't worry, bro. Consider yourself hired." "That's good. I'll keep you posted then. They're going to discharge me next week, so I'll call you." "Sure. Get well soon." When I left the hospital, I visited a few more antique and magic shops in the area, but found nothing useful. The only thing I liked was a cuckoo clock, but I wasn't yet prepared to shell out 100 grand for +1 to self-discipline. I finally made it back to the office after 6 p.m. and found several customers waiting for me there with my fellow workers. I spoke to each of them and found suitable vacancies for all. Then spent some time processing the data of those who'd come in my absence and sent it to Stacy. Towards 7:30 in the evening, we closed up the office. Stacy disappeared round the corner, and Alec hurried off to see some friends. I took Gleb and dragged him off to a cheap diner nearby to get a bite to eat and to finally approach the most important part of our plan. Or rather, to discuss it first and approach it next. It would have been so much easier had I had more cash on me, but I only had about 5 grand, so we had to start by increasing my start capital, or should I say, my bankroll, for today. Gleb was drooling in anticipation, even though I'd strictly forbidden him to play. I hadn't expected him to change his gambling habit overnight. Tonight, he was simply my guide and chaperone. Both of us were so anxious, Gleb even more than I, that we gobbled down our thick solyanka soup without hardly tasting it. "They won't even let us into the poker club where Dimedrol normally sits," Gleb said. "The entrance fee alone is 7 grand. That's 14 for the 2 of us. They'll give us some chips for that money, but only enough for the small stakes table." "But don't you think we could win a little there and move to a table with higher stakes?" "Sure. If, or when we do win, then we can move, but it might take you, some time to do so. The entry to the VIP room is 200 grand. For 2 of us, it's—" I scratched my head with my free hand. "Damn it. What if you wait for me at home?" "They won't let you in without me. It's a bit of a closed venue. Money alone isn't enough to get you into the VIP room. I'll have to vouch for you." "Didn't you say you weren't welcome there anymore?" "You see," he said, munching on some rye bread with his soup, "once I became a regular, they'd even let me in for less. They only stopped when I'd crossed the swords with Dimedrol. This time, provided we can pay, they'll let us in without a word. They're obliged to. They received a commission from each round, so the more money gets brought in, the better it is for them. In this case, we only have to work out how to turn my 5 grand into 14, so we're allowed in, I said. But remember, I still have to pay for the meal. Okay. I know this underground joint. It's a bit seedy, but the entry fee is only $1 grand. It's not far from here. We finished our meal and spent some time trying to attract the waiter's attention. The room was packed with customers, all shouting and chewing. So finally, Gleb lost his patience and wandered off to ask for the bill. We paid and left the stifling diner, then took a cab to the place he'd been talking about. When we arrived, I realized it was situated directly opposite my parents' house. It seemed like a good idea to go and visit them first to fill up on parental love, and in turn, share a little filial affection. Mind if we pop in to see my parents for 10 minutes? I haven't seen them for quite a while. He shrugged. Would you like me to wait for you here? Come on, don't be such a dork. Let's go together. When we arrived, they'd just sat down to their own dinner. I was only planning on staying for a quarter of an hour and then leave under the pretext of some business, but soon it became clear that my mom wasn't prepared to let us go without a meal and a hearty cup of tea. I gave them an abridged version of the last few days, mentioning my latest quarrel with Vicky. My father grunted his disappointment. He still held out for some grandchildren. Then I told them about my agency, and finally remembered my book still wrapped in the packet I'd left in the hallway. I showed it to them. Mom, Dad, look, I've become a writer after all. With a smile, I handed them the book and returned nonchalantly to my borscht, while closely watching for their reactions. My father put his glasses on. Vladimir Kodziel. His own story. And? Just read what it says below. Philip Opanfilov. Look, Mother, it's him. It has our name on the book. Dad brought the book close to Mom's eyes. I just can't believe it. What? She asked, uncomprehending and anxious just in case. What is it? Half an hour later, my excited old folks had finally calmed down, but not before they'd broken the news on the phone to all our relatives. It was time for us to get going. Have some more, Gleb, Mom gently insisted. You've lost a lot of weight. You're sure you're not sick? Sure, Auntie Lydia. I had a bout of pneumonia, Gleb lied without batting an eyelid. And what with my allergy to antibiotics, I spent a whole month in a hospital bed. How did you manage to get that? Dad asked in surprise. You need to be really unlucky to get pneumonia in summer. Do you need to ask? Mom replied instead. They spend all day in their air-conditioned offices. No wonder why they catch their deaths of cold. Come on, eat up. Then I'll give you some more. Seeing me smirk, she added, What are you grinning at? The same applies to you. Just look at yourself. You're as skinny as a rake. Eat up. She'd exaggerated, of course. I wasn't as skinny as a rake. But still, I'd lost quite a bit of weight. My belly was virtually gone. My face almost as young as it once had been. Almost, because the years always add a few lines. The warmth and comfort of my parental home had brought about memories of my college years, when Gleb and I used to drop by each other's house after classes and sat at the table with the parents. His weren't with us anymore, but mine were here, within an arm's reach. Instinctively, I reached out and stroked Mom's hand. Thank you. She squinted suspiciously. What for now? And you too, Dad. What for, son? Dad looked up sharply. For everything. The borscht was really good. Indeed, her homemade beetroot soup blew our earlier diner experience out of the water. Dad, we really need to go. We still have some business to do, I finally said. Gleb works with me now. We've got to fly." "Go on, then, fly. I'm not stopping you," Mom said, taking offense. "But first, you've got to finish your food, or you'll not be going anywhere."
"Humor your mother, son." Dad joined in.
Them and their tricks. The two just didn't want to let me go, dragging out the time in a typical authoritarian parental style. But I, or rather Gleb and I, were basking in their warmth before plunging into our reckless and highly risky venture. Because if my cunning little plan failed, I would come off much worse than even Gleb. We hugged them goodbye. I gave myself a solemn promise to visit them again this weekend, with my sister this time. Mom clung on to me a long time, as if sensing something. I stroked her shoulders and her pulled-back gray hair, then softly eased myself away. "That's it, Mom. I'll come back with Kira in a few days' time. See you. Dad, bye then."
"Thanks, Uncle Oleg,"
Gleb said. "Thank you, Auntie Lydia. I really enjoyed the grub. Till next time." With that, we left. It was almost 10 p.m. We had very little time left, so we quickened our pace. Gleb walked in silence, lost in his own thoughts. Me, I was still reliving our time with my parents, which was why it took me some time to understand what Gleb wanted from me. We were standing by the locked steel door of some seedy bar. "Phil, we need $2,000, he said, shaking my shoulder. "Oh, yes. Sorry." I reached for my wallet and gave him the money. Clenching it in his hand, he rang the bell. I listened to its staccato tinkling behind the door. It sounded like a secret code signal. A hatch in the door opened, offering a glimpse of a grim, burly face. "Good evening," Gleb said, shoving the money into the hatch. "We've come to play." The money immediately disappeared. The door opened. Gleb walked confidently past some big guy in a cook's apron. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he looked Korean to me. The man peeked out from behind the door, took a look around, and locked the door again, then said something in a foreign language into his walkie-talkie. "Follow me," he finally said, heading into a corridor to his right. We walked along a dimly lit passage, past a red-hot kitchen bustling with cooks, took another corridor, a short one this time, past the restaurant entrance, and stopped by another steel door. The Korean left us in front of it. The door opened. I saw a large gaming table for 10 people, which was only half full, and a Korean girl who must have been the croupier. A bleached, gray-haired man met us and showed us to our seats. We sat down, and the girl gave us some chips for the money we'd paid at the entrance. "Not for me, thanks. Give it all to him." Gleb nodded in my direction. "I'm the support act for tonight." The girl nodded impassively, pushing all the chips toward me. "Should I play too? Maybe?" Gleb whispered. "That way our chances will improve. One more word and you'll be waiting for me outside." I had to be brutal in order to get through to him. "Just think how you're going to tell Lena that you've lost your apartment in a game of cards." He nodded, coming back to his senses. I understood, of course, how difficult it must have been for him to resist temptation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken him with me. It's the same as with an alcoholic that tries to quit. The greatest trial of all is a trial at a party. We were playing no-limit Texas Hold'em. That meant that a player could bet any amount, and if you ran out of chips, you could always buy some more. That played right into my hands. It was a motley crew seated around the table, 2 middle-aged Korean men, a young Korean girl, and 3 more players at different stages of gaming addiction. One was a fat, pompous government official, a fidgety guy of indeterminate age in a black turtleneck, and a grim, hot-blooded Caucasian in his early 30s. During the first dealing round, I once again pretended to be a clueless newbie. I kept betting and calling regardless of my hand, and always revealed my hand in the final showdown just to convince everyone how weak they were. Gleb kept clutching his head, watching our money whittle away, but I couldn't have cared less about his feelings. My head was packed full of numbers, strategies, and calculations. Our initial $2,000 hadn't lasted. I dived into my wallet to buy some more chips with whatever I had left. The two middle-aged Koreans looked at each other, while the Caucasian suppressed a smirk. All of them had recognized me as a fish, a poor, weak player whose lame playing style promised them good pickings. Our penny bets were only the beginning, because each of them knew that no one would be able to leave the table until he either lost everything or came up trumps. As Gleb had explained to me, it was considered bad form to leave the table immediately after winning. One had to give his or her opponents a chance to recoup their losses. Having said that, nothing prevented them from leaving the table at any given moment. Nothing but their own fervor, that is. Having changed up the last of my money, almost 3,000 rubles, I started to play like I normally do. I beat the Caucasian's 2 2s with a couple of 3s, halving his bankroll. $6,000. A queen I'd received on the river gave me a senior straight. The Korean girl discarded a junior straight, losing all her chips, but immediately bought another 10 grand's worth. Almost 12. I had only another couple of grand left until our target, then we could leave. Still, we also needed some pocket money to get a cab home and grab a bite to eat, so I decided to bring our winnings up to 20 grand. Then my luck ran out. I didn't have one good hand. Still, I was obliged to maintain the image of a reckless gambler, so I began to lose, little by little. 8 grand. Gleb had been taking full advantage of their free drinks, gulping down Coke by the bucketful. He was a sorry sight. His gambler debuff counter kept renewing itself, making me realize that in order to quit poker cold turkey, he shouldn't even watch it. Finally, I had a half-decent hand. And, fortunately for me, the rest of the table were in luck too. The nervous guy was the only one who threw his hand in. The rest continued to play, raising the stakes until we had a massive kitty. Gleb had bitten his nails to the quick, waiting for everybody to show, until he finally covered his eyes with his hand. Our opponents seemed to be playing it cool. You couldn't fool the program, though. All of them were on edge, secretly envying Gleb and wishing they too could chew on something without giving their poker faces away. I alone was as cool as a cucumber, even though by then I had over 50,000 at stake. 2 pairs. The croupier called out the Caucasian's cards. Straight, she said next about one of the Koreans. The Caucasian slammed a furious fist on the table. Junior straight. The government official cussed in disappointment and lit up a cigarette. A pair, the croupier said, collecting the cards of the other Korean, then opened the Korean girl's hand. A flush. The girl beamed, anticipating her victory. Still, she was celebrating too soon, because I had a 4 of a kind. The croupier's voice rang with admiration. No one feels ashamed of losing to a hand like that, no matter what cards you hold. My opponents jumped from their seats in surprise to make sure I indeed had 4 aces. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, poker playing. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. Current level, 15. XP points gained, 14,100 of 16,000. The croupier pushed all the chips toward me and began to shuffle the cards, looking unfazed. I generously set 6 small chips aside, then handed them to my opponents with a smile. Was this a superstition, or just good manners? No idea. All I knew was that my reputation with them had grown 5 points, with the exception of the fidgety guy in the turtleneck, and, naturally, the croupier. Shit, the fidgety guy snapped. Beginner's luck. That's awesome, man, the previously impassive Korean exclaimed. The Caucasian gave me the thumbs up. That was a beauty. I shrugged. I was just lucky, guys. I sorted my chips out into stacks of different values. Gleb tapped me on the shoulder, making me lose count. Keep it cool, man, I mouthed furiously into his ear. By now, I had over 40 grand in the kitty. I spent another half-hour playing leisurely, losing little bits here and there until I finally recouped all my losses manifold, growing my cash pot. Once I'd had about 70 grand in total, I lost a little again, stopped playing, exchanged my chips for money, and dragged the disbelieving Gleb away from the table. I shook hands with my partners, thanked them, left a generous tip for the croupier, and headed for the exit. Contrary to my reservations, no one tried to mess with us on our way out. We left through the same back door we'd arrived through. Finally, Gleb could give way to his emotions. He kept on talking to me, waving his hands in the air, but I ignored him as we walked along toward the restaurant's main entrance. The cab I'd called earlier was already waiting for us. I sat in the back and slid over to make room for him. "Where to?" the cabbie asked. "Gleb, where to now? Where's that club of yours?" "The Railway Workers Community Center," Gleb told the cabbie. "Know it?" The car pulled away. I closed my eyes and gestured to Gleb to keep quiet for a bit. I needed some rest. I had very little sleep last night. I was really drowsy. We'd achieved our short-term goal. I hadn't even received the gambler's high this time, possibly because my triumph had nothing to do with luck. It was cheating, pure and simple. Because every time I'd taken a look at a card, my insight helpfully offered me the following data. Name of the item: a card for the playing of poker. Size: 2.5 inches by 3.5 inches. Maker: Fournier. Date of manufacture: 2017. Material: plastic. Suit: spades. Value: ace. So how can you not win, pray tell, when you know your opponent's hands, the closed flop, and all the other cards in the pack? Chapter 15. A Socially Meaningful Action. How can I reward Rome's greatest general? Let me go home. Gladiator. You should never underestimate the benefits of a catnap. Even though the 20 minutes I'd spent dozing off in the cab hadn't really refreshed me, they'd allowed me to quickly defrag and optimize my inner OS. Predictably, being shoved in the ribs by your best friend isn't the best way to wake up. I zoned out momentarily, trying to recollect where I was and what was going on. Finally, I remembered everything, and coughed to clear my throat. "Are we there?" I asked, stretching to get the blood flowing through my numb body. "Yeah." Gleb's voice sounded unnaturally loud to me. "Let's go!" I scrambled out of the car and took in a lungful of the fresh night air, then followed after him. As I walked, I took a better look at his stats, his renewed debuffs, and especially his soaring mood. I had a bad feeling about it. "Gleb, wait a sec." "Yes? What's up?" He looked at me impatiently, about to open the club's door. I didn't like his agitated state one bit, so I decided to pour some cold water over it. "Listen up. We haven't done jack until now, got it? We've only just started. Your job is to stay cool and out of my way. Don't even think about playing. Just keep an eye on me, and if you think you have a suggestion to make, be my guest. That's the extent of it, you hear me? If not, just wait outside." "Got it," he said, looking embarrassed. He must have thought I might eventually allow him to play. "Remember our plan," I said. "Your family, your kids, the sea, the beach, the palm trees." Yes, I remember. Come on. Let's go in." The so-called Poker Sports Club made up a part of the local Railway Workers Community Center. I found this quite appropriate because it's in our railway workers' interests to support the game, considering how much time is idled away playing cards on interminable Russian train journeys. Every one of us who's ever been on a train has shared a hand of cards with fellow travelers. We entered the building, unhindered, and took a massive staircase up to the 3rd floor, its steps almost 3 feet wide at their base. Here we were finally confronted with a locked door to the right-hand wing. 2 tense, grim young men with crew cuts flanked the entrance, wearing monkey suits. They were apparently some sort of security. On seeing us, one of them began mouthing something into his headset microphone. Serious establishment. "Hi, Andy," Gleb greeted one of them. "We'd like to play for a bit." Andy pointed a quizzical chin in my direction. "It's Phil. He's a buddy of mine. He's a real greenhorn." "Go on in," the guard said, apparently having received a green light from higher up. The two stepped aside, letting us in. The door opened, revealing a wide, brightly lit, carpeted corridor. To our right lay a reception area manned by two beaming floor managers, a young man and a girl. "Good evening, Gleb." They greeted my friend virtually in unison. "Evening, Anton." Gleb gave the young man a ceremonious nod, then hurried to greet the girl. "Hi, Regina. How's it going tonight? Got a big crowd in?" I couldn't recognize him. He was agitated and feverish. This was his domain. Still, his excitement had nothing in common with his earlier enthusiasm at our office. This wasn't Gleb, the graphic designer, the happy-go-lucky joker. His elation was the devil's work. This was the sick animation of a gambler whose blood was seething with feel-good hormones in anticipation of a game. What I'd just seen at the Korean restaurant's poker den was nothing compared to what I was witnessing now. All his needs, dreams, and goals had shrunk into insignificance. The game was the only thing that mattered. Both the process and the result, the stress of winning and losing. The higher the stakes, the sharper the adrenaline rush. Because what we'd been playing earlier was for him neither risky nor too interesting. "A regular night as usual," the guy replied. I got the impression his smile was glued to his face. "It's been a while since we saw you. You look great. How's things with you?" "Been a bit tied up lately," Gleb replied, suddenly doleful. "Can we come in? I brought along a friend. He's never been here before. Phil." I nodded, faking hesitation. "Hi, Phil." Anton switched his attention to me. "Would you like to join the club? Membership offers you quite a few perks." "No, thanks." I cut him short. "Not tonight. I'd just like to mosey around for a bit and try my hand at competitive poker. I've only ever played online." I can see the guy's interest plummet. Just a moment ago, it had been at nearly 60%, and now it had dropped to almost complete indifference. He must have thought that I didn't have much to burn. He didn't even know how right he was. He must have read something in my face, because he went on to tell me more about the club and its competitions, all those daily tournaments with varying prize funds, the major championships, and all kinds of privileges enjoyed by club members. The nicest thing I'd gleaned from his soliloquy was that at midnight they'd already started the High Rollers tournament, with a guaranteed prize fund of over $100,000. The entry fee was $2,000, and I still had time to sign up because the tournament's rules allowed rebuys within the first hour. In other words, if you lost, you could still buy more chips, but only within the first hour. And this hour was already nearly up. As we spoke, Gleb had already turned our cash into chips. "Thanks, Anton. This is all highly educational," I said as I dragged Gleb onto the gaming floor. "What?" He looked confused. "We have 15 minutes to double up. They have another tournament going on here, and the entry fee is $2,000. They allow rebuys, which means we can still make it." He understood me in a flash. To double our winnings in 15 minutes was a tough call, even with my interface, but my friend and I had always had a wild streak. The door nearest to the reception room opened into a large hall studded with shafts of light illuminating the gaming tables. It was quite busy, and that on a weeknight. Players were speaking between themselves, rubbing and clicking the chips in their hands. The croupiers' voices droned on monotonously. "Over there!" Gleb had already got his bearings and dragged me toward a table with an empty seat. The croupier was just finishing up the last game. Excellent. I sat down and laid out the chips in front of myself. That's it. I was in the game. Trying to preserve an impassive expression under my partner's studying gazes, I fiddled with my chips, biting my lip and furrowing my brow as I faked nervousness and excitement. The stakes weren't too high, only $5 to $10. If I didn't have an all-in pronto, I stood no chance of ever making it to the big tournament. The first 2 hands gave me nothing worth risking. Luckily, my opponents were no better off. They all kept laying down their hands, so it didn't take much time after all. The third hand gave me 3 kings on the flop. The community cards were still closed, and I only had 1 pair. Still, I called. 3 of my opponents did the same, and the fourth, a slick young man in sunglasses and a G-Star t-shirt with rhinestones, raised the stakes to $50, with nothing to show for it. He was bluffing. He had nothing, his move only an attempt to scare all the others and force them into throwing in their hands. Exactly what I needed. His bluff nearly worked, as everybody except me lost out. Like a novice chess player who hovers over the board, undecided over where to place his piece. I faked hesitation as I called his raised bet. I glimpsed the shadow of a smirk on the rhinestone cowboy's face. Gleb, who'd been fidgeting in desperation for quite a while, whispered that we were running short on time. I called. Now that there were only 2 of us left, I could see pretty clearly what kinds of hands the rhinestone cowboy and I would have. I'd have 3 kings, while he'd have an open-ended straight draw on turn. My job was to make sure he played till the end. When the flop was opened, I checked. That's to say, I passed without betting. Without batting an eyelid, the rhinestone cowboy raised his stakes to $200. I feigned hesitation, then called his bet. Gleb behind me slapped his forehead as if swatting a mosquito. "Phil! That's Rodion Kazanski. Are you sure? He's a professional. Watch out, man, he's provoking you." I shrugged, as if saying I couldn't do anything about it anymore. The dealer announced the 4th community card. I still had my 3 kings, while the professional player still had nothing either. Now was the moment of truth for both Gleb and myself. I could say check, but there was always the risk of Kazanski replying in kind. Yes, I would win, but that wouldn't be enough to enter the big tournament. I could go all in, and if he laid down his hand, the winnings would be more or less the same. I could also bet a little bit, in which case I'd still be short whether Kazanski called or not. Come on, head. Think. I'd spent the entire game cautiously checking and calling. If I bet now, he might think I finally had a good hand. Well, well. Check, I said in a weak voice, as if hoping that he'd do the same, giving me the opportunity to see the last community card. 300, Roddick bet confidently. 300, the croupier confirmed, having counted the chips. All in, I said. Take this. Now, not to reply to my all-in would cause him to lose face, and he could always hope for a straight to come. Roddick must have thought the same, because he confidently called. Bingo. Gotcha. While the croupier counted the chips and the rest of the table awaited the results with bated breath, I glanced at my watch. We had less than 5 minutes left. Could we make it? What did you have? Gleb whispered hotly in my ear. You'll see. Where are they holding this tournament? You think we can still make it? It's in the VIP hall. Over there. Without finishing the phrase, Gleb grabbed my shoulders and shook me in a fit of joy, as both I and Roddick showed our cards, which spoke for themselves. I'm sorry to have cheated, Roddick, but you still had a crapload of chips, and I had a friend's life to save. We scooped up all the chips, left the penny arcade, and dashed along the corridor toward the VIP room. I remembered all those movies where the hero always manages to save the world or defuse a ticking bomb at the last possible moment, courtesy of the screenwriters. I always found this artificial drama slightly ridiculous. And now, I was in the same position myself. 2 minutes before the expiry of the signing on for the game. 2 more guards gestured to us, forcing us to stop by the door we needed. Guys, we'll be late for the tournament. Please, let us in.
Gleb begged. "Here are our chips." The two winced, apparently not happy with him addressing them as guys. "Wait here," the burlier one of the two said, while his slighter partner spoke into his microphone to the management. "The tournament," Gleb began pleadingly. "I'm very sorry," the second guard interrupted him. "Your participation in the tournament hasn't been approved." Having received this new input data, my brain initiated a flurry of thought processes. Should we go back to the other room and take it step by step? We might not be able to recoup all of Gleb's losses overnight, but it would be a good start. 2 or 3 nights like this would solve the problem. The hall's double doors opened, letting in 2 grim-looking young men, one in a suit, the other in a bomber jacket, despite the hot summer evening. Gleb's face changed when he saw them. All his joy and excitement deflated like a burst balloon. The two paid no attention to me. Their faces seemed vaguely familiar. I must have seen them somewhere, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. "Well, well, well, look who's here. If it's not Gleb," the one in the suit said cheerfully. "Talk about the devil." His partner grabbed Gleb's neck and pressed down on it, forcing Gleb's head toward his chest. "Are you stupid or something? What did the boss tell you?" He kept talking as he dragged Gleb away somewhere. His partner in the bomber jacket followed, making sarcastic comments. I started after them, but my intuition was screaming for me to stay where I was. "Wait, you'll spoil everything." My blood was boiling, the righteous anger buff burning me up from inside. It took all of my self-control to suppress the impulse to stick up for my friend. Hundreds of potential scenarios flashed through my head until they gelled into a sensible and clear-cut plan, every point of which was nailed down with an unbendable steely nail. Yes, this was exactly what I was going to do. I had to act firmly and without hesitation. All this must have taken less than a couple of seconds. "I thought you wanted to take part in the tournament," the guard asked me. "You can still make it." Is this kind of behavior normal here? Trying to sound as cool as I could, I nodded at the 2 thugs taking Gleb away. "It's up to the gentlemen themselves to sort out their differences," he replied. "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Detecting a menacing note in his voice, I decided not to push it. Otherwise, I might risk failing what Russians call face control and ruin our whole mission. "Not at all," I said, beaming at them. "Where do I sign in?" "Across the hall to your right. You'll see it," he replied through pressed lips. I ran, clenching the box with the chips which Gleb had managed to pass to me as soon as he'd noticed his abductors. I made it. The rebuy period was already over, but you could still sign in during the break. The tournament chips were different from those used at the normal tables. I put in my $2,000 worth of chips and received 10 chips of $100 and 2 500s. There was no point in them issuing lower denominations, as by this stage of the game, the small blind was already 100. A specially trained girl led me to the table. "You can leave your chips here and check out the bar," she said, smiling. "There's a 15-minute break just started." "Thanks. That's exactly what I'm going to do," I said. I draped my suit jacket over the back of my chair and headed for the exit, trying not to attract any attention. I needed to check up on Gleb. Somehow I didn't think those two were prepared to do him any real damage. Most likely, they just wanted to put the fear of God into him. I left the room and looked over the corridor, but didn't see any of them. The 2 guards, bursting with the importance of their mission, that is to say, guarding the peace of some stinking rich playboys, froze by the door like 2 disabled stone golems. "Excuse me," I addressed one of them. "You didn't see my friend by any chance?" "What do you mean?" one of them deigned to answer. "My friend, Gleb. Where is he?" "How would I know?" he replied through pressed lips. What was wrong with them? Did I have pauper status written all over me? How could they tell a worthless nobody from a tycoon at first glance? I could feel my blood seethe, but thought better of it. This wasn't the right moment to have it out with a social level 3 security guard. Only a short time ago, I'd been as worthless for humanity as he was.
I hurried down the corridor past more gaming rooms and relaxation lounges until I came to an unlocked door. Behind it was an emergency exit stairwell. I opened the door and stepped into the darkness, barely dispersed by the lights in the corridor behind me. I waited for my eyesight to adapt. One floor below, an angry voice remonstrated. "Tomorrow, got it? Tomorrow your time's up. The boss is angry with you now. You haven't paid him off yet, but you had the audacity to come here and try to sneak into the VIP room. What does that mean? It means you do have the money. I don't give a shit whether it's yours or not. If you don't have the money, go and earn it. If you can't earn it, just steal it. If you can't steal, sell your kidney or your house, whatever. But you must pay him back." I know. Gleb sounded annoyed. "No need to go on about it. You've said it 3 times already." I heard a rustling sound followed by a thump. Gleb gasped. I flew down the stairs. "Gleb, you here?" I called confidently into the darkness. In fact, it wasn't completely dark. There was a weak light coming from under a door by which Gleb was standing, doubled up, clutching his ribs. The thug wearing the suit, according to my interface his nickname was Wheezy, was leaning against the opposite wall, smoking calmly. Every time he inhaled, the burning cigarette cast a light over his bored face. The one in the bomber jacket, his nickname was apparently Zach, held Gleb by the scruff of his neck, not allowing him to slump to the floor. "Gleb, you here?" he repeated mockingly. "Phil, don't get involved," Gleb demanded, spitting something back on the floor. "Do as we agreed." "What did you agree on? What's all that about?" Wheezy asked. "Phil. Is that your name? Come down here, you wuss." "He was with him, wasn't he?" Zach said, remembering me. "Phil, go back to the room," Gleb repeated. "I don't think so." The hatred for these 2 bastards started to bore a hole in my self-control. "What's going on here, anyway? Who are you 2 scumbags? Why is my friend Gleb in such a bad shape in the dark? Do I understand it correctly that he's been subjected to verbal threats and corporal abuse?" I finished the last phrase already in my stride as I took the remaining flight of stairs in 2 powerful leaps. There was only one thought left in my head. Bastards like them had no right to live. There was no way you could reason with them or fob them off. They only understood brute force. No idea why I suddenly became so bloodthirsty. "What did you say?" Zach began. He didn't even get the time to get properly surprised before my fist made contact with his head, slamming it into the wall. "You've dealt critical damage to Zachary Zach Nikolaev. 395. Punch." Well. Wheezy leisurely stood up. "What's this? The cavalry coming?" A knife blade glinted in his hand. This guy meant business. Judging by the heroin withdrawal debuff dominating his stats, this one wouldn't stop at anything. Not a knife again. As if that story with Tural hadn't been enough. My field of vision shifted momentarily, edged with a fiery crimson. Time slowed down. Warning, potentially lethal aggression detected. Danger of illegal activity targeting a user whose social status level is at least 3-fold more than that of his attackers. Forceful activation of heroic ability. Sprint. Ability class, combat, plus 100% to the user's speed. Requires changes to the user's metabolism and perception of time. Awaiting activation confirmation. Sending request to server. Please wait. Server connection timeout. Impossible to establish connection with the server. Forceful activation of heroic ability. Sprint is cancelled. I skimmed over the message while keeping a close eye on Wheezy. So Martha couldn't get through this time either. I stood too close to him to break away. This time, I didn't even get the chance to feel the time slow down. It had only lasted a split second. "Please, he's very sorry. He knows nothing about my debts." Gleb grabbed the thug's hand, begging, "It's a misunderstanding. We'll see you're all right." Wheezy shoved him away. "Fuck off." My friend went flying down the stairs. I forced my gaze away to look at him. Gleb was lying motionless on the landing below, frozen in an unnatural position. Trying to suppress my anxiety, I dodged the knife that came straight for me, ducked, then performed my signature uppercut, as Matov had called it. Before he knew what hit him, I'd knocked the knife out of his hand and finished him off with a series of quick blows, which I'd had practiced to perfection, and which had been beefed up by a righteous anger, too. Peppered with blows, Wheezy's head bobbed like that of a rear-window toy dog, even though the wall behind him prevented him from slumping to the floor. The system showered me with crit reports. One final hook to the temple KO'd him, sending him sprawling to the ground. I looked around the scene to make sure both were unconscious, then hurried toward Gleb. He was still lying in the same position, his neck turned awkwardly. His glazed-over eyes stared in front of him, unmoving. Still not quite realizing what had just happened, I pressed my fingers to his neck. No pulse. He was dead. I heard a rustling behind my back, followed by the stomping of feet on the stairs. I froze, having not the slightest wish to do anything. I really needed to watch out, I thought, because this could be one of their associates coming to teach me a lesson, but I just didn't care. Mechanically, I took note of the debuffs taking over my interface, apathy and desperation. That was the last thing I'd noticed in this life. Something pierced my back, exploding my chest with blinding agony and paralyzing my limbs. And that was just the beginning. The fourth, but by no means the last blow, pierced my heart. I died on the spot. The next moment, I was standing by the green poker table, draping my suit jacket over the back of my chair. Martha was standing next to me. "Sorry I came uninvited," she said. "I need to tell you something very important. Please don't die anymore. It took me all I had left of the local segment's combined spirit to bring you back. Luckily for you, reality split off only 6 minutes ago." "What do you mean, don't die anymore?" What the hell was that? I looked over myself, feeling my own body in disbelief, then struggled to reach my back with my hand. I seemed to be all right. "What about Gleb?" "Ah, so you haven't lost your memory, have you? Excellent. I'll explain to you later. Don't worry about your friend. He's all right." Martha disappeared with a wink, saying, "Do what you came here for. Wipe them out." And wipe them out I did. I'll spare you the details of the tournament because I'd spent most of it deep in my own thoughts. I could clearly remember every moment of my previous quote-unquote life, the inverted commas intended, like the 3 lives in a Super Mario game. I remembered myself walking out into the corridor and starting the fight with the 2 thugs. Then I was crouching by Gleb's body. Each of those memories was very clear. Not like the elusive memory of a dream you still have upon awakening, but a clear, photographic image. This time you were really in the crapville. But somehow they managed to reload the world and restart it from the exact moment which had started you on the road to your demise. A miracle, yes, but no more miraculous than all those alien and heroic ability stories. I gave myself a promise to come back to it later, once I'd resolved the task at hand. Then concentrated on the game. At first, I spent some time watching my opponents, not just to collect all the data about their playing style, but also to restore my spirit reserves. Everybody was playing warily, except for one young guy with the biggest pile of chips. He was betting aggressively, using the advantage he'd received during the first rounds of the tournament. Which became his undoing. I replied to one of his raises with an all-in and won, doubling my stakes. Then I got him again. As a result, he went on a tilt and lost everything to some respectable gentleman who'd caught a flush. That left only the 2 of us, and only one of us would go on to the final table. I was a bit anxious about Gleb, who couldn't call me because he didn't have his phone anymore, while the tournament rules prevented me from leaving the room. It must have been due to this anxiety and possibly also due to the general fatigue and lack of sleep, that I very nearly lost everything by miscalculating the final hands. I was lucky that the gentleman himself doubted his own hand, so he chose not to push his luck by playing his last chips, so my losses were limited to a third of the stack. I even exposed my cards to him, showing I'd been bluffing, playing with a rather average pair. Still, thanks to this involuntary mistake, my opponent unhesitantly called my hefty all-in, and lost. When they announced a break before the final table, I went to look for Gleb, and found him lounging at the bar in the first hall. I tensed up, thinking he'd taken to the bottle again, then breathed a sigh of relief seeing he was drinking bottled water. "Phil!" He slid off his bar stool and hesitantly came to greet me. His face betrayed an entire range of emotions from hope to desperation. "How's it going?" "Everything's fine. I'm in the final." "Yes!" He pulled an imaginary steam engine's whistle. "Tell me about it." "Wait, I'll tell you later." "Who were those assholes who abducted you?" "Who do you think? They're Demidrol's toughs. They gave me until tomorrow. Now they want $40,000 with all the interest and what have you. You're my only hope. Otherwise, I've just no idea where the hell I'm going to get it." His hands shaking, he lit up another cigarette. "Now look here. When I came, there were 6 tables of 9 people each. $2,000 entry fee. That's over $100,000 in the prize fund already. How much do you get for first place?" "Well, let me think. Over 50 participants, that's over $100,000, you're right. That's not including the new chips they brought, so it might bring the prize money up to well over $200,000. The first place should receive at least 30% of the total takings. Phil, man, we're on a roll." I smiled. "You're talking as if I'd already won it." "I know you will. Don't ask me how I know it. I just do." "Well, if Uncle Gleb says so." "Listen, Phil, even second place would do us. It should be at least 20% of 200,000. He paused, making some mental calculations. "That's already the 40,000 that we need." "Don't forget you still have lots of other petty debts to pay off," I said. "If you want to start living and working in peace, you'll have to repay everything." For a while, he didn't say anything, looking at me from under his eyebrows. "You know, when you shared your plan with me this morning," he said slowly and clearly, "I seriously thought you were off your head. I agreed with you simply to avoid any confrontation. I was so sick and tired with all your preaching. But now that I've given it some more thought, especially after those 2 goons, I got my head together, if you know what I mean. I've been sitting here, watching them." He nodded at the tables. "They're all real sickos. They're a bunch of head cases." "Keep it short and sweet." I cast a demonstrative glance at a non-existent watch. "The break will end soon. Where are you going with this story of yours?" "I don't want to play anymore." "Can you imagine? All I can think of right now is you winning and us leaving." "Isn't this Demidrol of yours supposed to be here?" "His sidekicks are here, so I suppose he should be too. It's a short guy, sort of bloated, with receding temples. He plasters his hair across his head to cover it up." "Got it. I'm off then. Wish me now some luck in the fight. I won't stay in this field of green. Good luck, Phil." As it turned out, I needed all the luck I could get. Later that night, when I already struggled to concentrate on my cards and very nearly dislocated my jaw yawning, I made another mistake. I miscalculated it again, believing there were 3 of us left in the game, while in fact there were 4. For that reason, I went all in after the flop, adamant that I was winning, and the realization of my error gave me an almighty adrenaline rush. And that's when my luck kicked in again. The person who could have won with his full straight got cold feet and threw his hand in. I'll spare you the details of the final game and the award ceremony that followed. By then, I couldn't think straight. The only detail worth mentioning was a certain Dmitry Demidrol Shmelev, a 54-year-old police colonel who'd come in 9th place, a very respectable result, even if it didn't garner him any prizes. He laughed good-heartedly at the fact that Gleb had paid his debt to him with the money which had been partially won from the colonel himself. "Good job, Gleb," Dimitral said, shaking my friend's hand. "The slate's clean." "So, you're not after my ass anymore, is that it?" Gleb asked. "Not at all. I told you the slate's clean. One thing I'd like you to let me in on. Do I understand it correctly that it was your friend who helped you?" He made a show of weighing up 4 thick bundles of money in one hand while pointing at me with a bent index finger of the other. "Amazing, isn't it?" Gleb explained. "He's an absolute beginner. Talk about luck. He only played his first hand last night." "That explains it. I wondered what it was that attracted all the best cards to him," Dimitral said, apparently happy with the explanation. "That's beginner's luck for you." He held out his hand and looked probingly into my face as we shook on our new entente. His cold, beady stare had none of that pretentious warmth and good-naturedness that filled his voice, so I was very relieved when I was finally able to offer him my rushed goodbyes and follow Gleb outside. We still had about $12,000 left, which was plenty to pay off all his other debts. By the time reception had called us a cab, it was already getting light. We got home without further ado, if you didn't count the flat tire, which cost us another 15 minutes. Also, someone had spilled cooking oil on the stairs so predictably I slipped and very nearly broke my neck. Luckily, Gleb caught me just in time. Cursing Hafor's vindictive nature to hell and back, I refused to take the elevator point blank and gingerly climbed the stairs one by one, all the way up to my floor. I don't know about Gleb, but I zonked out as soon as my head hit the pillow. My internal alarm clock went off after an hour and a half. I staggered back to my feet, feeling broken and only half awake. Still, I was in a great mood. I texted Kostya to tell him I couldn't make it for the training, suggesting we postpone it till tomorrow. "Okay," he replied curtly. As I splashed some water on my face, I heard dishes rattling in the kitchen. Could Gleb be already awake, too? I found him in the kitchen pouring out the coffee. His hand was trembling, but he was humming a tune, doing a little jig around the kitchen. "Good morning," I said. "Oh, Phil, you're up! Sorry if I woke you," he added with a guilty shrug. "Not at all. It was the alarm clock that woke me." "What are you doing up so early?" "I didn't sleep a wink, man. I was tossing and turning. I must have gone out for a smoke a dozen times. Then I sat down to write. And when I was finished, I decided to make us some coffee." "What did you write?" I asked him, yawning. "Here, take a look." He turned to the table and picked up a sheet of paper covered with scribblings. "These are all my debts. I don't think I've left anything out. It's 450,000 rubles in total. I rounded it off slightly higher, to be sure." "We have more than enough," I said, studying his list. "Let's go to the bank now and pay off your loan. Then you can go and see all your other creditors yourself." "Not a problem. Do you want milk with your coffee?" "No, thanks. Black, 1 sugar. And there's one more thing. I'm going to give you slightly more. We'll split what's left from our winnings. I want you to buy yourself a cheap phone and take the rest to your wife. I'm pretty sure it's been a while since you've brought any wages home." "Shit. Of course. Thanks a lot, Phil." He got all emotional and gave me a bear hug, patting me on the back. My reputation with him, which had been stuck at lukewarm amicability ever since I'd failed to pay my own debt to him all those years back, now had soared to worship. 1 of 1. If I wasn't mistaken, this was the highest possible reputation level. It was heartwarming. After sitting by his dead body only a few hours ago, even his reeking of sweat and stale tobacco made me happy, because this was the smell of life. I made up my mind last night to accompany him to the bank. The gambling debuff was still dominating his stats, so I was seriously worried he might lose control and start playing again, instead of paying back his debts and starting a new life.
Initially, I'd wanted to accompany him to all of his creditors, but afterwards, I'd decided that I wouldn't be doing him any favors mollycoddling him. Let it be the first serious test for him. And if he did lose control, well, in that case, all his promises, all those "I'll never play again," weren't worth jack. If it happened, I might need to postpone his cure until I'd received Persuasion, the Tier 3 heroic ability. I simply couldn't constantly be around to keep an eye on him. After breakfast, we headed for Gleb's bank branch, which wasn't far from the office. We arrived just as they were opening, so we didn't have to wait in line. While Gleb was finalizing all the formalities of paying off the loan, I huddled in the corner and summoned Martha. I sent her a mental greeting and fell silent for a long time, not knowing where to begin. She was the first to break the silence. "How was your day, Phil? Apart from the fact that you were killed." This was the first time to my memory that she'd initiated a conversation. "Judging by your logs for the last 60 hours, it's been a hoot?" "Sort of. Lots of things have happened." "You gonna tell me?" "What do you want me to tell you?" "Maybe you can start with the evening of the 7th of July when the program had registered you're getting involved in a fight. According to the logs, you received some damage, but you also dealt some." "Ah, that's when I had a punch-up with Mohammed. He was hassling Vicky. Was it only 3 days ago? Jesus." My mentioning Vicky had brought all sorts of hurtful feelings to the surface. I could barely resist calling her. However much I insisted to the contrary, my affection for her was still there. "Had a hectic 3 days?" Martha asked, sympathetic. "You'd better believe it. Imagine this. First, they kicked me out of the boxing group. Then, I split up with my girlfriend, hired a highly questionable person, met my old employer, began the process of expanding my business, and had a very interesting conversation with another interface user. Quite an eye-opener, really. The most important thing I gleaned is that we're not alone in the universe. Some senior race who call themselves the Valfors have for some reason put a price on my head and are hunting me down by manipulating the chains of chance. I also found a magic ring with a bonus to luck, was very nearly cut up by some migrant worker, and almost beaten to death by some jealous Caucasian guy. And then I found out that an old pal of mine was in trouble. So I had to rescue him. That's not to mention my own demise." As I spoke, each fact triggered a respective image and its emotion. Apparently, telepathy was every bit as good as saying it all out loud. Martha listened attentively to me pouring my heart out to her, making all the right noises in the right places. When I'd finally finished, she asked me to clarify a few things, then froze for a good 20 seconds, biting her lip. You could say she'd glitched, I suppose, all the while siphoning off my spirit reserves. "Overall, it's not so bad, Phil," she finally said. "You replaced group training in an unfriendly environment with individual practice. Your new coach, Kostya, possesses a high boxing skill level, which should, in theory, compensate for his deficient tutoring skill, which is lower than Matov's. Having said that, it can't be that deficient, because Kostya has to look after his younger sister. Did you check his tutoring level?" "I didn't even know it existed. I just didn't notice." "Please do. The growth of your own skill depends upon it." "Very well. And what if he doesn't have it? Or if its level isn't high enough?" "In any case, even just using him as a sparring partner is more beneficial than training on your own. Next, regarding Valiatis, Khafor, and the Valfor's reaction to the weird situation with you passing, or not passing, of the first trial. I'm sorry, I know I should have told you before." She paused. "You? That was you?" "Yes, it was me. I took advantage of the fact that this segment's servers weren't available, so I forcefully activated Time Cheat, preventing them," she tilted her head, pointing at the sky above, "from uninstalling your interface. Because if they did, you'd have disappeared too." "Exactly." "Does that mean this is my third life? Like Mario's?"
She averted her gaze and toed the floor in a very girly gesture. "Martha, what is it? Tell me. The first time I died was when the acid jelly smoked me. Then Zack stabbed me to death last night, right? And how come I can't really remember my first death? It's all very vague, more like a dream. But I can remember every detail of the past night very clearly." "That's because it occurred only 6 minutes after reality had branched out. And as for your other questions, I'm sorry, Phil. You're not ready yet. I'll tell you everything, I promise, as soon as you make level 3 in Insight. Just, please be careful, I beg you. They've already noticed my unauthorized activations of Time Cheat and denied me access, so I won't be able to pull you out next time. Sorry about that." She gave me a peck on the cheek, tousled my hair in a very human gesture, then disappeared. Gleb appeared in her place, grinning from ear to ear. "Freedom," he sang. "I'm free like a bird." "Come on, bird. We've got a lot to do still." I laid my hand on his shoulder. "Time is money. Let's move it." And move it we did. I went to the office while Gleb hurried to the nearest cell phone store to get a new phone and SIM card. After that, he had to visit his other creditors and head straight home. By lunchtime, I managed to finish most of what I'd planned to do for today. Kesha and I had polished our business proposal, which was now waiting for Gleb's art designer touch. Mr. Katz brought us the final draft of the contract, which now had provisions for every possible eventuality. After that, I called Panchenko, Ultrapac's new commercial director, but received a dry, emotionless reply. Apparently, he wasn't ready to meet us until next week. Alec had managed to procure a decent desk of polished chipboard, courtesy of Mr. Gorelick, and lugged it all the way from the basement upstairs to the office. "It's imitation of dark alderwood," he announced proudly. "Virtually unused. Gorelick parted with it for $1,000. I just need to glue it up a bit." Stacy kept casting concerned glances in my direction. She waited until I had a break in the work, walked over to me, and whispered, "Phil, I think you need to get some sleep. You look like a vegetarian zombie. I suggest you take the afternoon off and get some rest." "Don't worry, Stace," I said. "I might have an early night tonight. That's all." She pursed her lips and left to greet another client. She was still as stunning as on her first day, which made her concern all the more touching. After lunch, Veronica brought in our first corporate order from a large IT company in need of a good leading developer who'd be also an experienced team leader. Processing it took me slightly longer than expected. First, I had to research the company itself in order to amass as many kid points as possible. The search for the right candidate, too, proved to be a long and evolved job, because all the potential bidders were either located in other cities or already working for someone else. The few who were currently unemployed didn't seem to fit the bill, either. I finally picked a couple of names, found their contacts online, and passed them on to Veronica, who had to conduct the actual negotiations. It was nearing 3 p.m. when Gleb reappeared in the office, beaming. He gave everyone a round of cheerful greetings, pecked Stacy on the cheek, gave a confused Alec a bear hug, then asked me to come out for a smoke. We stepped out. It had begun to drizzle. Gleb lit up a cigarette and spoke as the first raindrops began rustling on the tarmac. "First things first, here's the phone." He showed me a very plain smartphone, a budget version from a well-known maker. "I've restored the contacts list from my laptop back home, so it's okay. I can't thank you enough, man. I've paid off all the debts. I even remembered the $200 I borrowed from a neighbor ages ago and paid it back too." "How did your workmates react to the sudden windfall?" "They were surprised, of course. Many didn't believe I'd ever pay them back anymore. There were rumors I'd hit the jackpot. I just told them I'd found a good job and paid them out of my wages. Thanks again." "And how did it go at home?" This, strangely enough, was the difficult part. I racked my brains trying to think of something believable enough to make sure she forgave me without shocking her too much. I came up with a whole story. He bit his lip and averted his eyes. "What kind of story? He shrugged my question away. Doesn't matter anymore. So I came home and rang the bell. My older one opened it. You should have seen him. He shouted, "Daddy's back," and started hanging from my neck. The other one heard him and started screaming his head off like I'd come back from the dead. Then Lena came running and threw herself around my neck. Can you imagine? She said she didn't know what to think. And so we just sat down and had a talk. This story I'd come up with, it just wasn't worth it. I told her everything as it was, about my debts and my addiction. I told her I'd been fired and that my creditor threatened to take our apartment. Then I told her about you and how you tried to talk some sense in me for my family's sake, and how you helped me to sort out this mess and get me off the hook, by a sheer miracle. I also told her I was starting a new life, and that I fully intended to spend it with her and our kids. Said I wanted to grow old together with her. And once I finished, I just sat there all tense, ready to accept whatever decision she'd make. I was morally prepared. You know what I mean? If she wanted to divorce me or whatever. And what did she say? At first, she didn't say anything. It took her some time to digest it. Then she just walked over to me, put her arms around me, and cried. And when she finally calmed down, she was my old Lena, back again. She was like, "Get those clothes off you and get in the shower." Just like you spoke to me yesterday. Remember? He laughed. She made me some lunch and packed me off to work. He was laughing, happy and intoxicated with the prospects of a new life. A normal life, where he'd do a good day's work and go home to his family in the evening to share his marital bed with his wife. A life which held the promise of the seaside once a year, complete with palm trees and bleached white sand. Then I very nearly slid down the wall, overwhelmed by all the system messages, accompanied by the surge of unbridled joy the program had bestowed on me. Your reputation with Lena Kolosova has improved. Current reputation, respect, 20 of 120. Congratulations, you've received a new system skill level. Skill name, Insight. Current level, 3. XP received, 1,000. For your information, the following data has been unblocked in regards to all objects and subjects comprising the local segment of the Universal Infospace. This will allow you, 1. to determine a subject's overall potential, 2. to evaluate their teamwork synergy, 3. to evaluate two subjects' matrimonial compatibility. You've just performed a socially meaningful action. You've created a new time branch and restored the integrity of the Kolosov family, namely Gleb, Lena, and their children Sergei and Alexander, preventing their respective levels from dropping and creating new favorable conditions for improving their social status. You've received 3,000 XP for performing a socially meaningful action. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 16. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. XP points left until the next social status level, 2,610 of 17,000. Phil? You all right? Gleb tried to help me back to my feet, but my rubbery legs kept giving way under me. Phil? I'm all right, man, I replied softly once the fit of pleasure was over. I think I need some sleep. I think you do too. Maybe you should go home. I shook my head. No, I'll get some sleep tonight. Well, let's go back to the office then. You go. There's a business proposal that needs tidying up. I'll hang about here and get some fresh air. Then I'll join you. Ignoring his protests, I finally forced him back into the building. I needed to be alone for a while. I still had to work out which advantages I could expect from my new level of insight. I also needed to decide how to invest my characteristic point. The most logical choice would be luck. But did I really need it now that I had the ring? I also needed to give my second achievement some thought. The window that had reported it in a colorful cascade of visual effects was still open, and this is what it said. Congratulations, you've received a new achievement, The altruist. You've performed a socially meaningful action by donating a sum in excess of your entire annual income to somebody who needed it more. Reward. +1 to all main characteristics at every level gained. Me. Phil Panfiloff, a self-confessed miser who used to flog every useless piece of game junk just to save a couple of copper coins. An altruist? You have to be kidding me. Chapter 16. Real Magic. My model for business is the Beatles. They were 4 guys who kept each other's kind of negative tendencies in check. They balanced each other, and the total was greater than the sum of the parts. That's how I see business. Great things in business are never done by one person. They're done by a team of people. Steve Jobs. A long time ago, when I'd only just started working, I'd noticed an interesting thing. Normally, after a protracted period of falling out with one's spouse and the following reconciliation, the person tended to become much friendlier and happier, and definitely more productive. No wonder Gleb experienced the same. The chance to turn his life around, and even started anew by so effortlessly repaying his debts, had given him his mojo back. When I'd returned to the office, I saw him surrounded by Alec, Stacy, Kesha, and Veronica, busy discussing our future website. They were all huddled around the window, some perched on the windowsill, others on the desk. Stacy was pouring out the tea. Suppressing a smile, I returned to my desk. I might listen to them for a bit while trying to come up with a strategy for the future. I also had the rewards from my interface to consider. "That's happiness for you," Gleb exclaimed, ecstatic. "Do you all get it?" "Gleb, we could make do with our VK page for the time being," Veronica said. "It won't cost us a bean." "Had we remained a humble employment agency, yes," Kesha butted in. "But if we want to go big, the absence of our own website will be a big drawback. There'll be a lot less trust." "What are you all arguing about?" Mr. Katz asked, appearing in the doorway. "It's about the website." Alec heaved a sigh. "He says," Alec nodded at Gleb, "that we need to drop whatever we're doing and work on the company's online presence." "Hi, I'm Gleb," my friend said, offering his hand to Mr. Katz. "Pleased to meet you, young man," Mr. Katz replied ceremoniously. "And why such a hurry, may I ask?" "Tea, Uncle Mark?" Stacy offered. "Yes, why not? And talking about our company's online presence." They went back to their conversation, while I paused, trying in vain to remember what the hell I'd just been thinking about. So, I'd been standing on the porch downstairs, trying to recover from the effects of receiving both a new achievement and a new insight level. In the meantime, everybody had gotten to know each other, and moved naturally from discussing the pressing issues of the logo design and the business proposal layout to more far-reaching matters. Such a zeal was undoubtedly welcome. But this wasn't what I'd been thinking of. Wait a sec, what did they say? It was something about... Wait. "We could make do with our VK page for the time being," Veronica had said. "Had we remained a humble employment agency." That had been Kesha. "We all need to drop whatever we're doing." That had been Alec repeating Gleb's words. "Our company's online presence." That had been Mark. Yes. Got it. It was the we. Us. Our. That's what it was. I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes, and tried to visualize our future company. Great job, agency, as my workmates continued their heated but friendly discussion. Our company. That belonged to us all. Gradually, it began taking shape in my mind. Not as an abstract notion, but as a real thing, put together like a virtual jigsaw puzzle. It came into focus more clearly with every kid point I used. I could see our tiny office in the Chekhov Business Center. The building manager, Mr. Gorelick, also added his kid point to the mix. I was officially the head of the company because formally, Alec was still only a hired worker. I could see all those desperate, disillusioned people who still held on to the meager hope that we wouldn't rip them off, but help them find work instead. The jigsaw puzzle began to fuse into a full-color 3D picture. I could see our agency working and expanding as our turnover grew, and with it, our profits. The numbers of both our workers and clients kept increasing in real time. I could see the financial results of 2018, 2019, 2020. Our agency kept working even after my interface license had expired, although it showed practically no growth. Our annual turnover remained just over 2 million rubles, and our clear profits gradually began to decline. Was this my level 3 insight at work? The picture was so tangible it felt as if all of this had already happened. I needed to ask Martha about it ASAP. She appeared promptly, cast a curious look around the office, and greeted me with a faint smile. "Are these your workmates?" "Hi," I grinned back as I replied mentally. "Almost. Formally, not all of them, but I'm working on it. I only summoned you for a moment. This isn't the best place to talk. Take a look, please. It seems I've received a new ability." I forwarded her the images. "What do you think?" "Yes, that's what level 3 insight does," she said. "It enables you to see any person's potential." "Only a person? How about a company?" "A company isn't a human being, is it? It's what they call a legal entity. Behind every company there's people. Like you and Mr. Romuald Zukov. Alec, isn't it? You two got together and decided to provide useful services to other people. What you call an employment agency is in fact your personal stand. Yours and your friends. And Stacy's," I added mechanically. "Yes, Phil?" Stacy turned her head to me. Martha and I looked at her in unison. Stacy gave me a quizzical look, then switched her gaze to Martha, standing by the window in a rather suggestive pose. Martha promptly disappeared. What the hell? "Phil?" Stacy was already standing next to me. "Did you call me?" Yeah. Be a good girl and get me a cup of coffee, please," I replied with a theatrical yawn. "Thanks." "Sure. One moment." She glanced at the window where Martha had just stood and went off to make coffee, leaving me completely confused. A coincidence? In that case, why had Martha disappeared? "Phil, are you okay?" Stacy distracted me from my musings, placing a cup of coffee next to me. "Well, what do you think?" I said, answering a question with a question. I just couldn't forget the strange red wristband she'd given me last night. "You really think I'm okay?" "I'm sure you are. There is something you should take very seriously, but not quite yet. At the moment, you're perfectly okay." "What kind of something?" "We'll talk about it later." She nodded toward our friends and walked off, rejoining them. They'd already finished discussing our website, or rather, they decided to leave it till later and brainstorm it with me, and started compiling a list of all the companies in the city who could become our potential clients. This was something neither Alec nor Gleb were interested in, so they got to work designing a layout for Kesha's business proposal regarding our outsourcing sales department. I knew I still had to call Panchenko and Ultrapack. The unfinished task put me on edge. I wish I could delete it, but I couldn't. Why would I even bother? I took a sip of coffee, placed the mug on the desk, and leaned back in my chair. The moment I thought about it, the mental model of my future agency came back into focus. It looked a bit like a 3D picture from an economic simulation game, with an isometric projection of the office, the little figures of the workers and clients moving at high speed, and loads of graphs and diagrams, all of it overlapped by my 3D figure. I sent a mental command to add Alec, putting him on the founder member list. A synergy box appeared next to him, flashing fat green numbers, 106% this year, 111% next year, and then a sharp rise to 160% in 2020. Oh, wow. Did that mean that the system was taking Alec's input into account? Judging by its prognosis, he'd become more useful as the years went by. Could it be because he might go back to school? Should I send him to a college, maybe? Enrollment hadn't yet finished this year. Our profits seemed to grow proportionally from year to year, first by 6, then by 11, and 58%. That meant that by keeping Alec as a partner, we might earn more than without him. And considering that I'd only promised him 5% of the profits, it was a win-win situation. This ability seemed to have an interesting effect. My hands shook as I wiped the sweat from my forehead, overwhelmed by these new developments. Well. And what if? I returned to the Synergy window and added Stacy. This time the program didn't respond. It was either glitchy or it simply didn't perceive Stacy as a human being. I removed Alec, and the Synergy box disappeared. I tried to add the girl again, but the program just wouldn't have it. Could it be because I knew nothing about her and didn't have enough kid points? Very well. Let's try someone else. I brought Alec back into the picture, and hey, presto! The Synergy numbers reappeared in a flash as the program kept evaluating our company situation. The further into the future, the slower the dates and numbers changed. Could it be the multiple choice effect from all the reality splits which gradually turned our progress into a multi-million option game? And the further into the future, the less accurate the forecast became? I tried to visualize Mr. Katz next to me and Alec. The picture updated. Now there were 3 of us in the scene, while the Synergy box showed 227% already this year, more than double, and 362% next year. That was nothing to sniff at. I must have looked a bit weird to the casual onlooker, sitting there with my eyes closed, smiling at something. The hubbub of voices let up a little, but didn't stop completely. My friends must have decided I'd dozed off. Okay, focus. Phil, concentrate. I left everything as it was and added Yagoza. No idea what had inspired me to try our local criminal boss with all his prison tattoos, but the program reacted to it straight away. The simulator flashed red. All the numbers plummeted to rock bottom, predicting negative Synergy and killing the company already by the end of next year. The graphs showed some crazy losses, with the agency closing down by 2020. I got it. I promptly removed Yagoza, and the numbers turned green again. I spent the next 2 hours shuffling the company's potential partners list, adding all the people in my immediate circle and varying their activities and input until I arrived at the optimal configuration of both our shareholders and activities. This was what I had. I'd head up the company with 51%. Another 9% would go to Alec, and the remaining 40% would be shared between Kesha, Veronica, Gleb, Mr. Katz, and his wife, Rose. Gleb only had 5%, while Mr. Katz and Rose had 7.5% each. Why, might you ask? Because as soon as I raised Alec's share to 10%, our numbers began to plummet. I had no idea why. It could be his mentality, I suppose. Possibly it might also have something to do with Kesha and Veronica, who might feel their input was bigger than Alec's. No idea. With Gleb, it was a different picture entirely. Even 6% tended to change him for the worst, jeopardizing our profits. It might have something to do with the fact that higher profits meant a higher share for him. He might end up earning more than he really needed. So I wondered if he might start gambling again with any surplus money. His losses might aggravate his depression and desire to win his money back, which wouldn't do the company any good. All in all, with this particular configuration, the program predicted 9,000% synergy and hundreds of millions of rubles for the company already next year. The picture of our little office was replaced with a 3D image of a whole building floor taken up by us alone. And 2 years after that, our company would have grown branches throughout the whole country. A hand lay on my shoulder. Phil? I opened my eyes. I must have dropped off. It was already dark outside. The interface clock showed almost 10 p.m. There was nobody left in the office except Stacy, who was peering at my face with concern. Where's everybody? They've already gone. They didn't want to wake you. Gleb said you hadn't slept at all last night. He was the last one to leave, by the way.
Why did he stay on so late? I wheezed, trying to come back to reality.
Could I have dreamt up the whole synergy thing? I closed my eyes and turned away from Stacy. Immediately, the 3D image came back into focus, complete with the final shareholders list and the 9,000% synergy. So that was okay then. Still, what might have caused me to have slept so soundly? Gleb kept working until late, first on the company's image and then on Kesha's business proposal, Veronica continued, and then he just waited for you to wake up. He didn't want to leave you alone, and he really wanted to show you his work. But his wife's just called him, and he had to run off. Apparently his dinner was getting cold. She laughed.
Why didn't you leave?
I just wanted a few moments on my own with you, she said languidly. Only now did I notice that her unbuttoned blouse was slightly more revealing than dress code required. Slightly, more like a lot. Fighting with the hypnotic allure of her cleavage was like trying to prise a powerful magnet away from a steel plate. Still, I almost managed, drawing my gaze away from it after only a split-second delay. I stared into her mesmerizing eyes, her pouting lips, which revealed 2 rows of even white teeth, her hastened breathing. My gaze shifted below again. You couldn't just look and not see any of it. She walked over to me and perched herself on the edge of my desk. Now I could see much more, and I could also smell her seductive scent. No idea what perfume it was, but it was more like her pheromones at play. I sensed an involuntary stirring below and sprang to my feet, feeling pretty pissed. Stacy rose too. We came face to face. Even without her stilettos, she was the same height as me. My old debuff, which I'd been lugging around all this time, had suddenly upgraded. Smitten, too. 24 hours. You have been smitten by a subject of the opposite sex. Subject's name, Anastasia Semyonova. Plus 75 to the subject's reputation in your eyes. The subject's current reputation, amicability, 45 of 60. Minus 5 to intellect, plus 2 to strength, minus 10% to satisfaction every 6 hours, plus 15% to metabolism. Warning, imminent danger of spontaneous erections. In order to disable the debuff, you're advised to restrict your contacts with the subject or to engage them in sexual intercourse. Slowly, as if walking across a minefield, I stepped aside, suppressing my desire to take her in my arms and press my lips to her. My heart was pounding, trying to escape my chest, my breathing so fast that I was afraid she could read me like an open book. Her lips parted in a smile. She took a step in the same direction, blocking my path, threw her arms around me, and lifted my chin in her hand. "Well, Phil," she whispered, or should I say, Philip Panfilov, social status level 16, a learner. "I think it's time we have a talk." I felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over me. I recoiled and stared at her without replying. Another program user? Was it the answer to her weird behavior? But why was she here? "It's all right, Phil," she said softly but firmly. "Everything's fine. I'm not going to hurt you." "You too?" I managed. "I too what? You mean an interface user? Is that how you call it?" "Of course. An interface, an augmented reality program. I'm going to tell you everything in a moment. Honest. Let's just go somewhere else first." "How about we go to a restaurant?" "No, it's too busy. It's a private conversation, but we can't talk here because the concierge already passed by to ask when we were leaving. She needs to lock up the building." "Can we go to your place?" Her last words caused another stirring in my nether regions. "Okay, let's go to my place." "You know," she paused as she tried to put her thoughts into words. "I just want you to know, we're very proud of you. You? Yes, us. I'll explain later. Let's go. We left the office. Stacy locked the door, and we went downstairs. We shook the old lady awake at her desk, and she led us out of the building, grumbling. Let's walk a few blocks, Stacy offered. I've got a car parked over there. As we walked, I showered her with questions, but she just smiled. After a couple of streets, we turned off into a small, inconspicuous courtyard where she'd parked her car, a silver two-seater Cayman. While I stood there open-mouthed, trying to correlate the car's predatory curves with its owner, Stacy gracefully slid into the driver's seat. Jump in. The day was full of surprises, and the questions it raised seemed to be multiplying faster than a colony of bacteria. I sank into a leather bucket seat and gave her my address. Hold on to your hat, she promised ominously as she pulled out of the courtyard. Then she put her foot to the floor. Overcoming the acceleration, which pushed me back into the seat, I buckled up and spent the next 5 minutes trying not to think about anything except staying alive. She masterfully navigated the traffic, overtaking, cutting up, and sneaking into the tiniest of gaps. We approached my residential area's gatehouse. Stacy lowered her window. I nodded to the guard, who raised the barrier, flagging us through. For the first time since Vicky had left, a girl was coming to my house. And what a girl! I'd have lied to you if I'd said it didn't prickle my fancy. It could have been the smitten debuff. Having said that, I might not have even needed the interface to have received it. Still, my self-control was by now developed enough to ask her to make herself comfortable on the couch and get busy making dinner. She kept asking if she could help me, but I declined. I'm leveling cooking, so I think I can manage. She smiled for the umpteenth time that evening, but nodded and left me to my host duties. I wasn't going to make anything too elaborate anyway. I just pulled a pre-cooked turkey out of the fridge, warmed it up, and fixed a quick salad by slicing the meat and adding some canned corn, beans, and some herbs. It took me all of 10 minutes at the most. As we ate, I couldn't help noticing that she was hungry too. We ate in silence, our forks working overtime. She was the first to finish and get up from the table. Stay where you are, she said, smiling. Tea? Coffee? I'll serve, okay? Sure. Let's have some coffee before I doze off again. It should be in that cupboard over there. We took our coffees and moved to the lounge. I pulled the coffee table closer to the couch where Stacy had already made herself comfortable. She was sitting in a perfectly businesslike way, nothing frivolous about it. She looked focused and ready to talk. So was I. So, who are you really, Anastasia Semyonovna? It's better that I show you. She got up and uttered something unintelligible. Immediately her appearance began to change. She grew to over 6 foot tall, her hair changing color to a shimmering platinum blonde. Her skin was now covered in an elaborate network of fancy tattoos. Her eyes changed color, becoming iridescent. The pointy tips of her ears peeked through her hair. I'd definitely seen this, creature before. I'm Ilindi. Her voice, too, was now different, melodious, like the babbling of a brook. I'm not from this planet. I'm a Roa. A Roa? I repeated, trying to form the word. No, try saying it a little softer. A Roa. That's the name we call ourselves. Not so long ago, our civilization revealed itself to the Commonwealth of sentient races. We were offered a choice of either submitting ourselves to the diagnostics in order to determine our place in the Commonwealth, or to be annulled. Your race isn't the first one on your planet who's entered the universal infospace. There were others before you. They all failed the diagnostics. My mental view filled with images of various extinct civilizations. Some of them I'd definitely seen before, while others were completely new to me. I could see deserted cities which had crumbled to dust in the millions of years that had passed on Earth, a race of 7-foot-tall flying dinosaurs which had left nothing except more empty cities to remember them by. I witnessed the evolution of species and a new renaissance of sentient life. This was very similar to the mental images Hafor had sent me during my first abduction. Elindi sat next to me and waited patiently for me to take in everything she just told me. "Stace," I began. "Oh, sorry. Elindi. Call me how you want." She smiled, just like Stacy. "My name has the same meaning in our language as Anastasia has in yours." "Okay. Stace, do you know that I remember you? But how do you know me?" My question made sense. If Martha had indeed reloaded reality, and if the mechanism of it was the same as last night at the poker club, then Elindi couldn't have possibly remembered my first abduction. Hafor, I could understand. He traveled reality planes all the time. But her? If you're talking about your first abduction, I saw you in a dream. She shrugged in a very human manner. Our dreams are different from yours. We sometimes see things that happen in other reality branches. Not always, not everyone, and definitely not often. But it does happen at certain life-changing moments. What's more, since then I saw you again, and tried to contact you in that particular reality too, only in a different form. What kind of form? We met at a mall not far from here. Remember that girl, Milena, who was looking for her nephew in the crowd? It was actually me. I decided to get a closer look at you and arranged for you to approach me of your own accord. You didn't recognize me either then or now. That's because I possess a certain ability which allows me to conceal my true identity. In order to see through the illusion, you need to have a very high insight. I wanted to make sure you actually were considerate and helpful, ready to come to a stranger's aid. Milena? A mole? A flurry of vague images filled my mind, evading all attempts to bring them into focus. Still, I managed to grasp a few scenes. A crazy car chase out of town, me beating someone up, followed by rain, mud, and a dark pit in the ground. I can't remember, I finally admitted. But I have a funny feeling that's exactly how it happened. The creature that appeared in the office by your side, is it your assistant? Martha? Did you see her? How? So she is your assistant. Elindi nodded, apparently pleased to hear my answer. I'd venture a guess that you, consciously or not, must have awoken your AI, triggering its development. Did you set any energy consumption restrictions for her? No. Did I need to? Judging by the fact that you're still alive and we're talking, it's a good job you didn't do it. Once self-aware, the AI prevented your interface from being uninstalled after the first abduction and used the nanosecond opportunity this had created in order not to confirm the activation of your heroic system skill. That was something neither Nick nor I had anticipated. Nick? You know him as Valiadis. Elindi paused and sipped her coffee. Stace, are you sure you can drink this? You're an alien, after all. Why not? As the result of ancient panspermia, humanity is physically very close to the Roa. We're even genetically compatible. There are several other races that are relatively kindred to us both. If you pass the trial, you'll get the opportunity to see them all with your own eyes. They too belong to junior races and are prepping for the diagnostics. What did you say about Valiadis? I only saw him the other day. I know. What's happening to you now is the result of an agreement between him and I. I choked on my coffee and very nearly spat it out. So it was you two. You installed that thing in my head. Not quite, but it was us who introduced a few changes to it.
What sort of changes?
You see, Phil, the Commonwealth is preparing for war. A big war of total destruction. It's not going to happen overnight by your standards. It might take thousands of years. But the senior races can see everything that's going to happen and calculate the odds of any turn of events. The war is imminent. Our galaxy is preparing to repel an external enemy.
External? What does that mean?
I don't know. Junior races don't have the clearance necessary to access this information. Still, according to our analysts, it's either another galaxy or possibly even another dimension. The Commonwealth is in need of warriors. The so-called diagnostics is their way of pitting junior races against each other without much harm coming to our economies. The winners who successfully pass the diagnostics will be admitted into the Commonwealth. Their future role is pretty clear, though. They're destined to become cannon fodder for the upcoming war. The senior races are too few to put up any kind of fight.
But we haven't even started to expand into the solar system yet. What intergalactic wars are you talking about?
The winners will be boosted, as you gamers call it. Their civilizations will be granted access to the senior race's technologies. Millions of your young will receive special training. Whenever a junior race is accepted into the Commonwealth, its technological progress exceeds everything in its past history within a few years. The winners will gain access to the most classified layers of the universal infospace, just as they could shield our galaxy from the aggression with their own bodies when the time comes.
She paused.
So, the diagnostics.
The number of races subjected to it is well over 1,000. But of these, only about 24 are humanoid. So when they pit us against each other, we'll need allies. As an emissary posted to observe the candidate selection here on Earth, I met Nick. Both of us were the first among our peers to pass the trial, which made him an observer for the ROA. We had access to more information than all others, and I'm sharing it with you now. Basically, Nick and I struck an alliance between our two races and agreed on our cooperation during the diagnostics. But seeing as the basic user interface for all candidates was built to answer the Valfor's demands, it encourages the primitive values inherent to them. It promotes aggression and social status leveling regardless of our moral values, with preference given to combat abilities and skills. To cut it short, Elindy's face darkened. A whole number of your most successful candidates who've already passed the trial are complete psychos. Serial killers, religious extremists, backstabbing social climbers. If humanity is represented by these, we can forget signing an alliance. You won't even be able to unite in the face of danger, too absorbed by the power rat race. So what have you done to Valiadis? He has the ability to install the interface into a candidate's mind. He receives their data, flies to them personally, and uploads the interface while the candidate is asleep. It can be done remotely from a distance of a few hundred feet. Luckily, our technologies, I'm talking about my own race now, allow us to alter the initial settings. So for the last few months, Nick has been installing our own version of the interface, which encourages good and socially meaningful actions. Phil? I opened my eyes, realizing I must have dozed off again.
Elindy was sitting next to me, stroking my cheek. She had already returned back to Stacy's guise.
Sorry, I can't keep my eyes open. I yawned uncontrollably.
Allow me, she said softly. A wave of emerald light enveloped me. What an incredible effect! I felt great. I wasn't sleepy at all anymore. I got a real high, while a revitalizing energy was coursing my veins, making my blood bubble. My eyesight was perfectly clear, my hearing sharp, and my sense of smell. Suffice it to say that I could smell the faint but heady scent of this Roa woman, reminiscent of a fresh breeze and pine needles. The program duly informed me of a new buff I just received. Healing touch, 1 hour. Removes all negative effects. +5 to all main characteristics. +100% to vigor. +100% to willpower. +100% to spirit. +100% to self-control. +100% to metabolism. How are you feeling, then? Ilindi asked. Like I've just been reborn? How did you do that? She smiled. Just a heroic ability I have. Available to the first hero. So, you... She nodded. Yes. And Valiatis? Not him. No. None of the Terrans has done it yet. But Stace, what does that mean? Who the hell is the first hero of this particular local segment of our galaxy? It means the maximum social status level in the entire history of a race. It's granted to a person who's done more than anyone else for their peers. Not for a separate nation, mind you, but for an entire race. I see. And who is the best on our planet? Ilindi smiled. How would I know? We kept silent for a while. Unable to contain the energy raging in me, I rose and started pacing the room. I only have one question left. Why did you have to tell me all this? Because I liked you. Oh, please. Do me a favor. I'm serious. You've shown the best progress among all the candidates in possession of our version of the interface. I'd have loved to see you standing shoulder to shoulder with my people at the diagnostics. But to do that, you need to pass the trial first. And you're not ready yet. You're dead right there, I said, remembering the acid jelly. I don't even know what's required of me. Am I supposed to fight with somebody and win? Of course. You need to win. Every trial wave has its own rules, but their essence is the same. It's an elimination game in which only one of the initial 169 participants can win. You should come prepared. From our combined experience, I can tell you that you'll be required to show your mastery of each of the stats you already have. You'll be given several tasks. Some can be solved through strength, others through agility or perception, or leadership and negotiation skills. Combat skills are important, but even without them, you still have a chance. You'll know what I mean when you finally face the judges on the trial grounds. She leaned and kissed me on the lips. For a brief while I lost control, giving in to desire. Then she shrank back and rose. I need to go. I think I know enough about you now. I'm very happy you didn't disappoint me. I'm not going back to work, sorry. I've already spent too much time on you as it is. But I'll be around. The day of your second abduction is near, and this time you won't get another chance. I beg you to concentrate on your progress. Can I see you to the car? You should rest now, she commanded. My eyelids felt heavy. I have disabled Smitten, she added. Sorry I had to use it on you. Despite her order, I saw her to the front door, locked it, and returned to the lounge. The office key lay on the coffee table where she'd left it. I took my clothes off, switched off the light, and headed for the bedroom. As I was falling asleep, I decided to run Vicky and myself through that synergy thing, as a married couple. In this case, instead of our annual income, the program evaluated both our personal and combined happiness levels. It resulted in an average of 44%, which meant that Vicky's presence made me almost 3 times less happy. And the next year, it dropped even more. The program's prognosis was rather unpromising. Another 1.5 years of living as a couple would put us in the red, happiness-wise, and then we'd part ways again, for good this time. The gnawing pain in my chest, which all these days had intensified every time I'd thought about Vicky, now began to ease up. Don't get me wrong, I still loved her, but faced with the program's impartial opinion, this feeling began to give way to rational thinking. Just out of curiosity, I decided to check Yana, too. There, the picture wasn't much better. Had we renewed our relationship, we might have been happy for a while,
but would have been forced to split up again within less than a year. Ditto for Veronica. But between her and Alec, that was different. 200% synergy. I tried Ilindi, but the program kept offering an error message. My lips stretched into a smile. When I finally fell asleep, my last flashing thought was that I'd have to grill Martha about everything that had happened to me in my past lives. Chapter 17. My Fourth Life. Self-improvement is masturbation. Self-destruction is the answer. Fight Club. I awoke from an unbearable piercing pain in the back of my head. Gasping, I got out of bed, sat up, and opened the interface. It was 7:33 a.m., Saturday, July 21, 2018. It was only 24 hours ago that Gleb and I had come back from the poker club where I'd won enough to pay his debts back. And late last night, I'd spoken to Stacy, or Ilindi, rather, here at home. But what had I experienced right now? That hadn't been a dream. I still remembered every detail of it. The fear, the fury, the stench of gas and fire, the taste of earth in my mouth, the sound of gunfire still ringing in my ears. It felt as if it only had just happened. This dream, although it wasn't a dream, really, had forced me to live several days of some other life which was still undoubtedly my own. In that life I was still with Vicky, and had popped out one night to fetch some cat food for Boris. That's when I'd met that girl, Milena, at the mall. She looked lost and tearful. The icon of an active quest hovered over her head. Apparently, she'd lost her little nephew in the crowd. His name was Joseph Kogan, 6 years old. I'd just seen him at the parking lot, accompanied by some guy. The boy's behavior had seemed a little strange to me. He was staggering, his face blank. The man, whose name was Gretchkin, had helped him into a car and driven off. Now that I'd spoken to Milena, I used the boy's marker to locate him on the map and offered her my help. We used her car to chase after the abductor and forced him to release the child. When I realized what could have happened to the boy, I gave the guy a good hiding, unable to restrain myself. In the end, he said he'd found the boy at the mall and had decided to take him home to his parents. Milena refused to call the cops, so the guy got off the hook. Still, the quest was duly closed, and even added a few nice points to my insight. Valery Gretchkin turned out to be a well-appointed official at the town hall. Apparently, he had a long memory. His associates worked out where I lived. So, a few days later, they punched my lights out, threw me in the trunk, and took me out of town to Gretchkin's hunting lodge. They were the same two junks who were later responsible for my third death at the casino, Wheezy and Zack. They kept me in an underground cellar for 2 days, naked, without food or water. All that time I kept leveling up my physical stats while feeding on earthworms, which are an excellent source of protein, and quenching my thirst with the rainwater dripping from above. When they'd finally dragged me out and brought me into the house, making me kneel in front of Gretchkin, I recognized the whole bunch of them straight away. Next to him stood none other than Colonel Dimedrol, complete with his 2 sidekicks. The program must have recalculated my environmental safety index based on all the hardships I'd had to suffer. I won't bore you with the details, but it had allowed me to activate my stealth and vanish heroic ability right in front of all those bloodsuckers. 15 seconds of invisibility turned out to have been plenty of time to grab the gun from Wheezy and smoke them all. I could also remember dousing the place with gasoline and watch this den of iniquity being razed to the ground. And then I died. "Morning, Phil," I heard Martha's voice a mere few feet away. "How are you feeling?" "Martha, what's happened?" "Before falling asleep, you told me to restore the memories of your past lives. Your first life ended when you confronted the acid jelly during the first trial. You didn't die, but in order to avoid the uninstallation of the interface, I had to bring you back to the moment in time when you were driving to the UltraPack corporate party.
That was the night you met Victoria. Yes, I remember. Your third life ended 31 hours 23 minutes ago. You were stabbed in the heart by Zach Nikolaev. I remember that, too. Consequently, in order to carry out your orders, I had to make you relive your second life, the one ending when Zach shot you dead at Dimadrol's house. I can't plant that actual memory into your mind just like I can't plant knowledge, but I can give you the possibility to relive a certain scenario in your dream. So I showed you the last days of your second life. But how could I have relived several days in one night's sleep? Time flows much faster when you're asleep. We use this a lot in the future whenever we want to take a break, relive certain happy moments, or reinforce a certain skill. Oh, really? I interrupted her. Does that mean that nothing of what I'd experienced last night has added to my stats? I opened the interface and heaved a sigh of disappointment. I could have used the stealth and vanish skill I'd received in my second life. No, because all you did in your dreams was relive a pre-recorded scenario without playing an active part in it, she explained. You were only an onlooker, even though you might have thought you'd taken part in the events because you saw everything in real time without activating your own memories of whatever had happened after the reality had split. For the Phil who was killed that night by Wheezy's gunshot, it was all for real. But for you, as you are now, life took a different turn the night you decided to stay at home instead of fetching cat food from the mall. Which means that now I've lost 3 lives, I whispered. Is this my last one? Yes. Until now, I managed to circumvent the activation requirements because you don't fulfill them anyway. But I can't do it anymore. No idea which of our alien friends had grassed you up, but they seem to have installed a patch on your interface. It's nothing serious, except that I don't have access to blocked abilities anymore. I see, I said pensively. Then I remembered my dream. I can remember the other Phil changed the environment safety index. Mind telling me more about it? I never got around to it. She went on, explaining that the program could evaluate the user's environment and bestow additional stat points on him, provided his or her social status level was above average within a certain local segment of our galaxy. The more dangerous the environment, and the higher the user's importance, the cooler the freebies. That was really important to know. I really had to try and do the same in this life, too. I unsummoned Martha. When she'd disappeared, I'd spent a long time trying to get my head around it by superimposing my dual memories. In order to do that, I had to insert a few fragments from my second life, namely, when Vicky had had a bad premonition and come back home to me from her parents. I had a lot to grasp. The constantly changing environmental safety index with its perks, the stealth and vanish heroic ability, incredible in its coolness, which I'd rejected in favor of lie detection, the possibility of leveling insight by doing social quests. I still had to give all this some thought in order to use it in my real-life leveling. Gradually, the picture came into focus. The other Phil had gone to fetch some cat food for Boris. Stacy, a.k.a. Olindi the Roa, had been millennia in this Phil's life. He joined a different boxing group, not the one with Mohammed and Kostya, but the one with Yuri and the Tartar guy, the group that practiced Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. The other Phil had leveled up faster than I did. By the same token, he'd also died much quicker than the third one. And here I was. The fourth Phil. The fourth and the last. Both my gaming past and the months spent with the interface had allowed me to take the news relatively lightly. What made me furious was the anger, the hate, and the malice that I felt toward Wheezy and Zach, the 2 junks who'd killed me twice already, as well as their corrupt boss, Dimadrol, and especially that pedophile Gretchkin. The fact that I'd managed to turn him in this life was some consolation, because by doing so, I must have saved little Joseph again. My phone vibrated on the bedside table. It was Kostya, texting me that he expected me at the school stadium in half an hour. As I got ready, I kept thinking about all the things that still needed to be done. We had to grow the company.
I had to level up real-life skills and abilities and prepare for my next abduction and the following trial. Also, I would have loved to hire Cyril, Marina, and Greg, seeing as we already needed some savvy salespeople. As I walked out of the house, I realized something very important. You couldn't defeat the likes of Dimedrol and his sidekicks by combat skills alone. If you punished them, others would simply take their place. So if I had to choose between Batman and Superman, I'd prefer Bruce Wayne, but with Superman's skills. "Have you got your gloves?" Kostya asked. The rising sun was shining in our eyes. He crouched down on the running track by his gym bag, squinting at me from under his eyebrows. You could say he was only 21. He was economical with both his words and movements, like an arthritic old man calculating his every move. Still, I could hardly have called him a young man with an old man's eyes, the way they describe someone who's experienced a lot in their few years of life. His eyes were young and full of life. It was just that he didn't speak much and practically never smiled. The reason for this was standing right next to him, his 4-year-old sister, Julie. As today was the weekend, he'd brought her along to the training session. The girl seemed to have some rare children's disease. I didn't know any details. She looked like any other girl, only very skinny and pale, almost translucent. Her dark blonde hair was clumsily braided into 2 plaits, probably one of Kostya's jobs. "Uncle Phil, Kostya's asking you if you've brought the gloves." The girl's voice was remarkably bright, and her diction clear. "Yes, I've got them," I replied with a smile. "Fancy some sparring?" Kostya banged his gloves together. We'd already finished training, so his offer had come as a surprise. "Aren't you in a hurry?" I asked, surprised. "Where to? I don't need to take her to the kindergarten today. Am I right, Jules? Once we're done, we can go for a walk. She keeps asking me to take her to see this cartoon, so we might go to the flicks." "The flicks! Yes!" The girl twirled around on the spot, pressing her favorite doll to her chest. I noticed she was slightly limping. Something wasn't right with her hip. "What did the doctors say?" I asked Kostya, nodding at the girl. "We need to have her operated on before she turns 6, but our surgeons won't take the risk. We need to go abroad." He walked over to me. "Come on, put 'em up." As we exchanged blows, Julie kept chanting, supporting her brother. "Kostya! Kostya!" But as soon as I'd missed a number of rather painful jabs, she changed camp and started to support me instead. It must be our national trait to root for an underdog. At a certain point, Kostya relaxed and missed my right hook. He recoiled, gesturing me to stop. I waited for him to come round. My hook had been a beauty. "Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Boxing. Current level, 6. XP received, 500. "Not bad," he said, holding his jaw, then added with a disarming smile, "Serves me right for dropping my guard." "It's all right, sis. Don't you worry." Julie stood next to him, clinging to his leg. She could support me all she wanted, but blood was thicker than water. "How about we stop for today?" I asked. "Sure. I'm not in good shape today. I'm not saying you're going to win the championship." He laughed at the absurdity of the idea. "But you might get through a few rounds." "You mean the championship that Motov invited us to?" "Yeah." "Why don't you enroll yourself?" He shrugged and nodded surreptitiously at Julie. "Sorry, I don't understand," I said. "What's there not to understand? Didn't you hear me when I said I couldn't afford it? At the moment, every penny counts. I'm saving. You know what I mean?" "How about we go for a run?" I turned to the girl. "Do you mind waiting here while your brother and I jog a little? What's your doll's name?" "It's Angelique." "You and Angelique wait here, okay?" She nodded and stepped away from her brother, perching herself on a bench next to his bag. Kostya and I set off at a trot. "So,
What's with the tournament? I asked. They're a bit greedy with the entry fee. What, 10,000 rubles? 10,000. 10,000 rubles can last us 2 months. I earn 30 grand as a trainee, and I set some of it aside for her surgery. Then we live off the rest. Are you suggesting I dip into her money? Let them get stuffed. He spat in disgust. Martov grabs what he can from it all. What do you mean? He's got some kind of shady business with them. He sends his fighters to clandestine matches. There are several coaches like him there. If a normal coach trains his athletes for legitimate competitions, these bastards. He lowered his voice. They only think about their bank accounts. The other boys told me a few things about them. What do you mean? You heard. You too had to pay for the training. They're on the lookout for promising lads and bring them into the league, or so they call it. If you win a season, they'll whisk you off to Moscow or somewhere. From what I heard, they took some guy to Grozny. They're like the illegal fight scene over there. And if you prove yourself at this level, they'll set you up with an agent. That's where the money gets serious. None of our group has ever managed to make it. They're more likely to have their brains punched out and seen off with a handicapped allowance. They won't make the tournament free, then? I asked, sincerely surprised. The more people that signed up, the more choice they'd have, wouldn't they? Phil, how am I supposed to know? I've had no part in their schemes. Let me just tell you that Martov really wanted me to join, but I have no one to leave this little button with. He turned and took a long look at the girl. If anything ever happens to me. He slowed down to a walk, put his feet together and reached down to touch his toes. In the meantime, I opened my interface and made a few mental commands. Kostya's profile unfolded in front of me. This time it contained much more information than I normally saw. That's level 3 insight for you. Konstantin Kostya Biekterev. Age 21. Current status, web programmer. Social status level, 6. Class, boxer. Level 8. Unmarried. Children, none. Main characteristics. Strength, 11 of 24. Agility, 14 of 25. Intellect, 10 of 17. Stamina, 19 of 37. Perception, 15 of 15. Charisma, 6 of 19. Luck, 7 of 12. Secondary characteristics. Vitality, 98%. Satisfaction, 73%. Vigor, 91%. Metabolism, 118%. Confidence, 88%. Self-control, 99%. Spirit, 164%. Mood, 85%. Main skills and abilities. Boxing, 8 of 14. Responsibility, 7 of 15. Self-discipline, 7 of 12. PHP programming, 6 of 11. So, now I could see not only his full profile, but also the maximum extent of the stat points he could earn. And what did that mean? It meant that now I could advise my clients on their potential development. I couldn't wait to see my own possibilities, but decided to give it a miss for the time being. I might need to look into it first. I remembered Martha's request and scrolled through Kostya's ability list, searching for tutoring. I found it halfway through the list. Tutoring, 5 of 11. Not bad. Having to raise his sister must have had something to do with it. And he had a lot to grow still, seeing as he was still level 5. So, how could I help him? I opened the map and ran a quick search for any potential employment for him, concentrating on improving his working conditions and pay. Then I checked his profile again. He had the potential to reach level 14 in boxing, which was really a lot. Overall, he was very well developed for his age. Phil, what are you hanging around for? Kostya called out. Are we done? Wait a sec, I said. We haven't finished talking yet. Hey, listen, where are your parents? Don't you have any relatives? He scowled. Why the hell would you want to know? I'm training you, ain't I? What else do you want? Sorry, it's none of my business. I just wanted to offer you something. Like what? He laughed. Babysitter services? I'm doing okay as it is. No, that's not what I meant. I sat down on the rubbery surface of the track, spread my legs, and touched my toes. Are you happy with your current job? Why shouldn't I be? They pay me on time. Suits me down to the ground. Look, there's a vacancy in a company who are looking for somebody like you. There's a high probability they might hire you. Nah, I don't think so. I'm perfectly happy where I am. Even during the trial period, they pay 60 grand. Try it. You've only just said you don't earn enough. Where is it? He froze, looking at me closely. It's a studio specializing in mid-range corporate sites. I can give you their number. Just call them and find out. So, what do I say? No matter how responsible and disciplined he was, his childishness was starting to grate on my nerves. Why should I have to talk him into another job where he might get paid twice as much for the same work? Listen, it's not as if you're stupid, I said. I'm sure you'll work out what to tell them. Just say you're a PHP code writer and you're calling them about the vacancy. I'll text you their number. Okay, then. Let's go. He rose and brushed the bits of rubber off his track bottoms. Julie's already waving to us. Look. Come on, then. I rose, too. Together we leisurely walked over to Julie. And let's do one more thing. I'll pay your entry fee for the turnip. No. He cut me short. Wait, listen, why not? I don't need charity. Is that clear? He stepped closer and glared at me, flaring his nostrils. I promptly received a new system message informing me of a drop in my reputation with him. Whoa, wait up. What charity are you talking about? I said, changing tactics. What's all that about? This is a business proposal. What kind of business? He squinted at me. I just can't work you out, Phil. Listen up. The entry fee is 10 grand. I can pay it, no problem. This isn't a loan or charity, man. You listen to me. Once you win, you pay me 10%. If you lose, you pay it back after Julie is cured. So, what do you think? Or are you already shitting yourself that they might carry you out feet first? What? He bellowed. Me? Yes, you. I suggest you stuff your pride where the sun don't shine and go fight for your sister. Will the prize money be enough for the surgery? Well... He paused, making mental calculations. Together with what I've already saved, it should be enough. That's settled, then. Get your stuff, and let's go to my place to get the money. It's right here, nearby. You don't want to go to the lawyer to certify that I owe you and all that? Your word is enough for me. Let's go. So we went. I walked first, followed by Kostya, hand in hand with his little sister. Before we'd reached the house, the system informed me of another reputation change. This time to amicability. I'd given him the entry money from my own share of the poker tournament winnings. Now I was standing on the balcony, watching them leave. Kostya, who was still so young, virtually a boy, and his little button, Julie. He walked in the unhurried gait of a grown man, while she scampered along, clutching her brother's hand. As I watched them, I realized that this young man, barely 20 years old, could better me in most things. I might be older and almost twice as smart, but no amount of my intellect could hold a candle to him. Both his social status level and his stats were already higher than mine had been before I'd received the interface. But most importantly, he was already a man, while I still had some way to go. Because it's not sleeping with a woman that makes you a man. In order to become one, you need to accept the responsibility for someone in your life and bear this responsibility with the same dignity as Kostya, without whining or complaining. I liked his character, and I was prepared to do everything I could to help him and his sister. Some might say that I was screwing around instead of leveling up. Others could say I did it for XP. Neither would be right. Something had changed in me the night when Yana had left me, and the only person who'd offered me some support was that street bum, Alec. And once I'd helped him, and his eternal gratitude had been confirmed by the interface, something shifted in me. Some cogs within me started crunching until they whirred into motion, clearing my rust-ridden soul and filling it with new blood, fresh and clean. Since then, I'd learned to live not only with myself and my own flitting interests, but to also sympathize and relate to other people, becoming aware of my important, but by far not unique persona in this enormous but tiny world. My new discoveries had been amazing. Instead of chatting, I now spoke to people. Instead of just looking indifferently at them, I could see each and every one of them. And as we talked, I could hear and understand them. Alec's phone call disrupted my musings. "Hi, Phil. Did I wake you up?" "Hi yourself. What's up?" Gorelick is holding a sales seminar. Wait a sec." I could hear the rustle of him opening a piece of paper. "Listen here. Aram Ovsepyan is an internet star and an expert in proactive selling." He started reading theatrically. "The course curriculum contains a number of very important skills and practices indispensable for any sales manager striving for success." Ah, that one. I remember. Why, do you want to sign up? Are you striving for success? Didn't Gorelick say that tickets cost 10 grand? "That's exactly my point." He laughed into the receiver. "He didn't sell enough tickets, so now he's prepared to let us in for 1,000. "Us? Who do you mean? Are you in the office? It's the weekend." Yeah, we're all here. Me, Gleb, and Veronica. Stacy's the only one missing. Kesha's here too, but he's in the print shop." "So, what are you all doing there, may I ask?" "It just happened. I've nothing to do anyway. Then Gleb said he might come and make a tropotype." I could hear Gleb guffaw in the background. "Prototype, you idiot! It's prototype!" "Well, whatever," Alec continued. "Basically, who wants to do our website? Veronica had a meeting here, and as for Kesha, I've no idea why he came. So, what do you think about the seminar? They start in less than an hour. Are we going?" "What do you mean?" "Well, I wouldn't say no to listening for a bit. It's Aram himself, after all. I think Kesha wanted to come too, and also—" The receiver rustled. "Hi, Phil." I heard Veronica's voice. "Listen, 1,000 is no money. I suggest we all go." I heard Gleb's voice again in the background. "Apart from Gleb. He says selling isn't his thing, and seeing as we're all such consummate salespeople, someone has to stay behind and do their work for them." She giggled. "He can answer the phone as well, seeing as he's in the office anyway. What do you think?" I smiled. "Okay, let's all go back to school on this fine Saturday morning. I'm coming now." I put the phone down. My plans for the day had been somewhat different, but then again, there was no hurry in dishing out the spare stat points. But the training might prove useful. You never know. Not just to advance the actual skill, but also as a good example of spontaneous team building, which I just witnessed. Also, how could I have said no? The guys had come to the office on the weekend and were itching to get some training in. Who was I to put them off? In the half hour that was left, I managed to take a shower, feed the cat, get dressed, and even pick up a bottle of yogurt to drink on the go. 15 minutes before the training was supposed to start, I reached the office building. A group of young people stood smoking on the porch. I thought I recognized the back of one of them. According to the interface, I was right. It was Greg, bullshit artist Boyko, my illustrious Ultra Pack ex-workmate. Greg? "Phil! Marina, look what the wind's blown in." Greg turned to the girl standing next to him, then reached out to give me a bear hug. "Hi, Phil." Marina laid her hands on my shoulders and gave me a peck on the cheek, dangerously close to my lips. "Are you going training as well?" "Yeah, we actually have an office here. And you? Which wind blew you two in?" Greg cringed. "Boss's orders. I've had it with his new fads up to here." "Orders? What does that mean?" I asked, sincerely surprised. If the company pays for your professional development, it can only be a good thing, can't it?
Listen, Phil, Marina butted in. First of all, do you have any idea who this Aram is?
He knows very well how to sell his courses, but that's the only thing he does know.
Sure, a good sales manager should be an expert on the kinds of goods he sells,
Greg said theatrically with a nasal accent.
And this guy is just like our Panchenko.
All he can do is repeat sets of cliches in a pretty wrapper.
But that's not really important, Marina fumed. They don't pay us anything. Or rather, they do, but...
No, they don't, Greg exploded.
Panchenko has his own secret arrangements with Aram.
They're going to deduct the course's cost from our wages. No. Are you serious? And you agreed to it?
Marina sighed. He simply didn't leave us any choice. He just said that all of us needed to improve ASAP. According to him, we were a bunch of useless bastards who didn't know how to do their jobs, and he was the only one keeping the department afloat, so we all had to master the art of selling. And just then, the great expert Aram arrived in town.
What a lucky coincidence, Greg continued.
And those who didn't want to study didn't deserve the proud title of an ultra-pack sales rep.
But what did Ivanov say?
The old boy seems to have completely lost all interest, Marina explained. Any questions we have, he sends us to Panchenko. Like he's the one to decide.
I'm sick and tired of it all, Greg added. They fired Cyril. Can you imagine? I think it's time we jumped ship. But where would we go?
You know, guys, I paused, making some mental calculations. Would you like to meet our commercial director after the training? His name is Kesha. You never know. We might end up working together. They exchanged glances. Marina beamed.
With pleasure.
I'm all for kicking up a stink. Greg laughed. What are we going to sell? Everything, I said, giving them both a high five. As soon as Cyril gets better, I'll poach him too. The rest of my team appeared on the porch. Alec, Veronica, and Kesha, looking for me in the crowd. They saw me and waved. Come on, Phil. The show's about to start, Kesha shouted. It is indeed, I thought, as I laced my hands around Greg and Marina's shoulders and steered them away to introduce them to the intrepid staff of the Great Job Agency. Meeting Greg and Marina proved to have been the best thing about Aram Ovsepyan's seminar. Even though the training had added a few meager points to my vending skill, watching the speaker turned out to be far more entertaining than listening to what he'd had to say. Here I might mention that although his vending level was the same as mine, his public speaking, motivation, and communication skills were indeed very high. Especially motivation. No wonder the audience left his seminars feeling elated. My crowd wasn't an exception. After the training, we all got together in our office. Suddenly the room had become very cramped. I shared my outsourcing sales department idea with them. If Kesha could indeed take on the responsibility of closing the department's contracts, then Greg, Marina, and hopefully soon also Cyril were supposed to sell the products and services of our new customers. In the end, we shook on it. Greg and Marina were so excited that they decided to quit UltraPack the moment Kesha brought in our first contract. I was quite adamant that this would happen very soon because we had a unique business proposition as we were working on a percentage basis without charging them any additional fees. I'd already eyed up a few potential contracts and was going to suggest them inconspicuously to Kesha if he began to stall. As we parted, Marina dropped a dark hint that she'd split up with her grad student and was back on the market. Greg chuckled. Both Alec and Gleb ignored this new piece of information entirely. Kesha, however, perked up and somehow ended up seeing her home. I took Alec aside and suggested he took Veronica to the flicks. At first he threw up a few excuses, but in the end he plucked up enough courage to speak to her. After their conversation, he rejoined me red in the face, looking embarrassed but happy. He grinned and gave me a big thumbs up. "Tomorrow," he mouthed. Seeing as they'd kicked me out of the gym, I now had to find a new one. As I signed on at a small fitness club next to my house, I replayed the events of the past few days. So many things had happened to me this last week. On Tuesday, Stacy had arrived at our office. The same night, I'd had a fight with Muhammad and had been expelled from Matov's boxing group. Right after that, Vicky had left me. On Wednesday, I'd had the first of my 2 training sessions with Kostya, followed by me meeting Valiadis. After that, I'd come across the ring of Veles. It also had been the first of Stacy's 3 days working with us. And right after that, I'd come across Gleb waiting on my doorstep in a lamentable state. On Thursday, he'd come with me to the office where I'd talked Veronica and Kesha into working for us. That day, I'd also received the complimentary copy of the first book I'd ever written. In the evening, I'd visited my parents, after which I'd plunged into the whirlwind of gambling adventures, stupidly wasting my last available life, but saved Gleb and brought him back into the fold. The Friday had been relatively uneventful, if you disregarded the mind-blowing evening of Stacy, a.k.a. Elindy's revelations, and the following night's sleep, during which I'd managed to relive the last 4 days of my second life. It had only been 84 hours since Vicky had left me. But for anybody else, these events would have been plenty to last them a year. It only took me a few minutes to arrange a monthly gym subscription. I had to fill in a form, pay for the first month, and wait for the club card to be issued. The gym was quite small, with only a weight room and a few treadmills, but I was perfectly happy with it. Deprived of exercise just lately, my muscles were more than pleased to top up with blood and stop their own atrophy. I knew, of course, that nothing drastic would have happened during such a short hiatus, but as far as I knew, if you stopped exercising for more than a month, your body would start ridding itself of all the extra muscle it apparently didn't need. After the gym, I decided I'd land myself a few social quests in order to level up insight. After a couple of hours of fruitlessly roaming around the town, I stumbled across an old babushka who'd lost her cat. You can't imagine how happy I was. Finally, a quest. Unfortunately, I couldn't even use the interface because the old lady had no kid points to offer me. She had no cat's picture or any ID information. According to her, the only documents to identify the missing Moggy were, "A bushy tail. His whiskers are a good foot long." The old lady spread her hands wide, showing me how long his whiskers were. "He's a very pretty, stripy, gray color," she added, before dissolving in tears. So once I'd accepted the quest, I was forced to look for the cat the old-fashioned way, by checking all the nearby courtyards and looking in every back door, nook, and cranny. Finally, I came across a cat which fit the description in a backyard 2 blocks away. He was perched on a wooden fence opposite a ginger Tom, yowling and howling, preparing to attack. Barsik, a male cat. Age, 6. Current status, pet. Owner, Mrs. Eudoxia Moskalenko. That was him. Shit. He was a real monster, wasn't he? How was I supposed to catch him? Or even grab him? His claws were just like Freddy Krueger's. It wasn't a cat, it was a flippin' Wolverine. "Barsik?" I said sweetly. "Puss, puss, puss." As if he gave a damn. I took a picture of him with my phone and hurried back to the old lady to ID him. On seeing the picture, she threw her hands in the air and started clucking like a chicken, demanding to know where he was and whether he was still alive. "He's fine, Granny, but that might not last. Come with me, I'll show you." I took her to the place where the 2 cats were still having their showdown, apparently unable to come to an agreement, and wailing their appeal to the devil. This proved to be enough to complete the quest, for which I even received all of 50 XP points, but not a single % of insight. I spent the evening working on my custom leveling plan. Before I went to bed, I decided to bring agility up to 10. Admittedly, I was undecided whether I should improve luck instead. Still, it looked like Hafor had given up surprising me, while 1 sole point of agility would be enough to implement my plan. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your agility characteristic, plus 1 point. Your body will be restructured in keeping with the new reading, 10, to comply with your new coordination and neuromuscular values.
Changes required. New adjustments to your central nervous system, as well as the improvements to the elasticity of your muscles, sinews, ligaments, and tendons. Warning: the restructuring of your body functions requires a considerable amount of nutrients. In order to avoid danger to your life, you're strongly encouraged to consume a minimum of 7 ounces animal protein, 1.7 pounds of carbohydrates, and 5.4 ounces of animal fats. A shortage of nutrients may result in body function failure. Warning: artificial characteristic boosting of more than 1 point at a time is strictly forbidden. Strong chance of fatality. It was the first time I'd used system points to bring up agility. I ate a good square meal, went to bed, and activated the upgrade of agility. My only characteristic that was still lacking. Chapter 18. My Soul Protection. Anyone who uses the phrase, "easy as taking candy from a baby," has never tried taking candy from a baby. Robert Aspirin. Another fine myth. The overcast Monday morning must have left its stamp on the townspeople's cheer. The wet streets were packed with traffic. Drivers nervously honked, afraid of being late for work. Even I felt exhausted, despite having just had a restful weekend. The countdown and the traffic lights made all the pedestrians like myself wait for almost 2 minutes in order to cross the road. While I was treading pools of rainwater, Alec phoned me. "Phil, it's me again. Mr. Katz and Rose will be here in half an hour. They're running a bit late," he reported cheerfully. "All the others are already here waiting for you." "Excellent, thanks. I'm only a couple of blocks away. I'll be there in a moment. See you." "Phil, wait," Alec hurried to add before I hung up. "Stace didn't call you by any chance?" "Why?" "She's not here. Her number is apparently unavailable. I can't get through. What if she got sick?" No, she's all right. She warned me she wanted to go back to her hometown. She probably left already." "Really? Shit." He sighed. "What a shame. I completely agree with you. It's a shame to lose such a piece of... such a good worker." "Okay, I'm gonna hang you up, man. See you soon." I slid the phone back into my pocket and quickened my step. I could sense the flow of events around me accelerating. My intuition was screaming that every moment counted. Very soon I'd have no time left, and I'd better be prepared. For better or for worse, I couldn't concentrate on my leveling alone. Deep inside, I could feel that the company's development was just as important. If for no other reason, then now I had others to take care of. This morning, as soon as I had come back from my training session with Kostya, I called each and every one of our future shareholders and invited them to the office for an important conversation. None of them declined. This Monday could become the founding day of our company the way I envisioned it, and, judging by the interface's forecast, it completely agreed with me. As for last Sunday, I'd spent it very productively. I'd had a good jog and sat down to study my management and administration books. No matter how many times I'd scrolled through my skill list, I hadn't found the administrator skill. I did have a level 2 leadership, but leadership alone wasn't enough to build a business. I'd managed to wade through the shorter MBA, a practical approach to key business skills, before my sister Kira had called me to remind me that we'd had an agreement to go see our parents. She was already downstairs, and when she realized that I hadn't yet even thought about getting ready, she got on her high horse again to tell me I was an irresponsible moron. Still, how could I be angry with her? A family dinner in a warm and heartfelt atmosphere was just what I needed after all the latest developments. My parents and Kira cheered up to no end after hearing about my company. I told them everything we'd done and what we were still planning on doing. Mom said she knew nothing about these things, but she was happy that I'd got my act together. Dad, however, pulled a serious face and told me not to cook the books and make sure I paid all my taxes. And most importantly, he added, I had to treat my staff with respect. All right, Dad. I think you can be proud of me. At some point, Kira took me aside and began grilling me about all the details.
It was a good job I was by now quite well versed in all the legal and financial issues, courtesy of Mr. Katz and Rose, so I was able to answer all her questions rather competently. And as for our business model, I already knew everything about that myself. Kira was pleased, even though she warned me she might pay us a visit at the office in her official capacity as a tax controller, just for her own peace of mind. I spent the evening roaming the most criminal area of the town, looking to pick a fight. The best I'd managed was to start a punch-up with some harmless drunk who was no threat to anyone, and even so, we were promptly dragged apart by onlookers. So my attempt at improving the environmental safety index had gloriously failed. That was the extent of my Sunday. So now, as I ran upstairs to the office, I couldn't wait to start implementing everything I dreamed up. Still, there was one more thing I had to do before the shareholders' meeting. The office door was ajar. When I walked over to it, I saw that we had a new client waiting inside. It was Yana. I'd always had a problem with stumbling into my exes. Not that I'd had many of them, you understand, but I'd never been prepared to such a turn of events. For instance, having spent a night playing online, I'd pop out to the corner shop first thing in the morning before even brushing my teeth, unwashed, disheveled, and wearing a pair of worn-out sneakers and a filthy t-shirt. And there I'd bump into an ex of mine looking as fresh as a daisy, dressed to the nines, and smelling of an expensive perfume. You can't just walk past, can you? Even if I pretended I hadn't seen her, she might have noticed me already. And then what? You walk over to her to say hello and just stand there awkwardly, not knowing what to say and wishing the earth would swallow you whole, all the while thinking, damn it. I don't think Yana realized who the agency belonged to. Had she wanted to just meet up with me, she could have simply phoned me, which meant she was here looking for employment. Being between jobs isn't always the best time of your life. Which was why I didn't want to embarrass her. Not just by our accidental meeting, but also by the fact that she had to come to me cap in hand. I stepped away from the office door, walked over to the stairwell, and went up to the next floor. There, I dialed Alec. "Yes?" he whispered conspiratorially. "Alec, do you think Yana recognized you?" "No, she didn't. She's filling in the form." "I see. I'd like you to take her paperwork and tell her that we'll call her back. I don't really want to see her at the moment." "Got it. Will do. I'll call you back." He hung up. As I waited for Yana to leave, I studied her profile. This was a habit I'd recently picked up, IDing everyone I came into contact with. With her new statuses, divorced and unemployed, and her mood deep in the orange, her stats were screaming that my ex-wife needed help. I wondered if she knew that she was pregnant with a baby girl, term 26 days. The problem was, I couldn't just walk over to her and ask her how she was doing. In order not to waste time, I searched through the database for a few employment options for her, some which were guaranteed to hire her, even though the pay wasn't up to much, and a few potentially better-paying ones, even though there was no guarantee of them employing her. After about 10 more minutes, Alec texted me to let me know she was gone. I waited another couple of minutes and walked back downstairs. Just as I was heading for the office, I bumped right into Yana as she was leaving the ladies' room. Damn it. "Phil?" She sounded surprised, and not in a nice way, judging by her plummeted mood indicator. "Yana?" I faked surprise. "Oh, hi! You look great," I lied through my teeth. She smirked. "Are you kidding me? Never mind. What if we pretend we don't know each other? I really don't want to talk to you right now." "Not a problem. I'm in a hurry, too." "Leave it at that, then. See you. Actually, what are you doing here?" "I'm looking for work. There's an employment agency here somewhere, right?" "No idea," she said through clenched teeth, and left. I shrugged and went into the office. According to my interface map, all my future partners were already there, including Mr. Katz and Rose, who'd arrived a bit late. I greeted everyone cheerfully, shook the men's hands, and gave Veronica and Rose a peck on the cheek.
So, what's this important question you've dragged us all here for already? The old lawyer asked with a mocking Jewish accent as he gave me a cunning squint. "One moment, sir," I said. "I need to print something out and give you all a copy." I pulled out my laptop, switched it on, and began printing out my company's vision. This was a mini-strategy I tried to make as concise as possible, fitting everything, all the bullet points, figures, and graphs, into 6 pages. I hadn't bothered to format it as a PowerPoint presentation. I just wasn't very good at it yet, even though I knew I should have leveled it up while I still had the interface and the learning skills booster. Never mind. I really should put it on my to-do list. Knowing how to throw a presentation together would never hurt. While the document was being printed, thanks to Kesha, who'd lent us a cheap laser printer, I called Alec and gave him a post-it note on which I jotted down the potential vacancies for Yana, listing the better-paying ones first. "Please give her a call straight away," I said, "and tell her to start from the top of the list." He nodded. "Will do." He reached for the phone to call her. Seeing as Stacy wasn't with us anymore, I scooped out the printed sheets and handed them out to everyone present. "Guys, before we start discussing the document, and it won't be quick, I suggest you all take a look at it first." Everybody started reading. Mark and Rose huddling comfortably on the couch, Alec perched on the windowsill, and Gleb at his desk. Kesha and Veronica were sitting opposite me at my desk, on seats normally destined for clients. As I waited for them to finish reading, I printed out a quick notice informing everyone that the office was closed until 2 p.m. for a maintenance break. I then hung it on the outside of the office door and locked it from the inside. Then I returned to my place and began studying their stats to the accompaniment of rustling pages. Someone cleared their throat. Another voice chuckled pensively over their pages. Their respective mood numbers were high, their interest in the upcoming conversation all maxed out. I coughed to attract their attention. "Have you all read it?" "One sec, I'm just finishing it," Alec mumbled. Then added after a pause, "Yes!" Everyone held their breath, waiting for me to speak. Silence fell. Looking at their faces one by one to make sure they were all listening, I began my story. Let's get on with it, then. As you all understand, I'd like to unite our efforts by creating a company for all of us. Our activities in the immediate future are all listed in the document, as well as my suggestions for the company's development.
"I'm sorry to interrupt you, Phil," Mr. Katz butted in. "I want to apologize in advance if my words are going to clip your wings, but my natural pessimism regarding some of your ideas— Wait a second, where was it now?"
He ran his finger across the page, searching for the necessary section.
"Found it. Here, listen. Prospecting, pharmaceuticals, a chain of medical clinics, augmented reality projects, stock exchange, scientific research, sports scouts, and a sports boarding school, plus a number of other rather irrelevant ideas. Don't you think it's a bit too, ambitious?"
He was dead right there. It was a bit too ambitious, especially for a wannabe startup who just launched his first business. Still, my Level 3 insight would now allow me to get into at least half of these projects straight away. My ability to see any person's potential enabled me to start recruiting budding young athletes, like soccer players, for instance, anywhere in the world, and then sign them up or invest in their development using our own training base and the best coaches available. As for prospecting, that is to say, looking for new natural deposits, it would become possible in the very near future once I'd leveled up Insight some more. Also, by now, I realized perfectly well that an augmented reality interface would be developed in the very near future. I knew it better than anyone else, which meant that investments in this particular branch of research could garner us considerable profits. And pharmaceuticals? This was not only super profitable, but above all else a socially meaningful business, provided you did it honestly. With the interface to help me, we could finance new research in this area and handpick the best young experts with the biggest potential. The same went for innovation projects. and we could also use the synergy forecast in order to put together the most effective teams. So basically, it was all doable, provided you had the money. Which was why the first stage, or the second, rather, if you counted our initial activity as an employment agency, would have to be creating a successful and profitable company. "You're absolutely right, sir," I said. "In these conditions," I swept my hand around the office, "I can't blame you for having little faith in my ambitious ideas. You might even think they're crazy."
"Yeah. Sorry, man." Kesha grinned. "I'm afraid you've slightly lost the plot. Had we lived in some other country, yeah, maybe. But here? Who needs science in Russia these days? There's no money in it."
"Well, you can say what you want, but I like it. You've got to aim big." Gleb grinned goofily, then quoted a line from a Ribble Jailbird song. "If you're gonna steal, you'd better make it 1,000,000.
"Gleb!" Rose exclaimed, taken aback.
Alec guffawed.
1,000,000.
"Enough, guys." Veronica raised her hands in a conciliatory gesture. "Can I say something, too? We seem to be straying away from the subject. Phil is offering us to become shareholders in his company, which admittedly has a very big potential. I don't know about you, but I've seen him work already. Had it not been for him, I wouldn't even be here because Gorelick would have kicked me out. And it took Phil only an hour to find some great customers for me."
"He helped me too," Kesha nodded. "Honestly, I'm sick and tired of my daily drudge. Whatever I earn, it all goes to the rent. I'd love to finally climb out of this crap and get somewhere."
"Count me in."
"Me too," Veronica added.
"Just imagine. We'll have a real company. We could make one big office here and do it up. I'll talk to Gorelick to see if he can knock the renovation money off the rent. It's going to be beautiful. And it's much more fun together."
"You don't even need to ask me," Alec said. "I'm all for it, even without reading this." He waved the printout in the air.
"Me neither," Gleb added. "I've just arrived on the scene. I haven't done anything yet, and I can't put anything in the kitty. All I can do is work. And in any case, Phil?" He rose and walked toward me. "Thanks, man. I'll never forget what you've done for me." Mr. Katz and Rose had a quiet chat between themselves.
"What is it you young people say these days?" she finally said with a proud smile.
"We dig it. It's cool."
"I want to say something, too."
Grunting, Mr. Katz rose from the couch.
"Let's face it, all of us here have already kissed our own businesses goodbye. At the end of the day, we failed to build and develop them, and Phil's idea gives us all new hope, does it not?"
"Absolutely." Gleb shook his unruly mane of hair.
"Which means that we're all for it, sir," the old lawyer said.
"What next?" All this talk of "sir" made me uncomfortable. Under the encouraging stares of the others, I produced a small whiteboard and hung it on a nail in the wall, which had been left by the office's previous occupants. I gestured to everyone to come closer and began drawing the company's future organizational structure. Seeing as we're all agreed on the main points, let's now discuss our immediate strategy. As you've already read in my company vision, Mr. Katz will take care of all the legal aspects. Rose will do the finances and bookkeeping. Veronica, with Gleb's help, will be responsible for public relations and brand promotion. And Kesha here will be our commercial director. I noticed Alec heave a sigh behind my back. I turned to see his mood plummeting. And as for Alec, he'll be the big cheese. I'd already had the chance to witness Alec's aptitude for administration, control, and everything to do with routine operations. He'd left my apartment absolutely shipshape, having fixed all that needed fixing. But at the same time, Alec, I added, the company is going to send you on a training course. You can't refuse, can he, guys? Alec blushed.
"Yeah, but... No, but... Right you are, then."
Everybody laughed. Veronica began saying something encouraging to the ex-hood when the program showered me with colorful FX and system messages. "Congratulations, you've created a new clan. Clan name, Great Job. In order to personalize the settings, open the Clan tab. Congratulations, you've received a new achievement, Clan Founder. You've founded a clan, a collective of people united by common interests. Reward, +2 to Charisma. Congratulations, you've received a new achievement, Esteemed Clan Founder. You've founded a clan, a collective of people united by common interests whose reputation with you is respect or above. Reward, +1 to Charisma, +2 to Luck, +3 to Leadership Skills. Followed by the concerned gazes of my co-workers, I pretended I wanted to pour myself some coffee in order to study the messages. "Phil, are you all right?" Veronica asked. I turned round and peered at their faces, unable to suppress a smile. "I'm more than all right, Veronica. Definitely more than all right." Chapter 19. The Clan. Lieutenant Dan got me invested in some kind of fruit company. So then I got a call from him saying we don't have to worry about money no more. Forrest Gump. And we set to work. During our initial meeting, we'd all agreed to place our respective companies' assets into one common pot, from furniture to office supplies. All the shareholders decided to give up their former activities in order to focus on the nascent company, which meant that Great Job wasn't going to sell Kesha's printing services or Veronica's event organizing, nor Mr. Katz and Rose's legal and bookkeeping counsel. The old lawyer got busy reorganizing my company, adding the new shareholders to our foundation agreement. In the meantime, his wife started working on a financial plan in order to come up with the budget required for the company's development. It was already pretty clear that we might need some cash injections, the main question being, quite how much? Our possibilities were rather limited. Veronica busied herself with the task of merging our respective companies. That's how it looked in practice. All of us had terminated our current contracts with the Chekhov Business Center while initiating the liquidation of our businesses. In the meantime, Veronica found a more suitable office for us. We needed at least 2,000 square feet to allow for any future expansion. That done, she got busy redecorating it and working on the interior design. She enlisted Alex's help, who in the meantime had applied to our local college. He was going to study management, of all things. The program was dead right about him. He had a lot of potential in this field. By the way, his lads, the local hoods who'd very nearly mugged me once, had, thanks to me, all landed jobs with a very popular construction team, and together with their foreman were now helping Veronica to decide how to do all the renovations on the cheap. Our ranks swelled again when Cyril was finally discharged from the hospital. The very next day, he'd come to work for us, followed by Greg and Marina. Their new commercial director, Panchenko, whom I'd still never met, even stopped answering my texts and phone calls after the guys had handed in their resignations. He hadn't even made them work the required 2 weeks, but fired them on the spot. At the moment, Veronica and Rose were taking care of all the paperwork, but I could already see that we might need to find someone for the task. Kesha, Cyril, Greg, and Marina were rushing around town on business meetings, but still couldn't cope with all the customers I'd given them. They'd split up. Marina was selling our recruiting and headhunting services, while the guys took care of our client sales. We'd already signed up 2 companies, one of which specialized in complex IT systems integration, while the other manufactured wooden children's toys. A few of their samples, a sword, an axe, a saber, and a couple of shields, had become super popular in our office. The guys fought each other, imagining themselves as medieval knights, and even I couldn't resist joining in, whacking Cyril's shield with my sword. Unfortunately, it hadn't activated any new skills, even though I'd secretly hoped for one. Kesha, or Mr. Demitko, as my guys insisted on respectfully calling him, was busy rushing around meetings and presentations like a headless chicken, offering our services, convincing others to try them, and closing new contracts. And although it had been me who'd found him the IT guys, the contract with the toy makers was entirely his doing. And the most amazing thing about it was that it all happened this week.
On Monday, we'd had our first meeting and got the ball rolling. On Tuesday, Cyril had joined us, and on Wednesday, when Greg and Marina had turned up, Kesha sent them straight out to start selling. Still, work wasn't my only passion at the moment. I spent at least an hour every day writing, as I'd had an idea for a sci-fi novel. It was easy going, so much so that I quickly brought up creative writing to 8. Having thus taken care of intellect leveling, I'd started thinking of what Ilindi had told me about the upcoming trial. I'd found a combat coach online, an ex-special services guy, and spent several days at the firing range leveling up blade weapons and firearms. Together, we'd managed to bring both skills up to 3. The same day, I sorted out my clan settings. There weren't too many of them yet. Clan name: Great Job. Level 1. Social status level 1. Clan members 10. The clan's icon, used by the program, was the same as Gleb's clan logo, that we'd all approved. It depicted 2 stylized letters, G and J, shaped like 2 closed hands offering something to the onlooker, something intangible, but precious and important. This was the clan member list. Philip Phil Panfilov, age 32, social status level 16, clan leader, clan founder. Romuald Alec Zukov, age 28, social status level 6, the clan's maintenance manager, clan co-founder. Veronica Carrot Top Pavlova, age 25, social status level 7, the clan's voice, clan co-founder. Inokenti Kesha Dimidko, age 34, social status level 9, the clan's commercial director, clan co-founder. Mark Katz, age 64, social status level 12, the clan's lawyer, clan co-founder. Rose Reznikova, age 58, social status level 10, the clan's financial director, clan co-founder. Gleb Kolosov, age 33, social status level 8, the clan's designer, clan co-founder. Cyril Cyrilenko, age 35, social status level 9, the clan's commercial manager. Marina Tishenko, age 19, social status level 3, the clan's commercial manager. Only now did I realize how much Alec's social status level had grown. He used to be 4, and now he was 6. There were also additional numbers in their profiles, which showed how long each of them had been a clan member. Moreover, now I could open a member's profile and watch their stats fluctuate in real time. All the changes in their health, mood, abilities, and characteristics. That was a great feature in itself. Just think how many successful startups had fallen apart and sunk simply because their leaders couldn't work out his co-workers and friends. Once I'd realized it, I made it my priority to monitor my partner's stats every morning just to make sure they were all right. Predictably, the interface didn't make it any easier, so I had to turn to Martha for all the finer details.
Yes, Phil. You need to understand, though, that the only reason we chose the word clan to describe a group of people united by common interests is because of your gaming history. But yes, a clan can be leveled up. This, in turn, can improve the entire team's synergy numbers and can bring in new clan skills and abilities.
How do you level it up, then?
Through a combination of different factors. A clan has 2 development branches, the actual level, which can be raised through a number of factors already familiar to you, from the company's turnover and number of staff to the percentage of satisfied clients, and its popularity or reputation. These are the signs of every successful company in your world, plus the social status level, of course.
The social status? What about that? I mean, how do you level it up?
Martha laughed. Silly boy, you should know of all people. If your company's activity is meaningful, not just to all of you as its shareholders, but also for society as a whole,
then our social status will grow accordingly.
That's right. With one correction. Not will grow. It has already grown. Even though at the moment it might only be meaningful to you and the few clients whose problems you solve, but I understand. Without unsummoning her, I checked the XP indicators of both development branches. XP points left until the clan's next level, 0 of 2,000. XP points left until the clan's next social status level, 860 of 2,000. Why 0 XP in the clan's level branch? I asked. Because a clan's level is updated once a month, while the social status level is updated in real time, as usual. I wished we could have talked a bit more, but my spirit was already dangerously low, so I had to bid her goodbye. All this client searching for Kesha and job hunting for our clients, in combination with clan monitoring and studying its settings, had created a permanent energy deficit in all my interactions with the interface. Also, I was still very tired. While our new office was being redecorated, we were still stuck in the old ones we'd rented from the business center. We spent most of the time in my and Alec's old bureau, anyway, because Kesha's was packed out with printing equipment. Mr. Katz and Rose's office was more like a shoebox, and Veronica kept hers in such an artistic disarray that there was simply nowhere to sit there. About an hour ago, the whole noisy crowd had left for lunch, giving me the opportunity to finally work in peace and make some headway on the reams of paperwork given to me by Rose. So I asked them to get me something to eat and delved into the papers. And just as I thought I'd finally worked out the great financial riddle and begun to make some sense out of these crazy sequences of all the charts and figures, Cyril rushed back into the office, gasping, "Phil, we're getting a good whacking." "Who? Why? Where?" I jumped from my seat and made for the door. "It's a bunch of Caucasians doing Alec over," Cyril explained, wheezing, "just outside the lobby." I wasn't listening any longer, as I'd made for the stairs, very nearly knocking down Gorelick, who was unhurriedly climbing the steps. As I reached the lobby, I could hear the women screaming, so I dashed even quicker. In a small garden to the right of the building's marble staircase, behind a hedge that separated it from the busy street, I finally saw Alec, who was held by 2 guys, while a third one was busy reading the riot act to him, proudly puffing out his chest. I recognized him. It was Vazgen, the PVC windows maker, a.k.a. Veronica's failed admirer. I discovered the rest of my crowd nearby. Greg clutching his stomach, and Glab at his jaw. I couldn't see Kesha anywhere, but then again, he shouldn't have been there to begin with, as he'd gone to lunch with a client. Marina stood next to the boys, while Veronica was shouting, trying to talk some sense into Vazgen, who ignored her screams entirely. I leaped from the stairs into the garden. "What the hell's going on here?" I demanded, not because I needed an answer, but simply to attract attention to myself. Then I walked over to the scene and stood between the two, separating them. "Phil, tell him," Veronica shouted behind my back. "Phil, this is between us, da?" Vazgen said, stooping his head like a bull. "You keep out of it. We'll settle this like men." His friends said nothing, just glared at me, making it clear that they could jump in at a moment's notice. "Vazgen, this isn't between just you, and it certainly isn't settling it like men." I turned to his sidekicks. "Get your hands off him, now. I'm talking to you, Hussein, Asar. You hear what I said?" Their eyes widened in silent surprise at hearing their names. They were still young, barely 20 years old. The older one, Hussein, nodded. "Leave my friend alone." The 2 looked at Vazgen. "Come on," I continued. "Let's go and have a talk like civilized human beings. Our concierge takes the trouble to plant all these pretty flowers, and you're here trampling them. Gorelick is already calling the cops. Are your residence permits in order?" Reluctantly, the 2 let Alec go. He immediately went for Vazgen, but I stepped in his way. "Stop it now, man. Cool down." I put my arm around him and slapped him on the back. "Not now." He stepped back and began rearranging his clothes. "They've torn my shirt, those bastards," he spat. "I think they're going to pay you for it. Aren't you, Vazgen?" Vazgen didn't react at all. "Never mind," I said. "Wait a minute.
We'll step aside and have a talk in a moment. I walked over to the others. Guys, everything will be all right now. Just go upstairs. They didn't reply. Get upstairs now. Marina, Veronica, take these warriors to the office and get them cleaned up. Tell Cyril to fetch some ice from the supermarket. He could use some exercise. Come on now, chop chop. What are you hanging around for? Just go. I had to add a note of authority to my voice. Only then did they hesitantly amble upstairs. That done, we headed for the nearest alleyway. By we, I mean myself, Alec, Vazgen, and his 2 cousins. By now, my insight could detect family ties between people. As we walked, I asked, Listen, guys, are you sure Uncle Maguire will approve of what you've just done? How do you know our uncle? Hussein asked in very good Russian, almost without any accent. In our town, everybody knows each other, I replied. Alec, next to me, grinned, apparently remembering my earlier run-in with his old drinking buddies. And who doesn't know Uncle Maguire, the soul of the Caucasian community? I continued. So do you still think he'd approve of it? He'd say we did the right thing, Asar grumbled. He didn't sound too sure, though. So you think that's right, do you? 3 onto 1. You think that's manly, all that over a girl? There were 3 of them, too, Vazgen exclaimed. 4 even. Only the fat one ran off. We entered a small backyard full of old junk and stopped by the wall. Very well, I said. Let's get down to business, because I still have other things to attend to. My inner writer didn't let me repeat the word business twice in the same sentence. So, was it because of Veronica? Yes, Alec said. He told me she was his woman, only he couldn't prove it. She is my woman, Vazgen bellowed. Alec laughed. You see, that's exactly how he said it. I had to step between them to stop them flying at each other. Wait a sec. What makes you think so? I asked Vazgen. I was the first to start seeing her, the Caucasian roared, beating his chest. Seeing as my interface showed only 13% compatibility between Veronica and Vazgen, I realized I had to discourage him here and now. You may have started seeing her, but you didn't get to see all of her. This guy, I pointed at Alec, is already dating her. Are we done here? No, we're not, Vazgen bellowed. In that case, I suggest we solve this matter once and for all, I said. You and Alec, go for it, man to man. Let's see who's got the biggest balls. The loser gives up the girl. The winner gets the right to try to start a relationship with her. Are you both happy with this? Alec scowled. I'm going to wipe the floor with him. I'm going to flatten you into the tarmac, Vazgen wheezed. We're agreed, then, I asked. Fair and square. Nobody will step in, then? You can only use your hands and feet, no bricks, no steel rods, because Veronica won't fancy an invalid even if he's a winner. Is that clear? I repeated, turning toward Vazgen's supporters. Why are you both looking so pissed? Would you fancy some of the action, too? Hussein shrugged and exchanged surprised stares with his brother. Go on, then, I encouraged them. You 2 against me. All right? I wasn't risking anything. Although physically quite strong, both had very low combat skills. Apparently, this wasn't as easy as leveling up rhetoric by pronouncing flowery Caucasian toasts at a party table. Okay, shake on it. Alec and Vazgen, you'd better go over there where no one can bother you. And you 2 stay where you are. This way I won't have to run after you. Without waiting for his elder cousin to take on my friend, Asar turned on me. I just let him do his thing. Damage taken, 148. Kick. Current vitality, 98.173888%. Immediately I received another kick from Hussein, but this time I'd managed to block it. Asar tried to grab me from behind, but I managed to throw him to the ground, judo style. Don't ask me where that came from. I'd done very little wrestling worth mentioning, but it came completely naturally to me. It looked like I'd dealt some serious damage, because Asar seemed to have had the wind knocked out of him.
As I stood up, I deliberately allowed Hussein to punch the back of my head. Damage taken, 163. Punch. Current vitality, 96.69206%. Shit, that hurt. My head was ringing. I leapt back a couple of paces in order to recuperate. Right. That's enough playing the punch bag. If they wanted to win, they'd have to work for it now. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Alec sitting astride Vazgen, methodically punching different parts of his body. It was time for me to start winning, too. By then, Hussein must have decided I was finished, and it was time to wrap the fight up and hurry to help his cousin. 30 seconds later, he was lying flat on the ground, seeing stars. You've dealt critical damage to Hussein Karpetyan. 311. Punch. Asar didn't need any encouragement to throw in the towel. I knocked him off his feet and fell on top of him, raising a clenched fist. "Enough! Enough! I give in!" he hurried to say, squinting. "I give in!" I got up, brushed myself off, and helped him to his feet. He then staggered over to his brother. I turned to Alec to check on him, but he was already up, staring in confusion at the ripped shirt-sleeve in his hand. Vazgen, next to him, tried to scramble back to his feet, but collapsed, clutching at his leg. He must have hurt it during the fight. "Alec, help him," I shouted. Once again, we stood in a circle. I demanded that we all shook hands. The three guys silently complied, without looking Alec in the eye. I sent Alec back to the office and took Vazgen aside. Closer to the evening, when we'd already finished discussing the incident in the office, and when I'd already received a reputation upgrade with each of my coworkers, Vazgen showed up at the office, limping and hobbling, holding a cream cake, 2 bottles of wine, a large cheese, a basket full of fruit, and a huge bouquet. Under one arm, he was holding a carrier bag from a clothes shop. Without saying a word, he unloaded everything onto the table, cleared his throat to attract our attention, and announced, "Please accept my sincere apologies for today's, incident. I was wrong. Veronica, Alec, I'm so sorry. This is all for you, friends. Alec, there's also a shirt for you there to replace the one that got ripped." Vazgen looked over at Alec, who'd already begun unwrapping the shirt, then walked up to me. He lowered his head and whispered in my ear, "I've spoken to them. They're building a 5-story hotel just out of town. I might have to work round the clock, but that's nothing I haven't done before. Thanks for the tip." "I'm so happy for you," I whispered back. "You'll get your money, and the girls will come." I gave him a wink. Vazgen beamed, shook my hand, and left, mumbling more apologies, leaving the entire office in cheerful bewilderment. "Right, guys," I said. "Those of you who are finished for today can go over and help themselves. I still need to have a chat with Rose." Chattering happily, my coworkers surrounded the spread. Rose and I headed for her office, which was absolutely crammed with papers. Her tiny room housed 2 desks with ancient computer screens, a couple of soft chairs, and a safe, which could have used a lick of paint. Any clients had to make do with a rickety stool, which, judging by its inventory number, must have been procured from one of Gorelick's storerooms. "You can take Mark's place," Rose told me. I slumped into Mr. Katz's chair, sinking so deep that I had to lean forward with my elbows on the desk to keep my balance. In this state of precarious equilibrium, I listened to what she had to say. "Now, sir," Rose began, "as is specified in the business plan which you've already studied, we might reach the projected sales volumes only by the end of next year. That's if we preserve our current momentum. But," she lifted a meaningful finger, "provided there's sufficient investment, we might reach break-even point already this fall, and come this winter, we might turn a profit. You've studied the company's budget plan scenarios, haven't you?" To be honest, I'm out of my depth on this one, but I'll start cramming, I promise." She smiled. "No need to. You've got me to do all that. If we don't go into the details, there's only one thing you need to realize. If we continue to grow at the same speed and preserve the same sales volume, we might avoid a cash deficit entirely and turn a profit as early as next year. But if we manage to build a correct sales infrastructure already at this stage, and I've already spoken to the others about it, it would allow us to put the company on the map and find sufficient resources that would provide the results you've envisioned. May I just double-check something? I asked. If we don't invest now, our development will be slow and painful, and if we do, it'll take no time at all. Did I understand you correctly? Exactly. What kind of money are we talking about? If we're talking about a year, we will need to invest in 3 installments. I'm afraid I'm talking about now. How much money do we need right now, as in today or tomorrow or the very near future? About 2 million rubles? That would allow us some leeway. And how do you intend to raise that kind of money? We can't expect a loan, Rose replied. I've already made a few inquiries through some friends of mine. We could all invest the value of our shares, I suppose. Mark and I are quite prepared to put in, but as for the others, I'm not so sure. She heaved a sigh. They're all pretty broke now, I know. What other scenarios do you suggest? We could borrow some money. From whom? Do you have any ideas? Well, if your financial situation permits. She paused. You mean me? She nodded. I took a moment to think about it. Very well, I finally said. I'll give it some thought. I'd like to ask you to see if you can come up with a smaller amount. Very well, Phil. I'll get on with it. I left her there and returned to my office. Suddenly I felt weak. My spirit indicator plummeted deep into the red. A new system window unfolded, filling my entire view, apparently to make sure I didn't miss it. I couldn't help but read it. Warning: an abnormally high number of instances of aggression detected, targeting a user whose social status level is several times higher than that of his attackers. In view of this, the Environmental Safety Index can be reassessed and lowered to code yellow. That in turn will release 3 new available main characteristic points. The earlier restriction specifying that the user could only unblock 1 heroic ability per every 20 social status levels gained can be lowered accordingly to 1 heroic ability per every 10 social status levels gained by the user. Accept or decline. Finally! My reluctance to fight off Hussein and Asar had paid off. I'd already thought it hadn't worked because it had taken the program so long to digest it. 3 extra stat points and an additional heroic ability at level 20 was an excellent boost for my upcoming abduction and trial. That would give me something to do at night. I could hear my team's cheerful voices even from the stairs. 2 reluctant figures were hanging around our office door, but I couldn't make out who they were in the corridor's dim light. I took a look closer and realized that it was Ludmila Nazarenko and her young violinist son, Leo, our first-ever clients. Ludmila? Leo? I called out to them. Why don't you go in? Oh, Phil, you still remember us. The woman threw her hands in the air in surprise. We're waiting for you. I took a peek inside, but they seemed to be throwing a party. I didn't want to impose, so I decided to wait out here. Leo! How's it going, man? I asked. Uncle Phil, I've learned how to dive. Like this. He showed me how he did it. Well done. And you? I turned to his mother. That's exactly why I came here. I wanted to thank you personally. Everything happened as you said it would. They hired me as a cook, and they pay me enough for me not to have to work a second job. Leo took your advice to heart and started swimming. I'm so happy for you, I said, and I meant it. Please accept this. It's from us both. She handed me a shopping bag packed with food. It's a meat pie, finger-licking good, and a variety of salads. I'm sure you're going to like them. Aha, I said. Come on, let's go in together. I laced one arm around her waist, grabbed Leo by the hand, and led them into the office. May I have your attention, please?" "Ah, Phil's back," the red-faced Cyril bellowed. "Boss," Alec cheered. "Friend," Gleb shouted. Marina, Veronica, and Mark smiled, while Kesha made a drum roll on the desk. "Guys," I said, "I'd like you to meet Ludmila and her son Leo. You know who they are?" "No," they replied in curious unison, barring Alec, who hid a silly smile. "Who are they?" "They're our very first customers. Can you find a place for them to sit?" While Marina took care of the suddenly timid Leo, Mr. Katz gallantly seated his mother next to himself. Greg offered me a glass of wine. Just as I accepted it, my phone rang. It was Yana. I had to step out of the office in order to speak to her. "Yes." "Hi." Her voice sounded slightly hoarse. "Hi." "I didn't notice it at once. I signed your contract without even reading it. I didn't believe it at all. It's just that my mother was hassling me to get a job, so I did an agency crawl." She paused, just to keep out of her way. "It was only after I'd gone for the interview that I finally read the contract I signed with the employment agency. That's when I saw you were the director. Just put two and two together, basically." "Did they take you on?" "Yes. Virtually the same day. No idea how that happened. They were probably desperate to find someone. So, I'm calling just to thank you. It's a good job, and it suits my skills down to the ground." "Happy to hear it. Is that all?" "More or less. Again, thanks a lot." "Wait up," I began, meaning to ask her whether she knew she was pregnant, but she'd already hung up. Apparently, it wasn't meant to happen. I got back to the office and stayed a little longer, then headed off home. I had lots of things to do, and one of them was raising 2 million Russian rubles in double-quick time. Chapter 20. Sooner or later, by hook or by crook. A man of knowledge lives by acting, not by thinking about acting. Carlos Castaneda, Separate Reality. You may have all the money in the world, or, so Homer Simpson used to say, but there's one thing you can't buy: a dinosaur. I didn't need a dinosaur, although back in my formative years, I wouldn't have said no to a pocket version of a velociraptor. What I did need was for my company to promptly reach the required sales volume. My interface license wasn't going to last forever. They could abduct me at any moment, and if I failed the trial, I might revert to my normal pre-interface self even sooner, stripped of my universal infospace access. And I'd known where to find the money, even before Rose had explained it to me. A week ago, I'd raised exactly the same amount for Gleb. So why wouldn't I try to repeat the process for myself this time? Boris met me by the door with indignant meowing. It hadn't been easy for her just lately. She'd spent most of the time home alone, and even though she, like any other cat I suppose, was perfectly happy keeping herself company, her meal times had been drastically disrupted, and she wasn't at all happy about it. I stroked her, watching the hunger debuff hovering over her back. "Boris, I'm so sorry. I should have given you your dinner before I left." But that morning, Kostya and I had got a bit carried away with my training. I had just received level 7 in boxing, and couldn't resist a good bout of sparring. I squeezed the cat food out of the packets, slightly taken aback by their names: tender lamb fillet and delicious veal. Indeed, marketers can do wonders with their appellations, which can make even human beings drool over the packets. If it ever came to a zombie apocalypse, humanity might last decades on all the millions of tons of prepared cat food. Boris stuck her face into her bowl, purring like a tractor. I changed into my house clothes and got busy making dinner. After all this talk of tender lamb and delicious veal, I decided to make myself a tenderized steak, seeing as I had a slice of fillet left in the fridge. While the microwave defrosted the fillet, I Googled a nice recipe for which I had everything, even a packet of breadcrumbs, which had been sitting on the kitchen shelf since Vicky's time. I hammered the steak, beat some egg in a bowl, and dipped the steak in it before rolling it in breadcrumbs. I then scored it with a knife to make sure the butter could work its way in, and threw it in the skillet for a few minutes on each side. I added some salt and pepper and sprinkled it with some lemon juice. All done. I added to this a vegetable salad of grated radish, tomatoes, and cucumbers. A dinner worthy of a champion. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, cooking. Current level, 6. XP received, 500. The ability to cook a variety of delicious and healthy meals was an asset in itself, either to please the wife and family, provided I ever had one, or simply to enjoy it myself. It had taken me about 20 minutes to cook it while in a restaurant. I might have spent the same amount of time waiting for my order, which would have been considerably pricier. All this flashed through my head in the matter of a split second. Then I received a new message. All this cooking effort had been worth its while. I felt weak at the knees. A wave of happiness surged over me. My blood boiled with endorphins and dopamine. I sank to the floor, unable to withstand the overwhelming sensations. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 17. Characteristic points available, 2. Skill points available, 1. XP points left until the next social status level, 100 of 18,000. Once the surge of pleasure had abated, I just sat there feeling drained and depressed, as if something good had already happened and I had nothing left to look forward to. Still, I forced myself back to my senses. This was only a hormonal blip. The only thing that puzzled me was, why would they do something like this to an interface user? No wonder those unlucky ones whose interfaces had encouraged their aggression had farmed XP nonstop, like the legendary Moonlight Sculptor, simply to experience these heavenly sensations once again. This time I'd received 2 stat points for the new level. This was the altruistic bonus at work. Great! Now I had 5 available main characteristic points, plus a skill point, which I might have to invest later once I'd finished what I was planning to do tonight. I finished my dinner and did the dishes. These days, I tried to never forgo the task, because doing it later took the same amount of time, but the caked-on grease was much harder to clean. That out of the way, I went for a nap. The night promised to be a sleepless one. I really needed to conserve my strength and top up my spirit reserves. I needed to reload my brain and give my tired body a chance to recuperate. The moment I laid my head on the couch cushion and closed my eyes, a new system message barged its way into my mind's blissful blankness. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, learning skills. Current level, 13. XP received, 500. Skill optimization complete. The 1 point of your secondary skill, playing Mortal Kombat, has been converted into half a point of the primary skill associated with it. Learning skills. Your secondary skill, playing Mortal Kombat, has been deleted without recovery option. Current level of your primary skill, learning skills, 13. Would you like learning skills to be your primary skill by default? Accept or decline. I clicked accept. Having kept learning skills as a primary skill, I received a 50% bonus to its development rate. Half a point of optimization had been enough to receive a new level, which was good news because now I could learn not 15, but 18 times faster. I opened the skill window. To be precise, I'd received 1,785% to skill learning rate, and that's without the achievement bonus. Thank you. Learning skills is now your default primary skill. Please choose a new secondary skill. I still had a shed-load of useless skills, of course, like playing Durak. But wasting a month to gain half a skill point sounded pretty stupid. In the end, I chose a different skill. Earlier this week, when I'd been saving some snapshots from the first day of our company, my photography had reached level 4. In all honesty, it wasn't the most useful of skills in my situation. Thank you. You've just chosen photography as a secondary skill associated with your current primary skill.
Would you like to convert the 4 points of your secondary skill, photography, into 2 points of the primary skill associated with it, learning skills? Yes or no? I pressed accept, thus launching my 3rd optimization. The window disappeared. Finally, I could doze off. Still, I kept tossing and turning until I realized I wasn't going to get much sleep. I was buzzing too much, thinking about the upcoming poker game. In the end, I decided that the sooner I started, the quicker it would be over. I scooped up all my cash and got myself ready to go to the club. I couldn't remember the exact address of the Railway Workers Community Center because on my previous trip there, I'd been both wound up and too sleepy to look out the window. Funny, but instead of just Googling it, I tried to retrieve the kid points of those I'd met there. Most of them weren't even there yet. At least I detected neither Radek, the rhinestone cowboy, nor Dimedrol and his sidekicks. The only person already there was Anton, the club manager. I used his marker to detect the club's location, then called a cab. As we drove, I was slightly jittery. My intuition was screaming that the whole thing was a very bad idea, but I went there anyway. In order to keep myself busy and dispel the bad premonitions I was having, I decided to check on my clan members. The young and single ones, Alec, Veronica, and Marina, were now in a local bar called The Perimeter, together with Cyril and Kesha, who were both divorced, and therefore technically also single. The map wouldn't tell me what exactly they were doing there, but judging by all the intoxication debuffs, I didn't even need to guess. It looked like Marina might have plenty of choice tonight. Gleb and his family had gone to the movies. Greg was at home with his pregnant wife Alina, as was the Katz family. For a brief moment, I felt like canceling this crazy idea and heading for the bar, just to compete with the other guys for Marina's attention. I was young and single too, after all, despite being threatened by the reappearance of the spontaneous erection debuff. Still, I dismissed the thought. The moment wasn't right for me to do any extended partying. I remembered the old song, "Our house will sag in my absence, and my dog died a long time ago. Me, I'll die without compassions, in the crooked streets of Moscow, I know." If I didn't want my house to sag in my absence, and for Boris to die a long time ago, I had to walk with my head held high along the crooked streets of our little town. Otherwise, I might spend the rest of my life beating myself up, because everything had been in vain. On this note, I carried on toward the club, whiling the time away by looking at my skill progress over the last couple of weeks. Because my work involved constantly trying to tune into my clients' moods and feelings, I'd managed to bring empathy up to 11. I'd brought reading skills up to 10. These days, I read quickly and copiously. At 9, my vending skills were slightly lagging, with communication skills to match. I'd managed to raise running up to 8, while bringing both marketing and leadership skills up to 7. Triggered by my cardinal change of lifestyle, both planning and self-discipline had still been evolving in sync, reaching levels 5 and 6 respectively, with decision-making and erudition slightly higher. And a couple of days ago, I'd finally upped company management to level 2. There were a few less significant ups, too, like first aid, which had risen to level 2 due to the fact that I'd had to treat my own gym injuries a lot recently. As for singing, it had just grown naturally, probably because of my stupid habit of humming in the shower. And seeing as I was showering 3 times a day just lately... "We've arrived!" The cabbie brought me back to reality. "Thanks a lot." I got out of the car and headed for the entrance to the community center, or should I say, the illegal gambling den. I climbed to the 3rd floor. 2 guards stood watch by the same door leading to the building's right wing. Same black suits, same crew cuts, different faces. "Hello? I'd like to play, please."
"Have you been here before?" one of them asked.
"Yes, last week."
"Have you got a club card?"
"Unfortunately not. Last time I came just to get a feel for the place." The second bouncer nodded to his partner, who swung the door open before me.
"Please go in."
A new girl stood behind the familiar reception desk, together with Anton, the club manager. "Hi," I said.
Phil! He beamed. Good evening. How are you? We're so happy to see you back.
Do you remember my name?
Of course we do, he said, faking offense. A beginner who won at the high-stakes table? You're a legend. Everybody's trying to work out who you really are. Is your name really Phil?
It is, I admitted. Being a cheat was nothing to be proud of, but still his words had rung nicely.
So you don't play professionally? Unfortunately, we couldn't get hold of your contact information, and your friend Gleb doesn't answer his cell number anymore.
I tensed up. What do you mean?
You see, our club selects the best players and sponsors their participation in major world tournaments. Very soon, there'll be one such competition in the U.S. The prize fund is huge. If you wish, I could introduce you to our management.
I shrugged.
Sounds good. I might think about it. Can I get some chips, please?
I dumped all my cash on the desk. The manager scooped it up and counted off a stack of their gaming chips.
Have a good evening.
And good luck, both said, almost in unison.
Thanks. I suggest you consider becoming a club member, Anton shouted after me.
I nodded without turning. Their carrots didn't tempt me at all. All I wanted was to do what I'd come here for and get back out again safely. My previous death had been enough for me. Also, my latest memories of my second life had given me a pretty good idea of who Dimidrol, that douchebag police colonel, truly was. If people like him had any sort of influence, or even a share in this place, I really wasn't interested in their offers. I made my way directly to the high-stakes table. There were no tournaments in the club tonight, which meant I'd have to take money from ordinary players, probably addicts like Gleb used to be. Apart from me and the dealer, there were 6 people at the table, 2 of them women. The younger one wasn't playing. She must have arrived here as someone's guest and was now sitting staring at her phone while twisting a slim cigarette in her long, delicate fingers. The other woman, however, was completely engrossed in the game. Her name was Jacqueline. Well, she may not have been Jacqueline Onassis, but she still seemed pretty loaded. At least she had tons of chips. The precious fur mantle draped over her shoulders, despite the hot July weather, spoke volumes about her status. Having said that, the room was rather chilly, with the air conditioning going at full tilt. She was the person I had to confront once I'd had a winning hand of 3 jacks. I knew she already had 2 pairs, but was waiting for a straight or a full house, and she wasn't likely to get either. That's exactly how it happened, bringing me almost $500.
"Congratulations," she said, sounding puzzled. "Do I know you?"
"I don't think so." She tilted her head back and gave me the once-over. I didn't care. I wasn't too impressed by her, anyway. Her eyelashes appeared way too thick and long to be real. I didn't like this kind of artificially enhanced beauty. I much prefer a natural charm. As I focused on the next cards being dealt, I heard someone whisper to Jacqueline that I was the same beginner who'd won last Friday's tournament. Before I could take in my own popularity, my spirit plummeted almost to 0, which was a sure sign of the program kicking in. My vision shrank, coloring everything in intense crimson. I could see nothing now apart from a few lines of text. A wave of inexplicable fear came over me, a bit like a panic attack. All I wanted was to chuck in the cards and scramble to the safety of my home. "It's your turn," the person next to me said, shaking my shoulder. "You're holding everybody up." Blindly, I pushed the cards away from me as I peered at the terrible message. Pass. Warning, you've just performed a socially detrimental action. The interface will be disconnected in 3, 2, 1. The world around me faded. The noise of the busy gaming hall, the dealer's comments, and the voices of my fellow players being the only indication I was still alive. Suddenly, everything came back. Frozen and bathed in cold sweat, I was still sitting at the poker table, and the game was still in full swing. Only now, my interface was gone. I must have appeared lost and helpless, like someone with impaired eyesight who dropped his glasses. It made no sense to play on or to stay here at all. The world looked different now, sort of bleached and weird. Don't get me wrong, my eyesight was still fine. All the improvements I'd received from the interface seemed to still be there, but how can I explain it to you? If you ever played RPG games, just try to envision yourself in such a game, but without any kind of prompts. No health and mana bars, no description of your opponents, no mini-map. The first thing you might do in a situation like that is log out in order to work out what had happened and why your interface had disappeared, because you simply can't play without one. Can you? This wasn't going to work in my case, was it? You couldn't walk out on a game like this. I couldn't even summon Martha, damn it, which meant I couldn't work out what had happened. Without waiting for the game to end, I scooped up my chips, thanked my fellow players, and headed for the exit under their uncomprehending stares. "Are you going already?" Anton asked. "Is everything all right?" "I'm afraid I feel real bad. I can't even think about playing." I cashed in my chips and left the club. Anton asked me once again to leave him my coordinates, but I refused. I wasn't going to ever come back here. I'd had 3 of the biggest frights of my life. The first was to lose someone close to me. The second was to lose the interface. And the third, to die myself. All 3 had successfully come true within the walls of this den of iniquity. Back home, as I tossed and turned in my bed, I was trying to think what might have caused the program to close down, but came up with nothing except my own cheating. The only thing that didn't fit in was the fact that I'd done exactly the same already a week ago and hadn't received any penalties or system warnings. Or might it have been the actual goal for which I'd been playing? But by the same token, wouldn't that imply that you could rob, steal, and cheat with impunity provided it was for a noble cause? It just didn't sum up. Also, I hadn't been doing it for myself. I meant to spend the money on the company's development. It didn't make sense. Finally, I fell asleep despite all these desperate ponderings. In the absence of my good old inner alarm clock, I'd slept in well until midday. I'd had no dreams or nightmares, but still I awoke bathed in sweat. Without even opening my eyes, I knew that the interface was gone. I'd secretly hoped that it would still be there. It was hot and stifling in the room. I hadn't opened the window during the night, nor had I turned on the aircon. So I scooped up all the bedding and headed melancholically for the shower, throwing everything into the washer on my way. With or without the interface, I wasn't going to give up. After breakfast, I spent an hour finishing reading All the King's Men by Robert Warren, whose tedious digressions were more than compensated by a long, pensive aftertaste. Having finished reading, I went for a run. My next boxing training with Kostya wasn't until tomorrow lunchtime. Apparently, he had something important to do in the morning. In the afternoon, I was taking my nephew to the movies. Kira had been seriously overworked just lately, so her son was staying with our parents every weekend. I found running even easier without the interface, probably because nothing was distracting me from the monotony of my feet meeting the crumbling, rubberized track. In this heat, I quickly started sweating, wiping my eyes with the already wet, long sleeves of my track jacket. By the end of my run, I'd stopped worrying about my interface and started wondering about how to raise the money for the company. That's when I remembered the boxing tournament. At first, the idea seemed crazy. Who was I to challenge fighters of this caliber? Then I remembered I'd managed to knock Muhammad out, and he was one of Matov's best. My sparring bouts with Kostya were becoming easier by the day, and I wouldn't have said that he now had any considerable advantage, which meant that if I came prepared and provided the cards fell in my favor, I still stood a decent chance. There were 2 weeks left till the tournament, which was at least 6 more sessions with Kostya. Add to this my ×18 leveling boost and the 10% leveling rate bonus. Oh well, I might be lucky. Especially considering I'd only been level 5 when I'd KO'd Muhammad, and now I was level 7. And I might also be lucky to receive another buff, something like Passion to Win, for instance. Very well. All I needed to do was call my ex-coach. I stopped, took the phone out of my pocket, and dialed Matov's number.
Speaking, his cold voice replied.
Hello, sir. This is Phil.
I hear you. What do you want?
I'd like to sign up for the tournament. Could you tell me where I can do so?
They're not accepting any more applications. You're too late.
But there's still loads of time left till the tournament.
Sorry, can't help you. We have the world and his mother wanting to sign up. We already have 500 applicants as it is. We might have to do some preliminaries.
Are you sure I can't sign? What if someone drops out?
Then he'll lose by default. Only if someone changes his mind and relinquishes his place to you. Right. I need to be off now.
He hung up. I did some stretches and headed back home, where I Googled the tournament and contacted the organizers directly. They told me the same as Matov. The registration was now complete. There were no more places available. Let them stuff it, I told Boris before heading for the gym. Who was it said that the best prescription for life's troubles was to pump some iron? It might have been meant as a joke, but in a situation as admittedly weird and insecure as mine, I decided to follow the advice, just to save my brain from exploding. As always on weekends, the gym was pretty empty. And that was a good thing, because I didn't have to wait to use the machines. I ran about half a mile on a treadmill just to warm up, then started with a barbell. Every set felt easier than the one before it. I even looked at the number of weights, but everything checked out. In the end, I had to do another 10 to 20 pounds to my usual weight just to tax my muscles a bit. Did that mean I'd finally overcome the plateau and entered a new stage of growth? Having finished my training, I drank my usual chocolate protein shake and headed off home. I spent the rest of the day buzzing and bustling from one thing to another. I cooked dinner, not even knowing whether it might add anything at all to my cooking skill. I called Kira and our parents, who were all doing fine. I very nearly dialed Vicky and Yana. It felt like the absence of the interface had annulled all those compatibility numbers, canceling the program's synergy forecast, and I admittedly missed both girls. I dialed both, but hung up just in time. Next thing, I started to spring clean. As I straightened my shelves, I came across my old phone, which I'd used to call the rescue groups. The battery was long dead. Still, my intuition was pushing me to check it. I put the phone on charge and switched it on the moment it had enough power in it. I spent the next couple of minutes listening to the trilling avalanche of incoming messages, the majority of which were the aftermath of my rescue stint a month ago. Still, there were a few fresh ones from only yesterday. I decided to dial the number. A tense female voice answered my call. "Hi," I said. "I have a missed call from you. Did you call me yesterday?"
Who is this?
It's Phil.
Are you the psychic?
Not really. What happened? Where did you get this number?
I'm sorry.
The woman cleared her throat and began talking hysterically.
I'm Olga. I got your number from Bogdan,
the search and rescue group coordinator from Ishevsk.
My husband has gone missing. His name is Maxim. 35 years old, 6 foot tall. He has blue eyes and blonde hair cut short.
She rattled off his description as if she'd done it 1,000 times before. Why are you calling me?
Bogdan reckons that neither they nor the police are interested in searching. They think that he either went on a bender or he's dumped me. But I know he couldn't have done that. We love each other. Everything's good between us.
How long has he been missing?
The day before yesterday, he didn't come home from work. He doesn't answer his phone. People at work say that he never came in, but it's not possible. Max is a very responsible worker.
I'd like you to send me all the data you have on him, including your address, his place of work, and a couple of photographs. I gave her the email address I'd created specifically for this purpose. I can't promise anything, but if something crops up, I'll call you. In order for something to crop up, I'd have to get my interface back first. Still, she didn't have to know about it.
How would you like your money?
She asked, sounding somewhat reassured. By saying that, she probably wanted to give me a tad more motivation. That's human psychology for you. You tend to have this sense of entitlement when you've put your money where your mouth is.
How much do I owe you?
You owe me nothing. I'll be in touch. All the best, then.
My interface came back late the same night. My vision blinked, filled with floating white dots. A translucent countdown appeared in my view. 3, 2, 1. The world blinked one last time, then was overlapped by the interface. Warning: your 24-hour penalty for performing a socially detrimental action has expired. All the functions of your Augmented Reality 7.2 Home Edition interface have been fully restored. I breathed a long sigh of relief. Then I opened my profile and studied the numbers. I hadn't lost anything. My character still had the same properties. That done, I summoned Martha. An anxious girl materialized next to me. She walked up and stroked my cheek. "That was terrible. I didn't get the chance to do anything. The system simply closed down and shut the spirit flow off. I found myself in some kind of void." I just couldn't help myself. I flung my arms around her and pulled her close. Was it my imagination, or did I notice tears in her eyes? "Martha, what happened? I still have no idea why they banned me. I'd used Insight already a week ago during my first poker game. That time I paid all my friends' debts off. The program hadn't punished me for that. It had even rewarded me, calling it a socially meaningful action." "Let me take a look at the logs. Aha, there it is. The program evaluates and analyzes the results of your every action, then builds a model of any potential future developments, both for you and for society as a whole." She paused, unlocked my embrace, and looked me straight in the eye. "And?" "There are shed loads of factors involved. I mean, shed loads. Starting with the respective social levels of your potential victims and the consequences they might have suffered, and ending with your own personal growth. We can't be certain that the reason you didn't get banned the first time was because you were helping a friend, while this time you were planning to spend the money on yourself. I wanted to invest in our company." She smiled. "I know you're not lying, but how sure are you that over time it wouldn't have become a habit? What's the point in sweating your heart out in the gym? Why try and build a successful business from scratch? Why would you want to study and improve when you can just go on playing and not doing diddly squat? You might have become a parasite, sponging off society and living a life of luxury, lounging on a yacht somewhere off the Florida coast in the company of pretty girls. That's what you've been dreaming about just lately, haven't you?" I turned red. My burning ears witnessed to the fact that Martha couldn't be fooled. I had indeed thought about all those things. It's not as if I tried to suppress them, but it was nice to know that the option was available. If anything went wrong, I could always use my abilities to win a lot of money. Just as a plan B. "I'm not a parasite," I said. "You're not now, but you might have become one. Consider yourself lucky you got off so lightly." Having finished talking to her, I checked the email address I'd given Olga. She'd sent me several emails containing her missing husband's distinguishing marks, their family photos, and copies of his ID papers. She also showered me with questions about how the search was going. I memorized his kid points and opened the map. The guy was alive and kicking. I could see his location on the map. I zoomed in on a building somewhere in the vicinity of the city of Ishevsk. It was a 2-story house, with a few cars parked in the courtyard. A couple of girls stood there smoking. That was all I could make out. I jotted down the address and sent it to Olga, with a recommendation not to venture there on her own. I could say with a 99% probability that he was safe and sound. The building was probably some seedy billiards hall. In any case, she shouldn't go there alone. After a couple of hours, she called me again. "I found him," she said in a weak, tired voice. "Is he all right?" "Who? Him? Oh, he's perfectly fine. But I'm afraid I'm not." She hung up. Immediately, the program offered me another system message, but it wasn't what I'd expected it to be. "Your strength has improved. +1 to strength. Current strength, 11.
Operation aborted. Please wait for your strength to be reassessed and recalculated. Your strength has improved, +3 to strength. Current strength, 13. You've received 3,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level, 17. XP points gained, 3,190 of 18,000. A 3 points upgrade! How awesome was that? The program seemed to have finally come to its senses. The plateau I'd been having after having upped strength on an almost weekly basis was seriously beginning to concern me. Now my strength had finally pushed through the level 10 ceiling, officially making me stronger than an average Terran. A quick review into what had happened to Martha made everything clear. I'd forgotten that the main principle of stats calculation was based on world averages, which meant that earlier today my weightlifting results had been 30% above average. Before dropping off to sleep, I tried to work out how best to distribute the 5 available characteristic points I now had. The 2 I received for leveling up, and the 3 I'd got when my environmental safety index had been recalculated. This was what I currently had. Main characteristics: Strength, 13 of 32. Agility, 10 of 31. Intellect, 20 of 48. Stamina, 11 of 33. Perception, 11 of 32. Charisma, 17 of 36. Luck, 14 of 72. I also had the 14-point item bonus to luck, +12 from the Lucky Ring of Veles, and +2 from the protective red wristband. My progress might have seemed impressive, but only compared to what I used to be like before. These were still the stats of an average human being, especially agility, stamina, and perception. True, my intellect, charisma, strength, and luck might have been slightly higher than normal, which was good news, I suppose, but that wasn't the point. The point was, I wasn't even halfway close to fulfilling my potential, which was a terrible shame. Still, this wasn't the time to mope. Now I had to think about how best to invest my system points. Strength and stamina could be leveled up with practice. That might take some time, but not as much as some other stats. Same applied to agility. I didn't need to worry about luck, thanks to my magic ring and the wristband. Also, there was no hurry to level up intellect. Judging by its progress bar, all it would take me to bring it to the next level was to read a couple more books. Charisma. I hadn't yet tried to level it up artificially. This I could only find out through some scientific trial and error. Martha, too, proved to be little help in this matter. Martha? What's going to happen if I raise charisma artificially? Your charisma level will get a 1-point increase? Yes, but what effect will it have on me? You'll become more charismatic? I may be exaggerating, but this was the gist of our conversation. Still, if I invested 1 point in charisma, would it change my appearance for the better? Would I become taller or more handsome? Would my eyelashes become longer? Would I get a determined chin? Having said that, what's appearance got to do with it? Uncle Joe Stalin wasn't a pretty face, but he apparently had enough charisma to talk anyone into anything. Then I remembered how I'd received 1 point to charisma after having my hair cut for the first time in years. Did that mean that appearance still mattered? Or were there other factors at play? Very well, let's raise perception then. I had a funny feeling I couldn't improve it naturally any further. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your perception characteristic, +1 point. Your sensory organs responsible for your vision, hearing, taste, tactile and olfactory perception, as well as balance, spatial orientation, and weight perception, will be restructured in keeping with a new reading, 12, to comply with your current level of sensory perception. Warning, in order to activate the skill, an undisturbed 3-hour period of sleep is required. You are recommended to adopt a prone position. Accept or decline. I asked my internal alarm clock to wake me up in 3 hours' time and pressed accept. The world faded away. I awoke from my brief slumber a little after 2 a.m. My perception had risen. Excellent. I reset my alarm clock to wake me after another 3 hours and reopened my profile. Warning, we've detected an abnormal increase in your perception characteristic, +1 point. I repeated this 2 more times, bringing my perception up to level 15. I had 1 characteristic and 1 skill point left when it was time for me to get up. It was getting toward midday. I still had my sparring practice with Kostya, and I still had to take little Cyril to the movies. I sat up in bed and focused, concentrating on my new sensations. I could hear children playing in the sandpit behind the closed window. I could even hear their mothers chatting to each other. I could discern the sounds of passing cars and could tell their respective makes. Through the gloom of the closed curtains, I could make out a small coin that had rolled under the bedside table and a tiny spider lurking under the ceiling. I could smell fresh baking from the neighbors and could feel my own level heartbeat. I staggered into the bathroom, turned the tap on, and peered into the mirror, studying my face. All of a sudden, I could see it in every meticulous detail, from the tiniest blood vessels in my eyes to every pore in my skin. I gave my face a good scrub and a shave, grabbed a quick sandwich and a cup of strong coffee, and hurried off to the stadium. Kostya wasn't there yet. I had a warm-up, did a few rounds of the running track, then looked at my watch. He still hadn't arrived. He's never been late before. On the contrary, he'd always been there before me. Something was wrong. I called his number, but it was out of range. A gnawing anxiety started to brew in my chest. I opened the map and ran a quick search. Name: Konstantin Kostya Biekterev. There he was, in the city hospital. His vitality was at 68%. Judging by the debuff, he was unconscious. "Can I see Konstantin Biekterev, please?" "Ward 12, the nurse replied, then returned to her paperwork. On Sundays, there were practically no donors there. I managed to find the department's duty physician, who told me that Kostya had been admitted the night before with multiple injuries, several broken ribs, and concussion. He'd been found by a passer-by who called an ambulance. He told the police that he'd fallen down the stairs. He didn't blame anybody for his injuries and refused to file a complaint. There were no traces of alcohol in his blood. Now he'd have to spend at least 2 or 3 weeks in hospital, and he'd have to abstain from physical exercise for the rest of his life. As soon as I knew where he was, I checked on his little sister. They had no immediate family, which meant that if Julie stayed on her own, she'd have no one to look after her. I looked up his street address on the map and made my way there. I spent some time asking neighbors which number they were at. Finally, some sympathetic old lady asked me who I was. Hearing that I was Kostya's friend, she took me to the right door. Julie was at home alone. She must have thought that it was her brother coming home, because she rushed toward the door, shrieking happily, but saw me instead. Having made sure that we knew each other, the old lady left. "Hi, Jewel," I said. "Hi, Uncle Phil. Kostya's not here." "I know. He's in hospital. Would you like to go see him with me?" She nodded vigorously. I told her to get ready. It didn't take too long before we were at the hospital. At first, they refused to let her see her brother, so I had to apply pressure to the doorman to turn his head away while we slipped past him into the emergency department. "Come now," I told Julie, who was curiously studying the first aid posters. I took her by the hand. Our plastic shoe protectors shuffling over the floor, we walked down the corridor. I opened the door. There were several other beds in the ward. Kostya wasn't there alone. A gray sheet covered him to his chin. A UV drip with a saline solution stood next to him. His head was bandaged, his eyes closed. He was hung with debuffs. According to them, he was having a tough time of it. I walked over to him and called him softly to make sure I didn't wake up the others. "Kostya?" He half opened his eyes. His gaze lit up as he saw his sister. "Phil. Julie," he whispered. The girl whimpered and clung to him. "It's all right, kiddo. Don't cry."
"I thought you'd left me," she sobbed.
"Nev—" He exploded in a bout of coughing. "Never. You hear me?" Julie nodded. Kostya gulped. "How did you find out?" "You didn't turn up for training, so I went to your place and your neighbors told me what had happened. I just hoped he wouldn't start wondering how I knew where he lived." "Scumbags," he mouthed, almost soundlessly. Even with my improved perception, I was struggling to make out the words. "No idea who it was. It was dark. Some guys came to the door and told me to come out for a talk. Yesterday in the gym I had a run-in with Mohammed. A serious one. Could have been him." "Do you think you recognize them?" "Dunno. It was pitch black." "I see. Why didn't you file a complaint?" "I'd rather sort it myself," he mouthed. "Well, that's stupid. What if they'd killed you?" "Never mind. Listen, you'll be here on the mend for another 2 or 3 weeks, so I'll go to the tournament instead of you. Got it? If I win, it'll pay for Julie's treatment." He nodded. "They're gonna take you apart," he added with a weak smile. "We'll see. I'm going to take Julie to my parents. They've retired so they can take care of her. I would have brought her back to my place, but I'm virtually never at home. What kindergarten is she in?" 48. "Thanks." A ward attendant barged in, rattling her cleaning equipment.
"What's that now, young man? These people are supposed to be resting. Leave the ward immediately."
"No worries," I said to Kostya, ignoring the noisy, officious cow. "Just lay there, bro, and get better. Julie, say goodbye to your brother. I'll wait for you outside." I touched Kostya's hand. He couldn't even grip mine. His fingers barely twitched in response. From the hospital, we went to my parents to pick up little Cyril. I decided to take the girl to the movies with us, hoping to cheer her up. Mom and Dad were both at home. I left Julie in Cyril's care and went to the kitchen to explain to my parents what had just happened.
"How horrible!" Mom exclaimed. "And the girl is so skinny."
"She has a rare disease that can't be treated in Russia. She needs to be taken abroad for surgery, but that's not why she's here." "Absolutely, no problem. I'll be taking her to kindergarten myself," Dad said. "We'll fatten her up, you'll see. All the more fun for us, seeing as you can't be trusted to provide us with any grandchildren." "I thought Cyril was your grandson." "He is," Dad replied proudly. "The best grandson ever."
"Don't listen to that old fool," Mom butted in. "Don't worry. We'll take good care of the girl. We'll be taking her to the hospital to see her brother."
Still, I detected in my dad's tone of voice that he would have liked a grandson who'd bear the family name. In other words, someone who'd carry on the male line. To his credit, he hadn't said it out loud. "Thanks a lot," I said. "I'll take them to the movies now and bring them back later. I still have things to do today. Would you like me to bring you something, seeing as we're going to the mall anyway?"
"We were just about to go to the market to get some meat," Mom replied. "Apart from that, we have everything. We grow all our own stuff at our summer cottage."
"Won't you have some tea before you leave?" Dad said with a begging note in his voice. I checked my smartphone for the movie schedule, trying to work out how long it might take us to get there. "Absolutely." "Great," he said. As we drank tea, Julie perked up a little. In the end, she was chatting away with Nana Lydia and Papa Oleg. As I watched both her and Cyril, who was staring at her with puppy eyes, I couldn't help noticing their high compatibility. Yeah, right. I also made a mental note of their respective potentials. With Julie, it was drawing, so it might be a good idea to send her to an art school, while Cyril might excel in programming. I needed to share this information with their parents and make sure they gave them the right education. We chose to watch Hotel Transylvania 3, Summer Vacation.
Nothing of note happened during the showing, but afterward I realized I hadn't thought of picking up any spare clothes for the girl. So we went to the first boutique on our way, where I bought her everything the helpful salesgirls had suggested: a few sets of underwear, a dress, a couple of t-shirts, and a pair of shorts. Then we went to the toy department, where Cyril got himself a big construction set and Julie a remote-controlled car, after she'd rejected a doll point blank, probably under the influence of her big brother. As we passed a perfume boutique, my eye fell upon an aftershave with a whopping +5 to charisma. I bought it unhesitantly. This impromptu bout of shopping had eaten up all of the last poker winnings for which I'd received the ban. Well, this probably wasn't the worst way to spend your money, judging by Julie's incredulous excitement as she pressed the shopping bags to her chest on our way home to my parents. I then spent the Sunday night watching video replays of all the best boxing matches. Before going to bed, I invested the last remaining characteristic point into agility. I used to have this poetic collection I'd received from a writer friend. It was titled Monday Morning. No matter how much I read it, I hadn't found a single mention of any Monday in the whole book. Only later had I realized that the actual Monday morning mood was there, written between the lines of his unrhymed poetry. This is the mood we seem to imbibe with our mother's milk. We soak it up with our skin. It permeates our entire mind, this restless, anxious, gloomy, and hungover feeling. On Monday, parents take their baby to the creche for the first time, carrying her out into a frosty winter morning, smelling of exhaust gases. On every such gloomy Monday morning, the sweet comfort of idling around at home is replaced with the rigors of the nursery school, with its oatmeal porridge and milky macaroni soup. Then, on another such dreary, rainy morning, the growing child lugs her heavy satchel to school, where not everyone is happy to see her. This lasts a whole 11 years, after which she has to serve another 5 years at college, followed by a lifetime of work. Wherever she turns, she can't escape the grim, bitter misery of Monday mornings. This is the kind of lifestyle reserved for those who only start living on Friday night. Luckily, I wasn't one of them. Not the way I was now, anyway. For me, every beginning of the week meant a new opportunity to slightly better myself and this world. True, the official weekend allowed us to spend more time with our families. This was what I liked about them, but not because I didn't have to work. When you enjoy what you're doing, and when you're overcome by the passion to make things better, when your entire team seems to have the same goal, then Monday mornings become radically different from how my writer friend had described them. This was just another morning which you were supposed to celebrate, greeting the first sun rays the way our cave ancestors did. After my morning run, I took a shower, had breakfast and a cup of coffee, and was just about to lock up after myself when the phone rang. The one I used for my search and rescue contacts. Without taking off my street shoes, I hurried back into the lounge to answer it. "Excuse me, who is this?" a lifeless male voice asked. "Who are you calling?" "Is this Phil?" "Yes, it's me." "You're a slimy piece of shit, Phil, you know that? If I knew where to find you, I'd have ripped your head off." The voice trailed away. "Who is this?" "I'm her husband," he said sarcastically, then dissolved into uncontrollable laughter. "I'm Max," he said when he'd finally stopped. "Was it you who told Olga where to find me? Wretched psychic!" "Why? What happened?" "I went on a bender. For 5 years I never touched a drop. Doesn't one have the right to go apeshit once every 5 years? She caught me in a sauna with some chicks. She dumped me. She's just gone to file for divorce, you scumbag." He hung up. The edges of my vision turned crimson as the program delivered its verdict. "Warning, you've just performed a socially detrimental action. Now performing the analysis of consequences. The harm to society is negligible. Penalty, 1,000 XP. XP points left until the next social status level, 2,190 of 18,000. I called the man back.
"What do you want?" the voice asked.
"Getting a divorce doesn't go that quick," I said. "Go to her and apologize. She'll forgive you. And stop drinking." This time, I hung up first. Seeing as he believed me to be a psychic anyway, let's just hope he followed my advice. I switched the phone off and left the house. As I walked, I called Matov from my usual phone to tell him I was going to replace Kostya at the tournament. He wanted to know what had happened to him and which hospital he was in, then promised me to go and visit him there. If he indeed renounced his place in the tournament, Matov would write me in instead. The whole bunch of them, Alec, Gleb, Greg, Marina, and Kesha, were hanging around the entrance of the business center, smoking the place out. Next to them, Cyril courageously shuffled from one foot to the other, battling the temptation to join in. I flew up the stairs with a spring in my step and walked over to them to say my hellos.
"Phil, Alec began, "I might need to pop out at 10 o'clock to submit my college application."
"Sure," I agreed unhesitantly. "Is it the place where you wanted to go?"
"That's right, the management faculty.
But the scholarships are finished, so they only have places for paying students.
Old Mark has made out a contract between me and the company. This way, the company will pay for my studies, and I pay you guys back half of my
dividends, Kesha offered, suppressing a smile.
"That's right, 50% of my cut. From the profits, like."
"That's not a problem," I said. Mr. Katz had already explained to me the reason behind his idea. According to him, if Alec paid for his own studies, that might make him more responsible. As a corrective measure. Sort of. "How was your Friday night?" I asked. Marina rolled her eyes.
"Ooh.
Like this." Kesha drew the girl toward him and planted a kiss on her lips. "So, that was quick." Marina lowered her eyes. No wonder. Only a week ago she'd shown more than a considerable interest in humble me. "I'm so happy for you guys," I said, "really." Gleb guffawed. "What a soap opera! Phil, we should really stop all this office romance nonsense."
"Get away with you."
Kesha laughed. "Just so you know, we're going to campus after work tonight to collect Marina's stuff. She's moving in with me." "I can see your Friday night was a busy affair," Greg quipped. "Why? Are you jealous?" Marina glared at him, utterly embarrassed. "No offense meant," Greg replied. "In any case, you weren't the only ones who had a busy night, were they, Alec?" Alec blushed.
"Oh, Phil, by the way."
He hurried to change the subject. "It's Gorlik's birthday today.
Should we club in to get him something?"
"We could." I paused, trying to remember what I knew about the man's preferences. "Isn't he into fishing? One of you should get on down to Rose and ask her for some petty cash to get a present from the sports angling store."
"What sort of budget do you have in mind?" Kesha asked, businesslike.
I made a mental list of potential gifts, checking their compatibility with Gorlik. Spinners, tackle, rods, echo-sounding gear. No. Finally, I had it. "I'd buy him a Japanese telescopic rod," I said. "From what I've heard, he's hooked on floats, so he's going to love it. As far as the model is concerned, you need to ask—" "Hi, guys," Veronica said as she joined us. She hugged me lightly and gave me a peck on the cheek, then did the same to all the others. But when she reached Alec— "Hi, sweetheart," she said. The two clung to each other in a long, passionate kiss.
"Hi, babe,"
the reddening and flustered Alec finally said, forcing himself away from her. "Babe? What was that now?" We'd hardly begun to work, and the company was already starting to resemble a family shop. All that was left to do was bring Stacy back, hire Greg's wife Alina, and find a suitable candidate as a match for Cyril. I just hoped this wasn't going to end as some sentimental Brazilian soap opera. As for the rest,
Our first weekday went without a hitch. We had a morning briefing to allocate the week's tasks, then everyone set about doing their own thing. After lunch, a whole bunch of potential clients barged into the office. I recognized one of them as Tural Abdullayev, the guy who'd very nearly stabbed me to death after my encounter with Valiadis. He must have recognized me, too, because he looked embarrassed. But I kept a straight face. Only after we'd signed the contract and found him a few job offers, I asked him point-blank, "How are things, Tural?" He said something in Azeri to his fellow team workers, nodding at me. Each of them jumped up, grabbed my hand with both of theirs, and shook it. The program showered me with improved reputation messages. "We finished that job and retrieved our passports from the boss," he replied. "He paid us in full, but we'll never forget your help. That money, it was really handy." "Good. I'm glad I could help." I was going to spend the evening leveling up boxing, which was now very close to 8. All that shadowboxing, watching the reruns of great fights, and refining my technique on the punch bag, which I'd finally had installed at my place, was now paying off. But first thing, I had to have a talk with Martha. I routinely activated her in the kitchen where I was having a cup of tea. This wasn't the grubby kitchen of my days with Yana, the sad, crumbling place with a leaky tap and the wonky oven door where I'd had breakfast with Yana on the day I'd got my interface. That had been less than 3 months ago. But so many things had changed since then. Martha materialized and sat opposite me, holding a cup from the same tea service. She was still maddeningly beautiful, which made my interactions with her aesthetically pleasing as well as enlightening. "Good evening, Phil." "Evening, Martha. Would you like to eat?" "No, thanks. I'm not hungry," she said. "How's your work?" "It's on the boil. Moving well and all that. Everything seems to be going according to plan. Tomorrow is the last day of the month. I'm curious to see how July went." "I'm happy for you." She gracefully lifted the cup and took a sip. "I can see you've managed to avoid another ban today." "Exactly. I helped a woman find her husband and got a penalty for it. Why a penalty and not a ban?" "You saw it yourself. The damage to society was negligible. Either they'll kiss and make up, or their divorce might prove to be the best solution for everyone." "What are you feeling?" "About what?" "You've changed the lives of several people with just a few careless words. The husband, the wife, their children and their parents. If they do get divorced and meet somebody else with whom they start a new family, that would change even more lives. The ripples on the water spread wider and wider. You understand?" "I do." I frowned. "That was a mistake." "What makes you think so?" "I broke a family up. How are their children going to grow up without a father? Their whole world is now crumbling around them." "It's good that you realize that. But you shouldn't call it a mistake because you acted with the best of intentions. There was no knowing what could have happened had you chosen not to divulge her husband's whereabouts. He might have gone on an even longer bender and gotten into real trouble. He could have been robbed, killed even. Or he could have come out smelling of roses, gone back to his family, and then done it all over again. He could have started drinking so heavily that he might have lost everything he had, which would have incurred much bigger losses to everyone involved. He might have started beating his wife in front of their children every time he got drunk. Do you understand it now? You can't decide whether something's good or bad without knowing all the potential development routes, which you can't possibly know. Therefore, it's not a mistake." I spent some time mulling it over. Finally, I nodded my agreement and went to pour myself some more tea. "Phil, do you remember you were asking me about my prototype?" she offered. "Sure," I replied excitedly, overfilling my cup with boiling water. "Damn." I used a paper towel to wipe it up and returned to Martha. "So you do have a prototype, don't you?" She smiled. "No, I don't. Allow me to remind you that the character and manners of this particular avatar are based on your personal preferences. But, as for my appearance,
there is a 99.002 chance of it having a real-world prototype. I blew a disappointed sigh. Not a 100%. Her eye color is different, Martha explained. Mark it down. Jenna Peterson, 31 years old, born in Paarl.
Where's that?
The Republic of South Africa. Married with a little daughter. She gave me a compassionate look. I'm sorry, Phil. She's got a Facebook page. You can add her to your friends list if you wish. I grabbed my smartphone, opened Facebook, and hurried to log in. I entered the name into the search and found her. Jenna Peterson. An older version of Martha smiled back at me from the screen, the only difference being her eyes, which were hazel instead of blue. The next day, I finally received a phone call from Panchenko, Ultrapak's illustrious commercial director. He suggested that we meet up in their office. I agreed. I hate leaving things in the lurch, even though in this case it wasn't my fault. But still, this particular job had been on my to-do list, bugging me for weeks. Before heading for the meeting, I called our office and warned them I might be late. They were still in the same building, with the exception of a different girl at the reception desk. Hi, I said. I'm Phil Panfilov from the Great Job Employment Agency. I have an appointment with Mr. Panchenko. I'm afraid he's busy at the moment. You'll have to wait. Oh, really? I've arrived on the dot, and he was the one who scheduled the meeting. I was about to explode. Still, I forced myself to remain calm. I could wait until the end of my appointment, which was 30 minutes. Then I'd just leave, delete the task from the list, zap his phone number, and call it a day, damn it. After 15 minutes, he emerged from Mr. Ivanov's office and headed for his own. A couple of minutes later, the girl said he was expecting me. I rose from the couch. At the very same moment, Vicky came out of her own office. It just so happened that we bumped into each other by Panchenko's door. Hi, I said. I have a meeting with your commercial director. I know. I'm part of it. She gave an ominous chuckle. What's all this about? I thought as I entered Panchenko's office. Good morning, said a young man, overweight for his 27 years. He rose from his desk and offered me his hand. Phil, I presume? That's me, sir. I'm glad you found the time to see me after all. I'd like you to meet Victoria, our HR director. The question you want to discuss is within her domain as well. Vicky and I sat down, she next to Panchenko, with me opposite the two of them. I studied the commercial director's stats. His interest in the meeting was lukewarm, his social status level 8. It didn't bode very well. Well then, I'm all ears. He rubbed his hands, faking cheerfulness. What do you want from us? Tell me. I need nothing from you. We, however, might be of some use to you. As I told them about the services offered by our outsourcing sales department, Vicky smiled skeptically. Panchenko curved his lips, frowning, but didn't interrupt me. I could understand him. If we took over the sales, his post would be surplus to requirements. So basically, that's what we're offering you. Considering we don't charge a set fee but only a percentage of actual sales, which incidentally is the same as the amount you pay your own reps, you are in fact not risking anything. I'm afraid we are, Vicky said, and quite a lot at that. Please explain, Panchenko said. Excuse me, Mr. she faltered. Mr. Panfilov, I offered. She ignored me. How long has your company been active? About 2 months. Yeah, Panchenko drawled. You're not serious. That's what I think, too. Vicky smiled, turning to Panchenko. I think I've worked out his little scam. He wants to sign a contract with us, apparently with no real risks involved. Then he's going to use the contracts they close to expand his portfolio of clients. You know what he's going to do? He's going to flaunt our client list in front of other potential customers to show them how cool they are to have already, she stressed the word slightly, attracted attention from such serious companies as us. And they won't do jack shit for us. You know how it works. This guy goes on client meetings selling their services. And who's going to sell our packaging then? They only exist for a few weeks. Wait a sec, Victoria, I said. We could always include penalties in the contract for the dereliction of our contractual duties. A sarcastic grin spread over Panchenko's face. He already thought he'd sussed me out, while I had reasons to believe I'd worked this circus show out too. As I leaned back in my chair, I saw his hand resting on Vicky's thigh. Now I knew exactly who'd set all this up. I'm afraid, Phil, your offer doesn't suit us, Panchenko summed up. I'm afraid, sir, I'm not interested in working with you either. I noisily pushed the chair away and stood up. Give my regards to Mr. Ivanov. He blinked. Do you know him? So he didn't even know I used to work for them? He hadn't even bothered to investigate the person he was about to meet? Of course, I said. I used to work here. Why didn't Victoria here tell you? I nodded at her. It's true, I didn't work for long. That's probably why she didn't remember me. I'm not complaining about my memory, Philip, she snapped coldly. And I'm not complaining about my exes. I left the office under their flabbergasted stares, then walked out of the glorious UltraPack building. This time, for good. The program reprimanded me for committing a socially detrimental action and stripped me of 100 XP. I didn't care. I just wanted to wipe that smug grin off Panchenko's face. After I left, I decided not to take a taxi, but just walked blindly, following my nose. I felt hurt, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. In my mind, I'd let go of Vicky a long time ago, but my heart must have been stalling. I remembered seeing Yana with Vlad. That didn't hurt at all. I dug deeper into my soul, trying to work it out, but still, I couldn't understand what exactly was wrong. One thing was for sure. UltraPack would never be one of our clients. Deep in thought, I stumbled into a strange side street. I decided to pop into a cafe to drink a cup of Americano and call a cab as my gaze lingered on a shop sign saying, Souvenirs and Rarities. Mechanically, I glanced at the silver ring gracing my finger. The lucky ring of Veles, which I dug out in a shop just like this one. I really should go in and take a look. At first sight, the shop had nothing useful to offer. Tacky plaster figurines, bronze busts of unknown individuals, loose china sets. Still, my intuition drove me toward the far corner of the shop. There, in a large wicker basket among the heaps of junk, I discovered a tiny bone figurine. Barely visible in the pile of key rings, fridge magnets, and other useless trinkets, it seemed to be calling my name. I focused on it to ID it. Netsuke Jurojin. Material, ivory. One of the 7 Japanese gods of fortune, he bestows exceptionally good luck on the figurine's owner. +5 to luck. Weight, 0.8779 ounces. Durability, indestructible. Price, 6,430,000 rubles. Active when placed in the owner's house. I turned the figurine in my fingers, sensing a weak warmth coming from it. Have you found something you like? A young man asked me from behind the cash register. How much is this figurine? This one, from the basket. All the items in it are 300 rubles. Lady Luck seemed to be kind to me today. Could the entire ridiculous scene at Panchenko's office have only been a ruse to lure me into this place? I headed for the cash register to pay. 1 moment. The shop assistant took the figurine. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this item must have fallen into the basket by mistake. This is a Jurojin, a very rare piece. But, he faltered, it's actually a fake. A fake? I asked, indignant. A copy. Sorry about that. He mumbled as he put the figurine away under the counter. So, how much does this fake cost? 1 moment. He tapped away on the computer. Strange, it's not in the database. We had similar items listed for $3,900. If you decide to buy it, I could give you a discount.
I could take it off your hands for $2,000, I suppose, I offered magnanimously.
Deal. The assistant agreed with suspicious ease, making me think I'd overcooked my offer. Then I gave myself a mental slap on the head. I'd just gotten myself a real magic item, worth millions, for 2,000 rubles. What was there not to be happy about? We parted ways quite happy with each other. I headed for the office. I spent the rest of the day solving a gazillion of pressing problems concerning the reorganization of the company, the finalizing of our constitutive documents, and the renovation works. In the meantime, I still had to see clients. As I spoke with one of them, a middle-aged male lawyer who looked very self-confident and had an impressive work experience, I noticed there was something wrong with him. Just by looking at his profile, I realized that his vitality was dramatically below average. While he studied the contract, I studied him. Outwardly, he seemed to be okay, but still there was something intangible about him which set my alarm bells ringing. Finally, I put my finger on it. It was a small, black spot which at a certain angle almost merged with his dark hair. I recognized it as an interface element. Insight, most likely. I was also pretty sure that this same spot, I'd no idea how it had become visible to me, was the reason for his malaise. "How do you feel?" I asked him once he'd finished reading the contract and signing it. "Never felt better," he replied cheerfully. "Why?" "Do you ever have headaches?"
"Yeah, sometimes. Just like everybody else, I suppose. If you think that is.
Do you mind if I give you a piece of advice?
It's up to you whether you want to follow up on it or not.
Do make an appointment with a doctor and have your head checked out. I'm pretty sure that your headaches are much more frequent now than they were before. I suggest you get an appointment ASAP. You know what I mean?"
"What an idea! My health is absolutely fine. I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I exercise regularly."
"Still, I suggest you get a checkup.
This has nothing to do with the contract you've just signed. I'm going to give you 3 vacancies now which are suitable for your profile."
I started printing out the search results. "As soon as you know they've taken you on, you'd better pop round to see your doctor." He gave me a hesitant nod. I handed him the printout with all the contacts and bade my goodbye to him. I just hoped he'd listen to my advice. In the evening, we had a quick powwow for Rose to announce July's financial results.
"Romuald gave me all the figures as well as the contents of the cash box for the period that you worked on your own. In less than a month, you found employment for 163 persons. Of those, 38 were charged the set fee of 1,000 rubles. The others signed a contract with the agency agreeing to pay us 10% of their first wage packet, which is roughly the first 10 days of August or September if they've been taken on a trial basis. I estimate the agency's returns for the month of July to be 414,500 rubles." Her last words were drowned out by applause. Gleb and Alec, the 2 star clowns of our traveling circus, clapped the hardest. Still, one look at their joyful faces made me dissolve into a happy grin. We'd done it. "Also," Rose raised a commanding hand, "the sales volume on Kesha and Veronica's outsourcing contracts has reached—"
I didn't listen any further. It's been my philosophy that money not received is money not yet earned. We still had to see if we could get our cut. Also, we had more expenses than I dreaded to think of. The rent, the taxes, all the wages, the renovation works, the new furniture and office supplies, not to mention publicity. Still, it was too cool. Don't you think? Chapter 21. Smooth jazz will be deployed in 3. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me.
and when it is gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Frank Herbert, Dune. In the absence of Kostya, I was forced to find another coach, a cartoon image of an old soak with a tutoring stat going through the roof. His name was Ibrahim, an old Kazakh and a former Soviet Union champion who now trained little kids in one of the local sports schools. I had no problem finding a common language with him, asking him to prepare me for the tournament for a sum which, although small for me, made a huge difference to him. That's how I became his student. We trained twice a day, in addition to regular sparring with other guys in the gym. Courtesy of my stat booster, these 2 weeks of prolonged daily travails easily amounted to the equivalent of a year's intensive training in real life. Up until now, I'd already had over 100 sparring bouts. Not everything went smoothly, of course. I did lose, and did so often, especially in the beginning. My opponent's technique varied. Some of them came on aggressively, while others hung back, waiting for their chance to launch a counterattack. Some of them were faster or stronger than me. Still, the old boy spent a lot of time teaching me the fight's strategy. He made me study my enemy, searching for their weak sides and using them.
"There's no such thing as a perfect fighter," he'd say. "Even the greatest weren't so great in certain things. I want you to seek out your opponent's vulnerabilities and use them against them."
And so I did. I'd lose again, then wait for the next fight to continue searching for their weak spots, changing my tactics only to lose again. Then win the next time I tried.
"More passion," he demanded. "There shouldn't be any mercy in boxing. Passion makes you stronger. He who's the most passionate wins."
Passion was something I did lack at first. I needed to get a good clobbering or even lose in order to build it up. It took me a dozen fights just to learn to be passionate enough to win. The old boy made me work till I dropped. Strangely enough, it hadn't really affected my physical stats. My strength, stamina, and agility seemed to have frozen. My boxing skill, however, had reached level 10. I still had 1 skill point stashed away since the last time I'd leveled up. Now I invested it into boxing. Kostya, who was due to be discharged from the hospital the next morning, was level 8. I was now level 11. I put much store in the upcoming tournament. As a participant with the lowest ranking, I was to enter it on Saturday at 9 a.m. to have a few elimination fights with other amateur beginners like myself. The city sports center was bustling with out-of-town teams, all those loud young men cracking jokes and making fun of each other. I stuck out of the crowd like a sore thumb. Still, I was pretty confident. They may have been young and loud, but their boxing skill was no higher than 5 or 6. The stronger fighters would be coming later, once the elimination fights were over. I signed on and headed over to the weigh-in. With my 182.6 pounds, they shoved me in with the light heavyweights, 175 to 200 pounds. I was quite prepared for this scenario, even though it was less than favorable. I should have lost a few pounds in order to drop a weight class and fit in with the middleweights. In any case, it was too late to do anything about it now. I could already see I wasn't going to have it easy. I studied the other guys' stats in silent awe. Their strength, agility, and stamina were at least the double of my own. My only hope lay with my high boxing skill, and with my improved perception, which had given me my superhuman reaction times. They brought us together and made us draw lots to find our prospective opponents. In order to make it to the main grid, I had to get 3 wins behind me at the elimination stage.
"Ah, you're here too," a familiar voice called out to me.
"Hi, Mohammed. Hi, Zarbiek." I nodded to the 2 Dagestani brothers.
"Are you competing?"
Zarbiek asked. "Yeah. You too?"
"Sure," Mohammed replied. "Only we're going straight to the main grid. We're here to root for our little brother, Mustafa," he called.
"Come here."
"Hi."
Their brother joined us, casting me an appraising look. "Light heavyweight?" "Yes. You too?"
"Yeah."
He nodded.
I hope you'll be pitted against him, brother, Zarbiek guffawed. He's only been boxing for a month. He'll get hisself clobbered straight away. Maybe, Mohammed said. His face darkened. He must have still remembered our fight. Wait up! They're announcing the results. Mustafa turned away from us. The heaving crowd threatened to upturn the judge's table. Quiet, the ref announced, then waited for the noise to subside. Here are your results. In light flyweight under 108 pounds... My first opponent was a stocky guy in his 40s. He wasn't much of a boxer, but he must have had one hell of a punch, judging by his 30-plus strength. If I took a right-hander from him, it would be lights out for sure. I changed and gave my gym bag to the guys from the office who'd just arrived in full force to support me. Even Mr. Katz and Rose had come along. I was especially pleased to see Gleb. After all, it was his big day. His gambling and alcoholism debuffs had finally expired. All this time I'd been monitoring his debuff counters with bated breath, but Gleb hadn't let me down. He hadn't relapsed in any way. Now I was 100% sure he wasn't going to return to his old habits. He looked decidedly fresher. Gone were the bags and dark circles under his eyes, which were now radiating happiness. His complexion had taken on a healthy glow. He smiled and winked at me. "Be careful, Phil," Rose said. "She's right," Veronica chimed in. "Keep your guard up." Greg had arrived with his wife Alina, who blushed and wished me luck. "I'll need all the luck I can get," I blurted, knocking on wood. Someone gave me a hearty whack on the back. I swung round. Our entire street gang stood there, all present and correct. Yagoza, Fatso, Sprat, Vasily. Behind their backs, Alec's 3 lads, Tarzan and the other 2, hovered timidly. Alec gave me a guilty shrug. "Hi, Mr. Phillip," Fatso shouted in excitement. "We've come to see you win." "My compliments." Yagoza lowered his head to me. "We're all rooting for you. Don't let our block down." "Yeah, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee." Sprat began prancing around as if shadowboxing, but then tripped over his own feet. "Your hands can't hit what your eyes can't see." I kept repeating Muhammad Ali's own words as I helped Sprat back to his feet, then went off to get ready for my first fight. My little band of fans headed for the stands. What a shame old Ibrahim wouldn't see me fight. He'd said he was too old for all that. His heart would conk out from all the worrying about me. There were 6 rings set up in the arena to accommodate 6 simultaneous fights. Trying to blank out whatever was going on around me, I started warming up until they called me for my first fight. "Panfilov and Nemchinov. You're next up." Fighting the burly Nemchinov felt like a walk in the park after the dozens of sparring bouts I'd had in Ibrahim's classes. My opponent was clumsy and lead-footed, and soon wore himself out. I was far too technical for him, and his blows were so predictable that I'd already dodged even before he decided where to land a blow. Your hands can't hit what your eyes can't see. More passion, I kept hearing old Ibrahim's voice in my head. In the 3rd round, my opponent rose to his feet under the shower of my blows and cowered, shielding his head with his hands. He'd run out of steam. I'd won on points with a ridiculous advantage. My next fight was even easier. This opponent was a tall, lanky guy with long arms, a typical outfighter. Neither his physique nor his skill were up to much. He kept going in circles, attacking me with the same pre-prepared combinations which I dodged easily. By the end of the 1st round, I let fly an uppercut between all his dancing around and knocked him out cold. The main grid was about to start. The stands began filling with people. My 3rd and last opponent would be decided in the fight between Mustafa and Bulat, the Kazakh guy I'd met in Matov's group. Both of them were strong on their feet, playing it safe. They knew they were so equally matched that one mistake could knock one of them out of the tournament. The Kazakh guy was a bit more active at first, but Mustafa, encouraged by his brothers to kick ass, caught his opponent with a vicious counterpunch, knocking him down. From then on, the outcome was pretty clear to everybody.
In the next round, Mustafa capitalized on his success and came out on top. I'd been analyzing his style all along, noticing that he tended to open up for a split second every time before throwing a left. That was enough for me to knock him down within 12 seconds. Toward the end of the round, he made the same mistake, and this time, he didn't have it quite so easy. The ref counted him out, much to the disappointment of his noisy brothers. Then raised my hand in victory. I was in the main grid. Towards the end of the evening, I already had 4 wins under my belt. They announced a break before the finals in all 10 weight categories. The flyweights were the first into the ring. I still had loads of time till my final. I sat with my friends to watch as a spectator. We took up almost an entire row. Alec's motley crew was sitting just behind us. Alec himself had apologized to them before taking a place next to Veronica. Once the elimination rounds were over, Kostya had come to join us too. His little sister was still with my parents, who'd brought her to see her brother in hospital almost every day. They'd also come to check him out. He'd sent the girl back home with Auntie Lydia. He could talk to her at any time, but the outcome of the tournament would determine the fate of her surgery. So he'd popped in at home to leave the bag with his hospital stuff, then made a beeline directly for the sports center just in time for the main grid. "Phil, you beauty," he kept saying. "It was unreal how you did him. By the 3rd round, I thought you were toast, the way he was trying to catch you out. And all that time you were luring him on?" I grinned. Sort of. In the semifinals, I'd beat Yuri, the best fighter in Matov's other group. I'd already had words with him once in the gym, and afterward I'd apparently trained with his group during my second life. He was the only boxer from Matov's 2 groups who hadn't yet been eliminated. And now I'd seen him off too. "Listen, how is it possible that you've managed to kick ass out of all the heavyweights?" Kostya mused. "I'm only a middleweight, and I used to kick your ass. Doesn't that make me awesome, or what?" "I don't think so, Bekhterev." Matov came and sat next to us. "You wouldn't be able to kick his ass now." "Good evening, Coach," we said in unison. "You're full of surprises, Panfilov." He didn't hide his amazement. I can't say that it was pleasant to watch, but it was quite an eye-opener. "You gave me a bunk up the ladder, sir," I said, trying to be objective. "Thank you." "I gave you the basics. My fault was I didn't take your intellect into account. You're a smart fighter. Bekhterev, did you notice how your buddy adapts to every opponent? He knocked out Muhammad in one way and Yuri in another. Shame I didn't see the elimination rounds." He grew serious. "Who trains you now? Not with Khmelnytsky by any chance?" "I trained him," Sprat scoffed behind our backs. "I told him to float like a butterfly and fart like a bee." "Ole, ole, ole, ole," his inebriated street buddies began singing. "Phil Panfilov is a champion." Matov sized them up, winced, and turned away. "So who trained you? Don't tell me Tkachenko agreed to take you on." "Neither, sir. That's my coach, sitting next to you. It was Kostya who trained me." "Who? Bekhterev? Seriously?" "Really." "We only had a few sessions." Kostya hurried to deny his role in my success. "He's a quick learner, though." "Looks like you're some sort of phenomenon," Matov said jokingly, but it came out dead serious. "Can I have a word? I've got something I want to discuss with you." I agreed. He took me to a small room under the stands. "You know who you're up against in the final?" "Some guy called the Wolf?" "Exactly. He's a super heavyweight from Khmelnytsky's stable. He's dropped a weight specially to compete with heavyweights. The prize money's the same, but it's easier for him. But his style is still the heavy boy's style. You know what I mean?" "I'm gonna do him." "You sure?" "Yes. I've studied him. He relies on his strength. He's gonna try to get me on the ropes and corner me, then shower me with blows. Rinse and repeat until I break. Only I'm not gonna break. He will try and corner me until he runs out of steam and opens up. and that's when he'll catch it." "Well, well," Matoff chuckled. "You sure make it sound easy." The wolf's stamina isn't up to much. His tactics involve a long, repeated series of blows, so by the end of the third round, he can barely keep his mitts up. "Very well. If you're so sure of yourself, I'm going to believe you. Listen up. Tonight there'll be a fight in the Empire, sort of a super final for a chosen audience. It'll be today's super heavyweight champion against the heavyweight champion. They pay 10 grand. 10 grand what? Not rubles, he snapped impatiently. $10,000. So what's the catch? It'll be 10 rounds, without gloves. It's gonna hurt. A lot. And what does the winner get? $50,000. But you can forget it. You haven't got a chance. The sledgehammer's weight is 290 pounds. He's the bookie's favorite. You just need to climb into the ring, go a couple of rounds, and then lie down and don't get up. The public will like that." He paused, apparently taking my silence as a sign of doubt. "Don't worry, they've got an ambulance on standby." "Okay." He looked up sharply. "Okay, what?" "I'm in." "He's in," he mocked. "First you need to win here. That's it. Then go and get yourself ready. I still need to talk to the sledgehammer." I went back to the stands. Spratt offered me what he called doping, meaning a plastic cup of vodka and coke. The others explained to him the error of his ways. Yagoza even gave him a slap across the head for being a dumbass. Then I sat down to await the finals. I wasn't worried. As I'd spoken to Matoff, I'd remembered that he only had level 10 in boxing, and he'd still managed to train a national champion or two. I was level 11, which meant I was obliged to at least win the regional championship. Closer to my fight, I left the stands for a quick warm-up. I sensed someone staring at me and swung round to see my future opponent, Sergei the Wolf Zverev, a burly dude with a shaven head and a large tattoo of a rather toothy wolf on his chest. Meeting my eye, he gave me the cutthroat sign and turned away. His level 9, in combination with his strength, made him a serious opponent. Well, that remained to be seen. I just continued stretching and warming up. Finally, it was our turn. "We invite into the ring the final contestants in the heavyweight category," the panel of judges announced through the loudspeakers. "In the blue corner, introducing Philip Panfilov." My support group yelled their encouragement. Yagoza's wheezy voice somehow rose above all the others, strangely drowning out the tumult of the stands. I dove under the ropes and took my place in my corner, awaiting my opponent. The wolf walked with an unhurried swagger, greeting the public and wallowing in the attention. In his own mind, he must have already hammered me and won, which guaranteed him the champion's purse of 200,000 rubles, plus another 10,000 greenbacks for the clandestine super final in the nightclub. Undoubtedly, Matoff had already approached him. His own coach, the notorious Khmelnytsky, must have been in on it too, in which case he might have divulged the news to his protégé. The ref summoned us and ran through the rulebook. The fight began. The wolf went on the offensive immediately, pushing me back. Still, each time he thought he'd cornered me, I managed to slip back into the open ring. He struggled to avoid my counterattacks to his side. Quite a few of my body hooks reached their mark. I was leading the fight to a confident victory, which was probably why I dropped my guard for a fraction of a second. That nearly became my undoing. The wolf managed to work me into a corner, showering me with blows, most of which I blocked. Still, I must have missed quite a few. I barely stayed upright. My ears were ringing. My cheekbone and my eyebrow were on fire. I was only saved by the bell. Kostya fussed over me in my corner, mopping up the sweat and applying a wet towel to my cuts and bruises. "What were you thinking of?" he berated me. "Why did you have to go in close? You had all the space to your right. You should have ducked out." I know. It's okay, don't worry. I'll do him now." The 1-minute break was over before I could catch my breath. A new buff message came through. Passion to win. Duration, 10 minutes. +3 to all main characteristics, +50% to vigor, +50% to confidence, +50% to willpower, +50% to spirit, +50% to pain threshold. The buff's effect made me feel fresh and full of energy, as if the fight hadn't started yet. But most importantly, it worked out how I could win. Inspired by his last success, the wolf couldn't wait to get to me. I lured him onto the ropes, just as he thought he'd cornered me, and switched off his brain to turn to punch mode. I ducked to the left and gave him a cross which passed over his right hand. He momentarily lost his bearings, which was enough for me to get in my favorite combination. A left uppercut, quickly followed by a straight right to the body, and finally, a left hook to the head. The wolf went down. The stands dissolved in a deafening roar. KO. I was champion. An hour later, we were sitting in a cozy Irish pub on Chekhov Street, celebrating my victory. Me, Alec and Veronica, Greg and Alina, Kesha and Marina, Cyril, Gleb, Mr. Katz, Rose, and Kostya. I'd had a hard time getting rid of Yagoza and his gang, each of whom wanted to shake my hand and tell me how legendary I was. To Phil! My friends raised their glasses. To you, Phil! I clinked my glass of fruit juice against theirs. The super final still lay ahead of me, but they absolutely didn't need to know about that. What you gonna do with all that money? The curious gambler in Gleb asked. I think that's none of your business, Rose replied. But knowing Mr. Panfilov, I'm sure he'll want to invest it. Not really, I interrupted her. It's going to a different cause. I hadn't received the prize money yet, but they'd given me the certificate. On Monday, I was supposed to go to the organizer's office with it and pick up the cash. Kostya was coming with me. From there, we were going straight to the bank to transfer the entire amount to the foreign clinic, which was going to operate on Julie. Once that was done, the clinic would send an invitation, which would allow Kostya and Julie to apply for their visas. The same travel agent who'd arranged for Kostya to contact the clinic to begin with now promised to sort out the visas promptly. Which cause is it? Veronica asked with a sweet smile. Come on, Phil. I don't mean to be pushy, I'm just curious. Leave him alone, Cyril interrupted her. Let him eat in peace. I still had 3 or 4 hours left until my match in the nightclub, so I could allow myself a meal and some rest. Kostya rose and raised his glass of mineral water. Guys, I don't know any of you, but I know Phil, and if you're even half as good as he is... Everybody at the table switched their attention to him. I'd like to raise a toast to the health of my little sister Julie. You don't know anything about her, so you won't understand why I'd like to toast her health. Let me explain. When she was 2 years old, our parents died in an accident. We were left alone. He paused to make sure everybody was listening, then went on. No one ever helped us without any strings attached. Julie is very ill. If she doesn't get surgery in the very near future, she'll never be able to walk again. This type of surgery isn't available in our country. We need to go to Germany. Their specialists think they can take her on and even promise an almost 100% recovery. Problem is, it costs over 1 million rubles. That's without travel and housing expenses. He looked me in the eye. I'm sorry, Phil. Your winnings won't be enough. It's only good for a down payment to get her accepted. And then what? I'll have to work in Germany. I'll beg and plead with them. They're not animals, are they? Sure they won't kick a 4-year-old girl out without completing the treatment. His voice broke. I averted my eyes. Now it wouldn't be enough just to take part in the illegal super final. I'd have to win it. In the meantime, Kostya went on. In brief, it was me who should have participated in the tournament. But I got myself mugged, so now I'll never be able to box again. Ever. His shoulders heaved like a child sobbing. All I wanted to say was that Phil is donating his entire prize money to Julie's treatment, which is why I suggest we all drink a toast to her health. Phil has done so much for us. Let's hope it won't be in vain. I may be wrong, but as far as I can remember, this was the longest speech Kostya had ever made. We clinked our glasses in silence. The girls averted their eyes, wiping away the tears.
Phil, sweetie.
Veronica rose, walking around the table, and gave me a hug.
You understand you're a hero, don't you?
Yes, he is. A real hero, Gleb enthused. He saved my bacon, and he's going to save Julie, too. As they began trading excited stories of my supposed chivalry, I'd been thinking, I wasn't a hero, no, not in the sense they meant. I was a hero, one of the many chosen by the Valfors, provided I passed the trial. To the catcalls of the excited club crowd, all those ladies in revealing cocktail dresses, fat government officials, and shady businessmen in Versace suits, I was thrown back onto the ropes by the mother of all haymakers. For me, it was lights out. An insistent voice penetrated my befuddled mind. 3, 4, 5. It was the 5th round. I was swimming in my own blood, unable to get to my feet. My limbs didn't obey me. My head felt as if nailed to the canvas. One of my eyes was swollen shut. My nose was broken. I struggled to breathe. It looked like one of my ribs was broken, too. The upper edge of my field of vision was strung with debuff icons like a war veteran's chest. Neither passion to win nor my level 11 in boxing had done me any good. In a gloveless match, no amount of technique, it seems, can overcome brute force. 6! I struggled to see through the red haze filling my eyes. The sledgehammer was standing proud with his arms raised. "Finish him off! Finish him off!" the crowd bade.
"Sledgehammer, I love you!"
a girl's hysterical voice yelped.
"Screw me!"
7! Kill him! Kill him! His toe touched my face. He lowered himself to one knee and raised his fist for the coup de grace. Why wasn't the ref trying to stop him? 8! I closed my eyes to await my fate. Then something changed. Time slowed down. A healing wave rolled through my body, extinguishing all the debuffs, removing fatigue and restoring vigor. My vitality bar was full again. My eye opened. My nose could breathe again. My ribs had stopped hurting. I could make out an unmoving figure amid the raging crowd, her hand reaching out to me. Ripples of healing auras flowed from her fingertips, aided by flashes of new buffs. Righteous Anger 3, Fury, Defender, a doll's hand, the touch of Mother Nature. Between them, the buffs had doubled all my stats, improving regeneration 1,000%. Those were only short-term effects, but I didn't need much else. 9! The sledgehammer's fist was 2 inches away from my solar plexus. I twisted, rolled over, and jumped to my feet, casting a quick glance at Elindi, standing there in her usual guise. She gave me a faint nod and disappeared. Silence fell. Under the crowd's astonished gaze, the ref ordered us to carry on. What a slimeball! He was worse than useless in this fight. I pounded the astounded sledgehammer, my hands moving so fast I could only see the blurred images of their passing, each of them meeting their mark and stripping my opponent of 5 or 6% vitality. My uppercut found his chin just as the bell rang. I scanned the crestfallen crowd, noticing anger in the stares of those who must have backed the wrong horse. They couldn't wrap their minds around what they just witnessed. A total beginner who'd only been boxing for less than 3 months, they paid $100 for this tip, had been playing the punch bag for the entire match only to rise from near death a second before his defeat and shred the favorite. I studied their faces, some drunk, others sobered, some handsome, some not so, yet others addicts of the plastic surgeon scalpel, some grim, others cringing, some serious, others gloomy. They thought they had life by the balls, their faces as dead as their souls. You can neither change nor shape them, the swollen parasites on my country's festering body. If I could only keep the interface after the license expired. I didn't have the time to ponder the thought. In deathly silence, the ref announced me the winner. A girl in a non-existent swimsuit climbed into the ring and handed me a tray with my prize money. 5 wads of $100 bills. Julie would live. Toward the end of the next week, Julie and Kostya had their Schengen visas and booked their tickets on the first available flight out. The rest of my winnings went on boosting my company's future. Rose put the money through the books, while Mark penned a loan contract. We expected the funds to make a return by next year, payable out of our profits. We decreed that the company would first pay me off, then decide how to distribute the rest of the available money. We'd use some of it to develop the company further, while distributing the rest between all the shareholders, depending on their input. Veronica offered to take us to the airport. Our entire office wanted to see my friends off, but I used my director's clout to stop the circus and make them work. Kasha was completely snowed under with new contracts and desperately needed help, forcing us to advertise for more sales reps. So everyone was busy from dawn till dusk interviewing new candidates. The whole way to the airport, we'd only talked about how things would turn out once Julie got better and they'd come back. We'd already decided that Kostya would work with us, managing our website. Veronica promised the girl she'd take her to the movies and attraction parks. The little girl smiled dreamily, apparently unused to such attention. In the airport, Kostya took his sister by the hand and headed off to check in, throwing us a nonchalant goodbye. In his mind, he was already in the clinic. We watched them leave, hand in hand. Their only suitcase was on its way to the hold. Julie was clutching the doll Veronica had given her. Kostya was carrying a battered backpack. He turned and saw my clenched fist, raised in a salute. He nodded and raised his hand too. We drove back in silence, each thinking their own thoughts. Veronica cast occasional glances at me, but my face remained unperturbed. We were already halfway to the city when Mom called me. She knew Kostya and Julie were about to fly off, but she didn't know where the money had come from. Hopefully, she'd never find out. "Did you see them off, son? Everything went okay?" "Yes, Mom. I saw them checked in. Everything's fine." "Thank God." I could almost see her make the sign of the cross on the other end of the line. "And you? How are you? You were sort of sluggish last night. You sure you're okay? Even Dad noticed it." Last night, Kostya, Julie, and myself had gone to see them. The girl had wanted to say goodbye. Kesha and I had spent the whole day rushing around on business meetings, so no wonder I'd appeared tired. "Sorry, Mom. I had too much on my plate." "You need to get some sleep, my boy. You're a director, after all. If you don't turn up for work, nobody will say a word." I chuckled. Veronica cast a curious glance in my direction. "Okay, Mom. I'll do as you say." She rattled off a whole bunch of tips, then promptly said goodbye and hung up. I shoved the phone into my pocket, but it immediately started to vibrate again. The number looked weird and abnormally long. I answered it. "How do you do?" A soft female voice said, with just a trace of a foreign accent. "Can I speak to Mr. Philip Panfilov, please?" "Speaking." "I'm Angela Howard from the Embassy of the United States." The world stopped dead. The forest landscape behind the car window was like a freeze frame. The call time counter on the phone screen didn't move. Veronica slackened her hold on the steering wheel, her mouth half open. My breathing stopped halfway. My body couldn't move. My mind was the last to be paused. I sank into the great nothing, my body pierced by icy needles. The world blinked. And then I found myself snowed under a whole lot of debuffs.
Just like the last time, it was intoxication, paralysis, dehydration, starvation, feebleness, mind suppression, and something else. Abduction complete. A genderless voice said out of nowhere. The subject has regained consciousness. That was Elindi.
You can remove all the DOTs and debuffs, Valiatis ordered. We all know the subject. We can skip the initialization.
A silvery haze enveloped me, penetrating my skin, then, re-emerging, tinted with the red and black strands of the DOTs. A healing green wave ran over me.
Accepted.
Khafor's voice echoed in my head. They brought me back to normal. I got up. Elindi was wearing the same light blue evening dress, only this time her hair was not platinum blonde, but all the colors of the rainbow. Valiatis was wearing a gun-barrel blue armored suit. I'd love to know where I could get one. Further on stood the 10-foot alien, Khafor, from the senior race of the Valfors.
Human, you know what to do,
he stated. Be brave, human, Elindi encouraged me. Valiatis only nodded. His face betrayed his anxiety. I nodded back to them and headed for the wall, its shiny white texture reminiscent of reptile skin. When I'd approached, it had split into two, as if sliced by a knife. I checked myself out. I seemed to have everything on me. Elindi's red wristband as well as the ring of Veles. The Netsuke Jujorin that I'd bought from the antique shop was working its magic at home, keeping me supplied with luck. I entered the opening without looking back. The wall was now behind me. In front of me lay a long, winding corridor less than 7 foot wide, so that I could touch its sides with my outstretched hands. This time, I wasn't in a hurry. I advanced slowly, studying the floor, the walls, and the ceiling. After about 150 feet, I saw my old friend. Acid Jelly, level 17. Its level had risen too. Did the trial's difficulty levels reflect my progress? I kept looking at the acid creature. The name tag above it swung round. Another line had made an addition to it. Fear, 100%. It was afraid of me. Slowly I advanced, focusing on everything I could see. When there were only 30 feet left between us, my eye noticed a tiny bump in the smoothness of the wall. I stepped back and touched it. My hand disappeared into a void. I took my hand back, and the hole in the wall closed up, growing a leathery film over the gap. I dove into the hole, finding myself in a small pocket behind the wall. I stood there, trying not to breathe. Soon I saw one of the jelly's tentacles slither past, followed by the rest of him. The creature oozed past. I breathed a sigh of relief. The way forward was free. Had this been the extent of the trial? Whistling happily, I carried on down the tunnel. Soon it widened out. It was now broad enough for a dozen jellies abreast. I walked calmly but warily, regaining my common sense. This wouldn't be the end of my problems. A few hundred feet further on, my enhanced perception allowed me to notice a strange, intricate pattern covering the floor, made up of the thinnest dark lines. When my foot was about an inch away from them, my intuition screamed like a banshee. I slowly withdrew my foot. After some consideration, I took off a sneaker and threw it in front of me onto one of the lines. The shoe fell into 2 halves the moment it touched the floor, the cut tracing the shape of the curved, dark line. I spent the next half an hour sweating like a pig and doing a balancing act on my heels and toes, negotiating the treacherous course. That done, I slid down the wall and just sat there, resting, without a thought for the time. Having restored, I kept going. A few dozen feet further, I stopped again. Something felt wrong. I could sense just a hint of vibration at the very edge of my senses. The smell was different here, too, suggestive of ozone. I took a step back and had a think. I removed my other sneaker and threw it forward. As it hit a certain point in space, it crumbled to dust, which sank to the floor as a flat, two-dimensional spot. My socks were the next in line. The first one suffered the same fate as the sneaker. The other one, however, landed safely on the floor. Good. What I had to do now was determine the width of the safe passage. I took my shirt off and ripped it at the seams, then started with the right-hand side of the tunnel. Dust. More dust. And again. The remaining right sleeve stayed intact. I drew a mental line, determining the width of the safe corridor. It was barely 3 feet wide. I'd have to negotiate it sideways. I just hoped the corridor didn't meander. The vibrating air crackled as I cleared the tricky course. I took another breather to restore vigor. They hadn't told me anything about any time restrictions. Still, knowing these so-called researchers' tendency not to inform me of any rules, I'd rather get a move on. I stood up and walked further. For a while, nothing happened. I carried on. The leathery floor warm and springy under my unstockinged feet. I waved the remaining shirt sleeve in the air to fan myself. I was hot. After a while, when I'd already started to think I'd been going round in circles, I noticed the sweat dripping into my eyes. I wiped it away with the sleeve in my hand, but only began sweating more. I turned round. After a moment's hesitation, I snapped out of it and ran for my life. A wall of fire was chasing me, its heat singeing my back. I put on a spurt and really legged it, but the flames threatened to overtake me. I could have said that it was licking my heels, but it wasn't. My entire back was on fire, my hair crackling, my ears burning. My fear of death had resulted in the buff of the same name, adding me strength and new characteristics. I couldn't read them through. I was far too preoccupied with saving my skin. I just closed the message window and bolted as fast as I could. No idea how long I kept this game up with a wall of fire. It felt like several hours. But later, when I'd finally outrun the chasing flames and the wall of fire had expired on reaching a certain point in the tunnel, I collapsed in a heap to the floor and couldn't move for quite a time. Once I'd caught my breath, I finally looked at the interface clock. It had been less than 4 hours since the trial had started. It had been 3.5 the last time I checked, which meant that I'd only been running for a quarter of an hour, no more. Having said that, I'd run very quickly. For the next half-mile, I was really careful. I checked my every step, warily studying all about me, sniffing for any suspicious odors and listening intently to the silence. I didn't seem to detect any threat. I could already make out the end of the tunnel when a pile of stone blocks barred my way. They were impossibly smooth and so polished as to have razor-sharp edges. They were of different sizes, looking as if someone had been playing a 3D game of Tetris, the smallest of them weighing in at least 120 pounds. The bigger ones I couldn't even budge. I thought hard before eventually coming up with an idea. I had a layer of the smallest blocks, then rolled the bigger ones onto them, cutting myself on their edges. Despite dropping a mid-size block on my foot, I gritted my teeth and carried on with my giant puzzle. I'd already realized that each of the tests in this trial had been measuring a corresponding characteristic. The jelly had checked my perception and empathy. The complex pattern of lines had been testing my agility as well as luck, and repeating perception again. The wall of fire had proofed my stamina, and these blocks here must have something to do with my strength and intellect. This barricade of blocks had proven to be the most time and energy-sapping. Dismantling it took me over 3 hours. When I'd finally taken everything apart, feeling utterly exhausted, I saw a narrow crack in the wall just wide enough for me to squeeze through. Grazing my skin, I forced my way through it and found myself in a narrow, elongated hall. It was lined with the same stone blocks. I could just make out 2 oval spots of color by the far wall. They were taller than a regular human. As I approached, I noticed that they flashed, pulsating with all the shades of the rainbow. My interface identified them as portals. They seemed to be emitting a weak glow, one of them red, the other bluish. Which one was I supposed to choose? I walked around the hall, studying its walls, which were perfectly smooth with barely any visible joints. Having discovered nothing of use, I returned to the portals. Blue or red? The turquoise blue or the burgundy red? Somehow I preferred the latter. I walked towards it and touched it with my fingertips. My heart missed a beat as it sucked me in. I was standing at the edge of a forest, wearing only a pair of tattered jeans. I was looking at the world as it really was, without the interface. All the icons and indicators had disappeared. I couldn't move, as something seemed to be holding my feet. The same could be said about my whole body. It seemed to have turned to stone. A few feet away from me, a message appeared in the air. Congratulations, you've successfully passed the preliminary selection. You've been admitted to the main trial. Candidate evaluation complete. Character generation complete. What? This hadn't been the trial? The message dissolved into thin air, replaced by a new one. The trial starts in 3, 2, 1.